Chapter 277. Si Wenxin knew that it was hard for her to accept such a grievous news in such a short period of time. However, it would only be more painful for her to hold it in. He had to wake her up. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her violently, growling. "Listen to me. Your mother is already dead. The car accident happened right in front of you. She died before she even reached the hospital. You heard it with your own ears and saw it with your own eyes. No, my mother is not dead. I don't want to hear lies." "Shut up." Shi Shujing suddenly broke down. She pulled him and hit him violently. She slapped him hard and screamed at the top of her lungs. "Why did you lie to me? She's not dead. She's not dead. She won't die. Get out, get out. I don't want to see you. Get out, get out, get out." Si Wenxin pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. She struggled and writhed in his arms, crying and screaming. "Get out, get out." She could only vent her anger on him. She did not dare to close her eyes because the moment she did, she would see the bloody scene in front of her. Yan Zizhuang was lying in a pool of blood. Her entire body was covered in wounds, and blood flowed out continuously. Her eyes were filled with indignation. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't make a complete sound. There was a strong desire to live in her eyes. She didn't want to die. "You still have me, Xu Jing. You still have me." Xu Jing cried out loud in his arms. Why? Why did she have to die? What did she do wrong? Sob, sob, sob. I still have so many things to tell her. She hasn't seen us get married yet. She hasn't seen the birth of our child. How could she bear to leave me like this? Sob, sob. Mom, Mom. The painful cries almost tore Si Wenxin's heart apart, but at this moment, any words of comfort were useless. He could only hug her tightly, letting her cry in his arms. His heart was in the same pain as hers. Shi Shujing cried until she fainted. The doctor gave her an 4 drip, and when she woke up, she continued to cry. Her emotions were very unstable, and she would cry sadly at one moment, but at the next, she would refuse to accept the news of Yan Zizhuang's death. She kept saying that she wanted to visit her. Si Wenxin stayed by her side at the hospital, and the pain was indescribable. Late at night, Shi Shujing woke up from his nightmares several times and fell asleep again in a daze. Si Wenxin stood in the corridor with his head lowered. He was in great pain. Shi Shujing had been suffering for the past few days. Si Wenxin was not feeling well either. He had lost a lot of weight. His eye sockets were sunken, his cheekbones were prominent, his cheeks were covered with stubble, and his eyes were bloodshot. The assistant stayed by his side silently. He had been with him for 10 years, but this was the first time he had seen him in such pain, dejection, and helplessness. "Do you have a cigarette?" His voice was hoarse, and it was very deep, revealing a deep sense of fatigue. "Yes." The assistant handed him a cigarette and lit it up respectfully. Si Wenxin took a deep breath. His headache was so bad that it felt like it was going to explode. Even the nicotine could not alleviate the intense pain. He pinched the space between his eyebrows. "Have you investigated the matter?" According to the witnesses, Yan Zizhuang jumped out of the car and was killed by a truck. At that time, there were a few men in black on the waiting car. So Yan Zizhuang should have been kidnapped and jumped out of the car to resist the tragedy. Who did it? The car didn't have a license plate, so we can't find out who it was. However, the incident happened near the sanatorium, and Qin Yuning happened to appear there. Si Wenxin already had the answer in his heart. He spat and punched the wall. Damn it! He knew that Qin Yuning was a dangerous person, and he should not have let Shi Shujing meet him. However, he did not expect that Qin Yuning would do something to Yan Zizhuang. According to the previous investigation, Qin Yuning had once pursued Yan Zizhuang, but she was snatched away by Shi Aofeng. He deduced that Shi Aofeng's sudden stroke was caused by Qin Yuning. Therefore, Yan Zizhuang must have heard something that she should not have heard, and that was why she was kidnapped by Qin Yuning. Qin Yuning did not want to kill her, but she jumped out of the car and escaped. Si Wenxin clenched his fists. He had been on guard against everything, but he did not expect that the disaster would befall Yan Zizhuang. How could he have the face to face Shi Shujing? Si Wenxin threw the cigarette away and stamped out the butt. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Continue the investigation. We must find those people. Qin Yuning, I will make you pay with your blood. Yin Zizhuang jumped out of the car and was hit. Qin Yuning's men did not expect that. When they went back to report, they all lowered their heads in fear and trepidation. Qin Yuning also found it hard to accept the truth. Why did she jump out of the car? Didn't you guys tie her up? How did this happen? After getting in the car, she broke free from the rope and pounced on the driver. We wanted to stop her, but she seemed to have gone mad. She even opened the car door and jumped out. Then, she was hit by the car. Hit by a car? Qin Yuning suddenly stood up. Then what happened now? The hospital said that she is dead. Boom. Qin Yuning's brain seemed to have exploded. Thousands of arrows pierced through his heart. He took 2 steps back and opened his eyes in shock. Dead? Dead? Did you find out? Did you get the wrong person? Which doctor said that? Bring him to me. I'm sorry, master, but she's really dead. We did not expect that. Bastard. Qin Yuning grabbed an ashtray and threw it at the man. The man did not dare to dodge and took the hit head-on. His forehead was bleeding. You guys, how did you do things? Didn't I tell you not to hurt her? How did she die? You trash. You're the ones who should die. Qin Yuning took out his gun and aimed it at one of the men's head. His fingers were trembling, and he could pull the trigger at any time. He shouted and fired a shot at the man's leg. All of you get out. Get out. The man dragged the man out. There was blood all the way. Qin Yuning smashed everything in the room that could be smashed. He vented his anger crazily until he was exhausted. He suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. He could be cruel to everyone in the world, but Yin Zizhuang was his only weakness. He was willing to do anything to be good to her, but in the end, he killed her with his own hands. Was this God's punishment for him? Even if she was going to die, he was the one who should die. Why did she have to suffer retribution? Zizhuang, Zizhuang, Qin Yuning cried. I'm sorry. I let you down, Zizhuang. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He regretted it. He would rather she report him and go to jail than let anything happen to her. But it was too late now. It was his selfishness that killed the woman he loved the most. Tears streamed down Qin Yuning's old face. He cried and laughed like a madman. For the entire night, the room was filled with terrifying laughter and cries. The bodyguards outside thought that Qin Yuning had gone crazy. For the next few days, there was a storm. The weather was gloomy, causing people's mood to become very depressed. There was a feeling of despair like the end of the world. There was only one bedside lamp in the room. It was morning, but it was as dark as night. Shi Shujing sat on the bed like a broken doll. Her eyes were blank, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. The snow-white hospital gown seemed to be hanging on her body, and her body was extremely thin. Every time he saw her like this, Si Wenqin's heart felt as if it was being torn apart. It was so stuffy that he could not breathe. He hugged the thermos bottle and sat in front of her. He kissed her forehead, but she still did not react. Si Wenqin took off his windbreaker. His clothes were wet, and his hair was wet, but he did not care at all. There was only her in his eyes, as if he had poured all the gentleness in the world. Guess what I bought? Your favorite red date bird's nest porridge. I specially went to that old shop to buy it. I saw Huang Shisi personally make it. He said that you haven't been there for a long time, and he misses you very much. He asked me to send his regards. He opened the thermos bottle, and the entire ward was filled with a rich fragrance. Si Wenqin scooped up a spoonful, blew away the hot air, and brought it to her lips. You haven't eaten anything all day. Drink a little, huh? His words were like a stone sinking into the sea, and he did not receive any response. Shujing, I know you feel bad, but you can't go on like this. Your body will collapse sooner or later. Even if you don't want to drink, you have to think about the baby in your stomach. Just treat it as doing it for him, okay? His tone was soft, as if he was afraid that if he spoke a little louder, he would scare her. No matter what Si Wenqin said, Shi Shujing's eyes did not waver at all. It was as if she was in another world, and she could not feel anything around her. Si Wenqin's eyes were red, and his throat was sore. As a man, he also had the urge to cry at this moment. No matter how much pain he had to suffer, he did not care, and he could endure it. However, Shi Shujing was his weakness. Seeing her suffer, His heart ached 10 million times more than hers. He wished that he could transfer all the pain to himself and let him bear all the torture for her. Covering his lips, he lowered his head in pain, blaming himself for causing her to suffer, blaming himself for being useless. "My mom is dead," Shu Jing said faintly. Her tone was strangely calm, and it was as if she had crawled out from the ground, cold and sinister. For the past few days, she had been either crying or hypnotizing herself, refusing to accept the fact that Yin Zizhuang was dead. This was the first time she had said this so calmly, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. "She's really dead. Actually, I knew it all along, but I did not want to accept it. I thought that as long as I did not believe it, I would be able to escape from everything, but she's really gone. I will never see her again." When she spoke, she was like a living dead, or rather, a puppet. She did not move at all, and only her lips and tears could prove that she was still alive. Otherwise, she would be as hopeless as a dead person. I saw her jump out of the car with my own eyes, and then she was sent flying by the truck. One of her legs was already lame, and there was a big hole in her head. She was bleeding profusely, and I wanted to help her stop the bleeding, but I could not. Her body was covered in blood, and so was my hand. I was so scared. I still remember her eyes, so unwilling, as if she still had a lot to say to me, but I could not hear it anymore. Yes, my mom was a mistress, but she was really kind and also very pitiful. When my dad was with her, he hid the fact that he was already married, and she was tricked. She was pregnant with me and went to Wuzhen City alone. She had to go to work with a big belly, and she was often so tired that she fainted, and she had to be talked about. I remember when I was young, I was often bullied by my classmates, and they said that I was a child without a father. When I went home to cry to my mom, she cried too and hugged me, saying that she had let me down. After that, my dad brought me back to the Sher family, and she stayed in Wuzhen City alone. It was not until my dad had a stroke that she came to Flozan City to take care of him. She was often bullied by Stony Moon and his mother, and she always blamed herself, saying that she had let me down, but to me, she was the greatest mother in the world. Chapter 278. Si Wenchun felt terrible. "Shu Jing, you don't have to blame yourself. You're already a very good daughter. Your mother will be proud of you." "No, it's not like that. I'm willful and selfish. I quarreled with her. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a daughter. I hate myself." Shu Jing hugged her head and beat her. Si Wenchun hurriedly stopped her from hurting herself. "It's not your fault. The one who should be hated is the murderer who killed your mother." Shu Jing suddenly stopped what she was doing. "Yes, I remember now. That day my mother jumped out of the car. There were other people in the car. They must have kidnapped her. My mother jumped out of the car to save herself. My mother doesn't have any enemies. It must be because of me. If they want to take revenge, they can come at me. Why did they hurt my mother? Wenchun, you must find the murderer. You can't let my mother die in vain." "Don't worry, I definitely won't. Do you know who it is?" Si Wenchun didn't say anything. "Tell me, who kidnapped my mother? Who killed her? Tell me." Shu Jing questioned fiercely. "Tell me, Wenchun, tell me. Wait until you're better." "No, I want to know now. I want to seek justice for my mother. Tell me, tell me." "You don't want to know. Even if I tell you, you might not believe me. I want you to tell me." Shu Jing grabbed him by the collar and roared at him. "Tell me, I have a right to know." Si Wenchun knew he couldn't hide it, so he closed his eyes. "It's Qin Yuning, my father-in-law." There was a buzz in Shu Jing's ears. "No, impossible. It can't be him. Is there a misunderstanding?" He appeared in the sanatorium on the day of the incident. Even if he was there, it doesn't mean he's the murderer. You know how good my father-in-law is to me. How could he kill my mother? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I know, it must be your father who sent people to do it. You don't dare to admit it, so you push the blame onto my father-in-law. How can you be so despicable? I didn't. Even if my father did it, I won't hide the truth from you. I know he's as important as your father in your heart. You trust him and love him, so I don't want to tell you. But Shu Jing, this is the truth. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Shu Jing covered his ears, and shook his head vigorously. I don't believe it. It's not him, Dash. I've already found the people who kidnapped your mother. They are all Qin Yuning's subordinates. They also admitted that Qin Yuning told them to kidnap your mother, but he really didn't want to hurt your mother. It was because she jumped out of the car that the accident happened. Sure, Xu Jing's face was as pale as a piece of paper, his lips trembling. But, why did he kidnap my mother? I've investigated. Back then, Blue Sky and Shueilon cooperated on a project. There was a big financial loophole. It was obvious that someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. Your father refused to sign the second 5-year cooperation. Not long after, he had a stroke. Because of his accident, the project continued. So, according to my deduction, the person who played tricks was Qin Yuning. He did this to prevent your father from exposing him. Maybe he said something in the sanatorium and your mother heard it. So he wanted to kidnap her. But all this is just your deduction. It can't prove that he did it. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Then tell me, why did he kidnap your mother? All these years, he has been lying to you. And the last time you were drugged in the hotel, the video of Qin Baiyuan's wedding was all manipulated by him. It was Qin Baiyuan who begged me, and I couldn't bear to see you sad, so I didn't tell you. I'm sorry. If I had told you earlier, maybe this tragedy wouldn't have happened. All these years, sure Xu Jing had always been very grateful to Qin Yuning. She felt that she would never be able to repay his kindness in this life. However, the faith she had firmly believed in for many years collapsed in an instant. She was unwilling to accept this terrible fact, but she could not accept it. She felt very painful, as if a big hole had exploded in her heart, and blood kept flowing out. She cried silently for a long time. Her tears dried up, and her pupils were slowly frozen by the coldness. She said it word by word clearly. If all of this was done by him, then he must pay the price for his crimes. A car was waiting at the entrance of the hospital. Officer A smoked a cigarette outside and returned to the car while trembling. It's so cold that I'll freeze into a popsicle even if I smoke. Officer B was older, and he looked more mature and experienced. He turned off the music and said, "It's so cold. Stay here and don't wander around. I've been waiting for 3 days, but there's no movement at all. I'm about to suffocate to death. Is there any news? Have you caught him? We already have some clues. We're following him. We'll be here soon. I hope we can catch him quickly. Otherwise, we'll have to stay here forever." Speaking of which, this case is really complicated. Isn't this Qin Yuning Xu Jing's father-in-law? Why would he kidnap his mother? Even if Xu Jing betrayed him and wanted to avenge his son, he shouldn't have done it to his mother. Although he didn't kill her directly, her mother jumping out of the car has something to do with him. It can be regarded as an indirect killing. It's too mysterious. Qin Yuning is also a well-known figure. What kind of deep hatred does he have that he would do such a thing? As policemen, we have to pay attention to evidence. Don't guess blindly. Keep an eye on it. There will definitely be a time when the truth comes to light. I've been watching for 3 days. There's no movement at all. Wait. Qin Yuning's car is coming out. It's that Mercedes-Benz. I recognize his license plate number. Follow him. Officer B drove, keeping a distance from the Mercedes-Benz. Look at him. He's going to the airport. We can't let him go. But we haven't caught those people yet, and we have no evidence. What should we do? Should we inform the higher-ups? There's no evidence, even if we inform them. There's nothing we can do. Seeing the Mercedes-Benz parked at the airport gate, Officer B was also anxious. Ring, 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 his cell phone rang. It's me. What? You've caught them and personally confirmed that Qin Yuning ordered them to do this? Okay, I'll arrest them right away. Officer B rushed up and was stopped by 2 bodyguards. I'm a policeman, Mr. Qin. I suspect that you're related to a murder case. You can't leave Flozan City for the time being. He took off the mask and hat of Qin Yuning, only to find that it wasn't him. Oh no, we've been tricked. Qin Baiyuan had been abroad for a week. As soon as he returned home, he learned the news of Yin Zizhuang's death. He couldn't believe his ears. How could a perfectly fine person suddenly get into a car accident? He didn't dare to think about how painful Xu Jing's mood was. Maybe she needed to be alone now to calm down. Maybe Si Wenshun was by her side. His concern was unnecessary, But even if he couldn't do anything, he still wanted to see her. Qin Baiyuan frowned. Go to the hospital. However, at that moment, he suddenly received a call from Qin Yuning, saying that he had something urgent to tell him. He had to ask the driver to turn around. Qin Baiyuan arrived at the abandoned factory that Qin Yuning had mentioned. This area was an industrial wasteland. There had been an explosion, so the entire area was barren and there wasn't a single person. Qin Baiyuan found a few dilapidated factories before he found Qin Yuning in a dark hut. Dad! Qin Yuning sat there dejectedly. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years overnight. His hair was white and he was in a trance. Dad, did you hear what I said? Dad! Qin Baiyuan called out anxiously a few times. Qin Yuning slowly raised his head and stared at him blankly. What happened? Why are you hiding here? Something happened, Qin Yuning sighed. It's my own fault. What do you mean? Qin Baiyuan furrowed his brows tightly. Why can't I understand what you're saying? I killed Yin Zizhuang. How is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? How could you kill Shi Shujing's mother? Qin Baiyuan felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Even though Qin Yuning had drugged Shi Shujing and played that kind of video at his wedding, it could be understood that he wanted to help him win back Shi Shujing. It was just that his methods were a little extreme. However, no matter how extreme it was impossible for him to kill someone. I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Yuning's eyes were filled with real pain and were bloodshot. I just wanted to lock her up temporarily and let her go after I explained everything to her. I didn't expect her to jump out of the car. He hadn't rested for the past few days. The moment he closed his eyes, he saw Yin Zizhuang's badly mutilated appearance, looking for him to kill. There were a few times when he almost committed suicide. Dad, say something. You're lying to me, aren't you? Tell me that you're senile and talking nonsense. You didn't do it. I also hope that I'm senile. I even want to use my life to exchange for hers. If I could do it all over again, I definitely won't. Qin Yuning's tears fell sadly again. This was the first time Qin Baiyuan saw Qin Yuning cry. That kind of sad emotion also gripped his heart. He had no choice but to face this cruel reality. Why did you kidnap Shi Shujing's mother? Qin Yuning wiped away his tears. Because she heard something she shouldn't have. What are you talking about? I thought that I could hide it for the rest of my life, but retribution would still come. I just didn't expect that retribution would fall on her. It's all my fault. Back then, it was me. I caused Shi Aofeng to suffer a stroke. Shi Shujing also saw me poisoning Shi Aofeng, so he rolled down the stairs. Qin Yuning explained while crying. Qin Baiyuan's face became paler and paler, and his lips lost their color. He thought that what happened before was tragic enough. He thought that his life was tragic enough, but it turned out that this was the most tragic moment. His father had actually caused the destruction of his beloved woman's family. Chapter 279. Enough. Don't say any more. I don't believe it. Qin Baiyuan roared. I don't believe a single word. It's all true. Qin Baiyuan, I'm sorry. I'm also sorry to Shi Shujing. Why did you do this? Are you still human? Qin Baiyuan grabbed Qin Yuning's collar and clenched his fist. He wished he could throw a punch at him. However, the man in front of him was so old and in so much pain. Most importantly, he was his most respected father. How could he have the heart to do it? The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and his fingers kept trembling. It's all my fault. Kill me, kill me. Do you think I don't dare? Qin Baiyuan's eyes were also red. His eyes emitted true hatred. If looks could kill, then Qin Yuning would have died 10,000 times by now. I know you hate me, and so does Shi Shujing. I really don't have the face to live. Death might be a kind of relief. I thought about committing suicide, but I can't bear to part with you. But living is even worse. See, Wenqin will not let me go. If I have to go to jail, I'd rather die. Even if you go to jail, you deserve it. You must pay for what you've done. Qin Baiyuan forced himself to be ruthless and said, Stomach cancer is already my retribution. Isn't that enough? I can't live much longer. I just want to die quietly. Qin Baiyuan, I can't go to jail. I'd rather die. You only have yourself to blame. I can't help you. Qin Baiyuan dejectedly let go of him. He hated him, but no matter how much he hated him, he couldn't do it. In the end, There was only one sentence he could say. Go and turn yourself in. No, I can't go. If you want me to turn myself in, I'd rather die in front of you now. As Qin Yuning spoke, he picked up the iron sheet on the ground and was about to stab his throat. What are you doing? Qin Baiyuan grabbed his hand, snatched the piece of metal, and threw it far away. Prison is more painful than death. I'd rather die than go to prison. Qin Baiyuan, help me. Qin Baiyuan also cried and closed his eyes tightly. Now that things have come to this, how can I help you? Help me beg Shu Jing to let me go. As long as she is willing to plead for me, Si Wenshun will let me go. You caused her father to have a stroke, and now you caused her mother's death. She is the person in the world who wants you dead the most. How could she plead for you? But I was good to her, wasn't I? I've done more for her than Shi Alfing. Plus, Yin Zizhuang's death was just an accident. Maybe she'll let me go on account of our past relationship. Impossible. If it were me, I would never let go of the murderer who killed my parents. How would you know if you don't try? Even if she doesn't consider me, she might consider you. As long as you beg her, you still have a chance. Qin Yuning grabbed the corner of Qin Baiyuan's clothes tightly. How can I have the face to beg her? Qin Baiyuan roared. Are you going to watch me go to jail without doing anything? Qin Baiyuan, I'm your father. You can't just watch me die. I'm only begging you because I have nowhere else to go. Please help me this once. The pain in Qin Baiyuan's heart was indescribable. His conflicted emotions were fiercely battling with each other. A life for a life. He would rather use his life to make it up to Yin Zizhuang and Shi Alfing. However, if he did not die, all the grudges of the past could be written off. He hated Qin Yuning, but he couldn't drain the blood from his body. He couldn't break away from him, so he couldn't watch him die with his own eyes. Why are you forcing me like this? He clenched his fists and groaned in pain. Even if I beg her, she won't forgive you. If it really doesn't work, then bring her here. I'll use her as a condition to get Si Wenshun to let me go. Qin Baiyuan was completely shocked by his words. Even now, you still don't know how to repent? You still want to kidnap Shu Jing? I don't want to hurt her either. I just have no choice. I can't go to prison. Qin Yuning kept insisting on this point. My life is ruined. I just want to find a place to quietly die with my last bit of dignity. I won't hurt anyone. Qin Baiyuan, you're my only hope. Only you can bring Shu Jing out. I swear, I only want to be safe. I won't hurt her at all. I'm your father. Can't I die with dignity? I beg you. Qin Yuning knelt down. Do I have to beg you on my knees? Qin Baiyuan, save Dad. Pain wreaked havoc in Qin Baiyuan's heart. It nibbled at his heart like a cocoon. He choked helplessly in pain. His throat was sore. In the ward, Shu Jing sat there quietly like a broken doll, lost in thought. The nurse came in to change her quilt and talk to her. The weather has been cold recently. I've added a thicker silk quilt for you. You're already cold. You have to pay more attention to keeping warm when you're pregnant, especially your hands and feet. But I think the rainy season is coming to an end. In a few days, the sun will come out, and it won't be so humid. Sigh, the weather is gloomy and makes people depressed. It'll be better when the sun comes out. Go out and bask in the sun more. You'll feel much better. Shu Jing still didn't speak, except for the occasional blinking of her eyes to prove that she was still alive. The nurse couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sigh, how pitiful. She was pregnant, but her mother died in a car accident. How could a pregnant woman bear such a blow? You go out first. Have a good rest. If there's anything you need, look for me. After the nurse left, Qin Baiyuan poked his head out from the corner of the corridor. He took advantage of the moment when the bodyguard went to the bathroom to enter the room and gently closed the door. There was only one light in the room. It was dim. Shu Jing was hidden in the dim light. Her body was thin, as if she was only left with a skeleton. Qin Baiyuan's heart ached when he saw her. He didn't know why the heavens wanted to torture him like this. The culprit who caused her to become like this was actually his father, and he, who was sandwiched between the two of them, was the one who suffered the most. Qin Baiyuan asked himself, she's already like this. Do you still have the heart to hurt her? However, when he thought of the old and haggard Qin Yuning and the way he knelt on the ground and begged, he had no choice but but to force himself to be ruthless. No matter how much pain Shu Jing was in, at least she still had Si Wenshun and her friends. As for Qin Yuning, he was the only hope left. What's more, he had already been punished. His last wish was to die with dignity. He believed that he would not hurt Shu Jing again. Qin Baiyuan closed his eyes and forcefully suppressed the intense pain. He slowly walked towards Shu Jing. Every step he took was like walking on the edge of a knife. The soles of his feet were covered in blood. Are you all right? The moment Qin Baiyuan opened his mouth, he said something that even he found laughable. It was a weak and powerless sentence. Was she all right? How could she be all right in such a situation? However, other than this sentence, he didn't know what else he could say. I'm sorry, I came late. I didn't know about this when I was abroad. I only heard about your mother's death when I came back. I'm very sorry. To me, she was also my family. I really don't want to believe that such a disaster would befall her. Shu Jing still didn't move. I know you're sad, but can you please say a word to me? Let me know that you're all right, even if it's just one sentence. I can only sneak in to see you when the bodyguard isn't around. I'm afraid he won't agree to me seeing you. Shu Jing, can you hear me? Or do you hate me and don't want to say a word to me? But the grudges of the previous generation are not something I can decide. If possible, I would rather use my life to exchange. Shu Jing's fingers trembled as he slowly turned his head. The moment his gaze met hers, Qin Baiyuan saw coldness and hatred in those gentle eyes. Her body first trembled like a sieve, then she suddenly became excited. You know everything? Your father killed my mother. He's a murderer. He deserves to die. He didn't mean it. He didn't know that your mother would jump out of the car. It was just an accident. You're still defending him, Shu Jing roared. He's the one who killed my mother and caused my father to have a stroke. It's his fault, but he's tried his best to make it up to you all these years. You know how good he is to you. Make it up to me? That's not making it up to me. It's just part of his conspiracy. He's afraid that I'll remember what happened before I lost my memory. He's spying on me. His acting skills are really good. I used to think that he's really good to me, but that's just his conspiracy. He actually hid it from me for so many years. It's really too vicious. But this time, he won't be able to escape. You've seen him, haven't you? Where is he? Shu Jing grabbed Qin Baiyuan. His eyes were red with hatred, and he gritted his teeth like a madman. Tell me, where is he? Tell me, where is he? I'm sorry, I can't tell you. You know what he's done, but you're still protecting him? I can't help it. Qin Baiyuan shouted in pain. Even if he committed murder and arson, he's still my father. What else can I do except to help him? Can I just watch him die? So I could just watch my mother die in front of me? Do you know that I saw her jump out of the car and get hit by a big truck with my own eyes? Her leg was crippled, and there was a big hole in her head. She died in front of me in a bloody mess. Don't say it, please. Don't say it. Qin Baiyuan, if you still have a little bit of humanity in you, you shouldn't protect him. Tell me. I'm sorry, I can't do it. That's my father. I'm sorry. Shu Jing, I'm really sorry. Knowing that he wouldn't say it, the fire in Shu Jing's eyes dimmed. You're the same as him. Both of you are not good people. But a life for a life he can't hide. Xing will find him, and he will pay for what he's done. Must it be like this? Shu Jing, do you really have to kill us all? Chapter 280. I beg you to let him go, will you? He has stomach cancer, and he won't live for long. He just doesn't want to go to jail. What he wants is to leave this place and die quietly and with dignity. Shu Jing, please let him go. This is ridiculous. He ruined my family, and you're begging me to let him go? Qin Baiyuan, what do you think I am? Do you think I will let a murderer go? I know it's hard to do that, but what can he do even if he goes to jail? Qin Baiyuan's face turns blue and cramps in pain. Even if he goes to jail, he won't be able to save your mother's life. Anyway, he's going to die soon. I just want you to give him a decent death without too much torture. Can't you do that? No. Shu Jing resolutely says. I know you hate him. If someone has to pay with his life, then I'll pay with my life. As long as you let him go, I'll die in front of you immediately. You didn't kill him. Why would I want your life? No matter what you say, it's useless. Tell him that he can't hide. Wen will definitely catch him and bring him to justice. Qin Baiyuan clenches his fists. He's also forced into a desperate situation. He frowns in pain and asks her, "Must you do this?" "Yes." "Sure, Shu Jing, I don't want to do this. That's my father. I can't let him go to jail. I can only let you down." From his painful and tangled eyes, Shu Jing smells danger and subconsciously shrinks back. What? What do you want?" "Only you can save him now. I have no other way. Please don't blame me." Qin Baiyuan takes out a handkerchief. A strange smell immediately permeates the whole ward. "I'm sorry." Shu Jing wants to escape, but it's too late. Before she can call for help, her mouth is covered by Qin Baiyuan. The thick smell of ether drilled into her nose. She flailed her arms and legs wildly. Qin Baiyuan couldn't bear to do it. He closed his eyes tightly and continued to exert force. "Sorry. Shu Jing, I'm sorry." After an unknown period of time, Shu Jing slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurry at first, but it gradually became clear. She saw a face that had appeared in her nightmares countless times. It was so familiar, but also so strange and ferocious, like a terrifying devil. "Ooh!" She struggled with all her might, but her body was tied to the chair and she couldn't move. "Whoa!" Qin Yuning tore off the cloth on her mouth, and she immediately cursed. "Qin Yuning, you murderer! I want to kill you. Return my mother's life." "Qin Yuning, bastard, scold me all you want. As long as you feel better, you can scold me all you want. Cursing you is far from enough. People like you deserve to die." Qin Yuning smiled bitterly. "I won't be able to live for long." Shu Jing couldn't break free, and she was about to go crazy with anger. She glared at Qin Baiyuan, who was beside her. He lowered his head and sat there smoking. He didn't dare to look at her, and he looked very dejected. "I really didn't expect you to be such a person. I trusted you so much. I hate you. Qin Baiyuan, I hate you. You won't have a good end. If you want to hate someone, hate me alone. It's my fault." Qin Baiyuan did this because of the relationship between father and son. "I asked him to plead with you, but you refused to let me go, so he had no choice but to do this. I think you should be able to understand that if your family committed a crime today, you wouldn't just watch him die, right? I don't have a family member as shameless as you." Hee. Qin Yuning smiled coldly. "How good do you think Alfing is? Back then, I clearly fell in love with your mother first, but she was snatched away by him. I was even willing to divorce for her, even abandoning Blue Sky. That's right, I loved her to that extent. At that time, I treated your father as a brother and introduced him to her, but in the end, he actually committed adultery with her. He hid the truth of the marriage and deceived your mother's feelings. He didn't love her at all. He was just playing with her, and you are just an accidental product. Tell me, how can a real man do such a thing to his brother? He clearly knows what your mother means to me, but he still stole my woman. He deserves to die. He played with your mother's feelings and refused to divorce her, causing her to wander alone to Wuzhen City. He didn't care about her life or death. If it wasn't for me secretly helping her, you and your mother would have starved to death. Even bringing you back to the Sure family was also done by me. Otherwise, do you think he would recognize you? If there is a single lie in what I said, I will be struck by lightning. Now, do you know what kind of person Sure Alfing is? It was my mother who chose him. Even if he cheated her feelings, it is still better than following someone like you." Qin Yuning's eyes flashed with coldness as if he was very disappointed. He shook his head. "You and your mother are the same. You have terrible taste in men. How can a man who can't even take responsibility for his feelings be worthy of her love? What's more, he is a coward. I let bygones be bygones and helped him earn money, but he wanted to report me for money laundering. He said he was afraid of being found out and implicating him. How many people nowadays are clean? Isn't Blue Sky still fine? With his guts, no wonder Shuelon could only fall like that. You're the one who knowingly broke the law. So what? At least it made Blue Sky today. This world is very cruel. I don't care if the means are clean or not. I only know that the winner is king and the loser is the thief. A man must have that kind of courage. Of course, I would not let him drag me down, so I put medicine in his tea. I did not expect him to not die, but only suffer a stroke. As for you, you were so scared that you rolled down the stairs and lost your memory. I only wanted to deal with him. You are Zi Zhuang's daughter, so of course I would not harm you. On the contrary, to make it up to you, I married you to Qin Baiyuan. Sure, Xu Jing felt that it was ironic. What do you mean make it up to me? You just wanted to keep an eye on me, afraid that I would remember what happened in the past. That is only part of it. More importantly, it is because you are Zi Zhuang's daughter. In my eyes, you are half a daughter to me. But I did not expect that you would betray me. Qin Yuning shook his head. You really disappoint me. If you love my mother, why did you harm her? I did not want to. Qin Yuning was a little agitated, as if he had been stabbed in the Achilles heel. She heard what I said to Shi Alfeng, saying that she would expose me, so I did not want her to die. I only wanted to temporarily lock her up and persuade her. Who knew that she would jump out of the car? She is the woman I love the most. My pain is no less than yours. This is the most regretful thing I have done in my life. I even thought of dying. But what can I do if I die? She cannot be resurrected. I cannot go to jail, not even if I die. Since you will not let me go, I can only use you as my protective talisman. It is useless even if you catch me. Even if I let you go, you cannot hide forever. I just want to leave this place first. In order to save you, Si Wen-chan will definitely let me go. After Qin Yuning said this, some policemen suddenly rushed in from the door. He turned pale with fright and panicked. He wanted to grab Xu Jing, but Qin Baiyuan was one step ahead of him and saved her. The police rushed over to detain Qin Yuning. Si Wen-chan walked in, cold and dignified like an emperor. Today, don't even think about escaping. Qin Yuning was completely stunned. He could not believe that all of this had happened. It was not until Qin Baiyuan untied Xu Jing that he realized that he had been betrayed by his son. In the police station, Qin Yuning and Qin Baiyuan sat face to face. The atmosphere was oppressive and deathly silent. Qin Yuning was wearing a hospital gown. His back was stooped like an old man. You were the one who took the videotape in the police's hands, right? Qin Baiyuan lowered his head and frowned. This is all a trap you set up. You pretended to kidnap Xu Jing just to make me confess. Is that right? Yes. Qin Baiyuan felt as if a hole had exploded in his heart. Pain ravaged him. He did what he had to do. But as a son, he didn't know how to face his father. He felt so guilty that he couldn't lift his head. Ha. Qin Yuning's eyes reddened as he shook his head. I didn't expect that after all my schemes, I would be betrayed by my own son. I'm your father. How could you do this? Just because you're my father, I can't watch you continue to make mistakes. You've already killed Yin Zizhuang. Isn't that enough? I told you I didn't kill her. It was just an accident. If you didn't kidnap her, would the accident have happened? Do you know why she'd jump out of the car? Because she didn't want me captured by you to threaten Xu Jing. She would rather die than let her daughter get hurt, because she knew that you were crazy and could do anything. It wasn't an accident at all, but a mother was willing to sacrifice herself to protect her daughter. Qin Yuning was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't know, he just didn't want to think about it. He didn't want to admit that he was the one who killed the woman he loved the most. For a moment, tears streamed down his face. That fatal blow had destroyed all his beliefs. It was extremely painful. Yin Zizhuang's death was equivalent to taking away his backbone. It's me. I killed her. It's all my fault. Why wasn't I the one who died? Why? I deserve to die. Just let me die. Here, living is more painful than dying. Qin Baiyuan, let them sentence me to death. Let me accompany her. Qin Baiyuan shook his head. Can't you just give me a quick death? I've consulted a lawyer. You might be sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison, but you're not alone. I'll be with you. Qin Baiyuan held Qin Yuning's hand tightly. Dad, you still have me. I'll find the best lawyer to reduce your sentence. You're not in good health, so I can make your life in prison better. Is that the only way? Qin Yuning smiled bitterly. Chapter 281. Qin Yuning realized that he was already like an insect on a spider's web. He could not escape. He had struggled for so long, but it was all in vain. This was his final outcome. Since that's the case, then so be it. I'm already very tired. I don't want to resist anymore. You're right, I was wrong. Because of my arrogance, I made a mistake and caused the death of the woman I love the most. Death is not enough to make up for my mistake. Spending a lifetime in prison is what I deserve. Ha! It's not a lifetime either. Maybe I'll suddenly die one day. Qin Baiyuan's face was covered in tears. Dad, I've let you down. It's not your fault, it's my own sin. Now it's time for me to atone for my sins. What I'm most gratified about now is seeing you become more and more mature. You're my son. This is more important than anything else. Qin Yuning covered Qin Baiyuan's hand and gently patted it. The clamor in his eyes gradually settled down and became calm and kind. You're the one who ended my mistake. I should thank you. All these years, I've always been worried that you're not mature enough. I've been paving the way for you. I'm afraid that after I die, you won't be able to shoulder the responsibility alone. But now, I believe that you have enough ability. I'm very relieved to hand the blue sky over to you. Qin Baiyuan, Dad, I can only accompany you to this point. You have to rely on yourself for the future. There are traps and thorns everywhere in a person's life. You must not take a wrong step, or else you might end up like me. But I believe that you won't. You definitely won't let me down. Time's up, the police officer reminded him. Qin Yuning had 1,000 words to say, but he felt that he had said what he needed to say. After all, he still had to rely on himself in the future. He slowly stood up. His smile was heavy, but at the same time he was relieved. He began to atone for his sins. He no longer had to bear such psychological torture. The shackles on his body were heavy, but the shackles on his mind had been loosened. I'm leaving. Live a good life. Qin Baiyuan walked out and stood alone in the dark corridor. His heart was so sad that it was ridiculous. He bent down and burst into tears. In the cemetery, the sky darkened. Heavy rain poured down, all living things silent in the rain, lifeless and suffocating. The rain washed the tombstone fiercely. In the black and white photo, Yin Zizhuang's smile was still as warm and moving as ever. Shu Jing stood in front of the grave for a very long time. His eyes were red and sore, and tears slowly rolled down his cheeks. Just half a month ago, Yin Zizhuang was still fine. He could still hear her talking and see her smile. But in the blink of an eye, she was gone. The world was truly unpredictable. You would never know which would come first, tomorrow, or an accident. Over the past half a month, Shu Jing had been suffering in sorrow every day. His spirit had become much more haggard. Every expression of his was filled with sorrow, which made people feel sorry for him. Mom, I finally avenged you and Dad. I never thought that the person who caused you to be so miserable was actually Qin Yuning, who I treated as half a father. You really don't know a person's face. It's a pity that I recognized his true colors so late and didn't avenge Dad earlier. It's useless to say all this now. In any case, he has already paid the price for his actions. You can rest in peace. Shu Jing cried silently. But I always thought that I would rather not have him go to jail than for you to come back to life. We would still be as good as before. I would never make you angry again. I would never quarrel with you again. I would be a good daughter and be filial to you. All these years, I've always made you worry about me. I never had a good day. Now, I've finally grown up and can repay you, but you left first. Is this my punishment? Why didn't you wait for me? Why didn't you even give me a chance? Mom, you're so cruel. Si Wenshan held the umbrella for her and tilted it to her side. Half of his body was already drenched, but he was even more worried about her. Her body was so weak. If her emotions continued like this, he didn't dare to think about how she would be able to hold on. Mom, Shu Jing covered her mouth and cried bitterly. I really want you to come back. I really, really miss you. Please come back, okay? Mom. Si Wenshan patted her shoulder lightly. Don't be too sad. If Mom is watching from heaven, she doesn't want to see you like this. How can she be at ease when you're so sad? Mom is a kind person. She will definitely be very happy in heaven. But I don't want her to leave. I want her to come back. Shu Jing cried like a child. I know, but it's useless for you to be like this. Shu Jing, the living not only live for themselves, but also for the dead. You have to be stronger so that your mother can be at ease. I think her biggest wish is for you to live well and happily. Sure, Shu Jing understood the logic, but in the face of such a life and death separation, who could not be heartbroken and not be in so much pain? Wen Shun, she leaned into his arms and hugged him tightly. I'm here, Shu Jing. I'll always be with you. Everything will be fine. Believe me. He continued to use a low voice to comfort her. After a long time, Shu Jing finally cried dry her tears. Her crying gradually subsided, and she choked with sobs. Si Wenshan looked at her two red eyes that were like rabbits, smiled, and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Shu Jing, you have to be strong. I believe you can do it. She nodded. Mom, I know you're worried about me. I promise you, this is the last time I cry. I'll definitely live a good life. I'll live for myself and for you. You really don't have to worry about me. Shu Jing wiped her tears and smiled through her tears. I have one Shun and the child. I'm not alone. I'll live a good life. You have to take care of yourself when you're alone there. I know you haven't left and will always be watching me from heaven, right? Mom, you'll always be by my side, and I'll always be by your side. Although we're in two different worlds, our hearts will always be together, right? In the future, when I miss you, I'll look up at the night sky. You'll definitely be there to watch me. I'll walk on strong, and I'll make you proud. The fact that she could say such words meant that she had really thought it through. After all, continuous sadness could not bring Yin Zizhuang back from the dead. It would only bring pain to the living. Si Wenshan felt very comforted. He kissed the top of her head, looked at Yin Zizhuang's photo, and swore solemnly. Mom, I promise you that I'll take good care of Shu Jing for the rest of my life. I'll never let her down. I'll use my life to love her until I die. Don't worry. The person in the photo was smiling, serene, and at ease. After getting into the car, Shu Jing saw that half of Si Wenshan's shoulder was wet. She quickly took a towel and wiped it for him. You're biased toward me, aren't you? I didn't get wet at all, but you're so wet. I'm fine. The most important thing is you, Shu Jing. You're my life. Si Wenshan held her face with one hand. As long as I see you well, it's already my greatest happiness. Wenshan, Shu Jing threw herself into his arms. I'm sorry that I've made you worry all this time. I won't do this again. I'm really terrible. I kept venting my anger at you. I couldn't bear the pressure, so I vented it all on you. I didn't care whether you could bear it or not. I'm so selfish. That was the darkest and most hopeless period of her life. She only thought about her own pain and sorrow. She didn't think about him at all. She didn't care about his feelings. Now that she thought about it, she was really glad and touched that he didn't give up on her. He protected her as always. I know that you've suffered more than me during this period of time. I'm really sorry. Silly girl, with our relationship, do you need to say those 3 words to me? I'm your man. It's my responsibility to take care of you. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. The most important thing is that you've moved on. No matter how much pain and suffering there is, we've turned this page, okay? Okay. The person in his arms did not speak for a long time. Si Wenshan asked, what are you thinking about? Shu Jing leaned in Si Wenshan's arms, listened to his heartbeat, grabbed his suit, and sighed as if she was very tired. I'm just thinking, why is my life so much more difficult than others? I used to think that it was not easy for everyone. If others could persevere, I could also persevere. However, once a disaster happened to the people closest to me, I couldn't stand it anymore. It was as if I was about to collapse. In fact, I'm not afraid of facing difficulties. I'm just afraid that there will be accidents that I can't think of and can't bear, such as my mother's death. That's the grudge of the previous generation. It has nothing to do with you. Shu Jing, you don't need to blame yourself. How could it have nothing to do with me? If I hadn't married Qin Baiyuan, all of this might not have happened. Si Wenshan frowned. You're starting to feel conflicted again? Didn't you promise your mother that you'll live a good life in the future? I'm not conflicted about the past. It's just that I've experienced so many hardships, and I feel very tired. Thinking of the long road ahead, I'm already starting to feel tired. I'm also very doubtful whether I can go on. People will have such doubts at the beginning, but as you walk, the road will appear. Didn't you walk step by step until now? I did walk until now, but I've also lost a lot. I don't ask for it to be smooth, but can I be a little more relaxed? There is no road in this world that is easy. The key is that you know that this road is full of thorns and you'll get hurt. But are you still willing to go on? I know that you're very tired when you're with me. But Shu Jing, am I worth it? She smiled slightly. If I'm not worth it, I wouldn't have come this far. You know so many truths that I can't refute you. Those are not empty truths, but reality. There are a few roads you could choose. The key is how you choose. Shu Jing, I know that this road is very difficult. I can't guarantee that you won't get hurt in the future. The only thing I can promise you is that once you reach the end, I won't let you regret your choice now. Si Wenqin held her hand tightly and used force. His palm was dry and warm, and he transferred his strength to her body. Chapter 282. I do. In fact, I'm just sighing. I've never thought of giving up. Well, my dad can't control me anymore. You don't have to worry too much about him. But it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. You don't know what tricks he will play. Now I feel that I don't even really understand the people closest to me. It's even more difficult for me to judge others. After all, it's hard to guard against people's hearts. In this cruel society, I'm really too simple. Your brain is simple enough, but fortunately, you have a man who's not simple. Don't worry, leave it to me. Good. I believe you. Although I'm quite miserable, there's another person who's worse than me. Qin Baiyuan? Yes. For me, he set up his father and got him to admit the crime. This is really not easy. Otherwise, it would take a while to investigate, and he wouldn't be sentenced like this. For this, Si Wenqin was also grateful and raised his eyebrows. He's a little childish. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his 3 views are still correct, and he can distinguish right from wrong. This is called righteousness before family. It's easy for you to say, but it's not easy for him. I don't know how he is now, but I know that he must be very sad. Let's find a time to see him, shall we? Okay, whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll listen to you. Really? You'll do whatever I ask you to do? Of course. Do I look like a person who will go back on his word? Si Wenqin twitched the corner of his mouth, and his teeth were shining in the gloomy sky, as if they were shining in the sun. Baby, what do you want me to do? Especially in bed, I'm at your mercy. You can do whatever you want, whatever position you want, whatever you want, just tell me. You're so annoying. You can pull everything to that. Aren't I just playing along with what you said? You're thin-skinned, so you're embarrassed to ask for something so obvious, so you deliberately said so. I know what you mean. Si Wenqin had an expression of I understand. Sure, Shu Jing wanted to blame him. She had just come out of the shadow, and he began to talk dirty. But maybe this was the attitude he should have. The dead were gone, but life still had to go on. Since she had decided to turn the page, then the future life would go back to the past, just like when her mother was still alive. Mom, I will be happier than before. It was another rainy day. Gu Qinghan stood on the balcony and smoked, while instructing his subordinates on some work matters. The smoke blurred his handsome face. Perhaps it was because the sky was too dark, but there was a faint coldness on his face. During the week that Gao Zhuqing was imprisoned, Gu Qinghan didn't go to the company. He stayed at home every day to guard her. Although she didn't say a word to him, it was good to be by her side and to be able to watch her. Gu up, so up, gu of it, of it, gu. She, the maid sighed. Gu Qinghan frowned. For the first 3 days, she did not eat and fainted. After giving her an infusion, she woke up and was forced to eat something. Then she went on a hunger strike. She was so stubborn that he did not know what to do with her. This can't go on, Gu Qinghan said. Go cook a bowl of purple potato porridge. Yes, young master. After the maid sat down, Gu Qinghan brought it up and opened the door. Gao Zhuqing was sitting on the balcony with her back facing him. She seemed to know that she could not escape, so she simply gave up struggling. Just like that, she quietly confronted him, consuming her own life bit by bit. Gu Qinghan sighed. In the whole world, only she, Gao Zhuqing, could hurt him. Especially when she hurt herself, it was a greater harm to him. He placed the bowl beside her, half squatting down, cupping her face. Zhuqing, she had lost a lot of weight. Her previously round and tender face was now sunken. Her skin had become deathly pale, making her eyes even bigger, so big that it was a bit scary. Juqing, Gu Qinghan softly called out again. You haven't eaten for several days. Eat a bit, okay? Just a bit of porridge in? Do you remember how uncomfortable it was last time you vomited and fainted? You don't want to suffer again, right? Juqing, Gao Zhuqing still did not move. Didn't I tell you before? Sure, Xu Jing is fine. She is resting in the hospital. You don't need to worry about her. Si Wenshun loves her so much. Even if he has to sacrifice his life, he will save her. You don't need to worry about her safety. I know she is your good friend, but you should think for yourself. If you go rashly like this, not only will you not be able to save her, you will also lose yourself. Do you understand? The wind blew Gao Zhuqing's hair, her lips slightly pursed. It was like this again. A few years ago when he imprisoned her, she was also like this. At that time, he swore that he would not use the same method to treat her, but he had no other way. I know you don't want to listen to me. I won't say any more. I just want you to eat something. This is the purple potato porridge you like. Drink a bit. Gu Qinghan bent down to take the porridge, but Gao Zhuqing suddenly picked up a piece of glass and stabbed it at him. Gu Qinghan used his arm to block it and immediately received a long cut. I hate you. Gao Zhuqing fought with him, but her strength was too weak. Gu Qinghan took the glass in his hand and threw it downstairs. Seeing her palm was also cut, his heart ached as he hurriedly asked, Your hand is injured. I'll help you bandage it. I don't want it. Let me go. Let me go. You can leave in 2 days. Your wound needs to be treated, otherwise it will become inflamed. So what if it becomes inflamed? Do you think I'm afraid? In any case, falling into your hands, sooner or later I'll be tortured to death by you. So it's better to let me die from inflammation. I won't allow you to say such words. I want you by my side. I want you to be well. Zhuqing, you know I don't want to treat you like this. You shut up, hypocrite. What care for me? It's simply to satisfy your own selfish desires. You just want to possess me. But I'm not your puppet. I'm not your possession. You don't have the right to treat me like this. Gao Zhuqing's lips were split open from all the shouting, and traces of blood seeped out. Gu Qinghan, you will suffer retribution. You won't have a good death. Your hatred is already my greatest retribution in this life. I only imprison your body, but you, Zhuqing, these years you imprison my heart. It's you who have always tortured me. If possible, I want you to enter my heart and see what you've been tortured to, bleeding every moment, already riddled with holes. Because of you, I almost can't continue living. Then why don't you go die? No one begs you to live. For a person like you, dying 10 million times isn't enough. But I love you. What is love? Don't insult the word love. Love is not to control me. In the end, what you love the most is still yourself. You disregard my pain, forcefully binding me to your side, just for your own happiness. You yourself are unlucky. You feel lonely, so you pull someone into your hell to accompany you. But you and I are fundamentally two different kinds of people. I live in the sunlight, a person of flesh and blood. I won't live like a walking corpse. I live to pursue happiness, not to torture others. I'm not like what you say. I also want happiness, and my happiness, only you, Zhuqing. In this world, only you alone can give me happiness, so I want to keep you, want you to be by my side. The wound on Gu Qinghan's arm was very long, constantly dripping blood, his lips also gradually losing color. Just now, he could have dodged, but he didn't because he knew she hated him, so he wanted her to vent her anger. But being by your side, I'm in great pain. Have you never considered my feelings? Forget it. I don't want to argue with you about this. You are human and all. Why would you consider other people's pain? Gao Zhuqing's mood was already on the verge of collapse. Gu Qinghan, I beg you, let me go, all right? I beg you. If this goes on, I'll die. Let me go. I beg you. In Gu Qinghan's memory, this was the second time Gao Zhuqing tearfully begged him to let her go. The last time was many years ago when she was still very young. Afterwards, she always stubbornly resisted him. Even if she was beaten black and blue, she still wanted to resist him to the end. But now she was so weak, so pitiful, so miserable, like a needle piercing Gu Qinghan's heart. A man whose heart was higher than the heavens, at this moment, couldn't help the rims of his eyes turning red. Zhu Qing, I'm only protecting you. You're not protecting me. You're imprisoning me. Gu Qinghan, let me go. Don't make me hate you even more. I'm in great pain, really in great pain. If this goes on, I'll die. Gu Qinghan closed his eyes, veins popping out on his forehead, his voice hoarse. To you, being by my side is more painful than death. Yes, you're my nightmare. When Gao Zhuqing said this, there was no hatred, only endless despair, like a person on the verge of death, searching for the last trace of hope. She had already been completely hollowed out, squeezed dry. There was no longer any desire for life in her eyes. There was no light. There was only endless darkness. I beg you, let me go. I beg you. Gu Qinghan really wanted to say no. She was his life, the most important reason for him to live in this world. Without her, he would die. So he didn't want to let her go. He couldn't let her go. But her tears made him feel even more pain than 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. After a long time, Gu Qinghan completely despaired. Go! Gao Zhuqing was crying too hard. For a moment, she couldn't hear his voice clearly, until Gu Qinghan roared in agitation. Go! She crawled up from the ground, like an insect escaping a spider web, desperately flapping her wings to fly out, but her strength was too weak. She staggered and fell several times, but she crawled up again. Chapter 283. Zhuqing, Zhuqing. The room was dead silent. Gu Qinghan sat on a leather chair. The maid Shui'er knelt beside him, helping him bandage his wound. Looking at the long scar on his arm, she felt her heart ache. She was the daughter of a servant and grew up in the Gu family, so the two could be said to be childhood sweethearts. When he came to Flozan City, she followed him and continued to serve him. In those years, her eyes had always chased after him, but she knew that her status was low, so she could only silently love him, never daring to hope that he would have a trace of heart for her. She knew that the woman in his life would appear sooner or later. When she was 18, she finally appeared. Gao Zhuqing, his stepmother's daughter, her eternal nightmare. Ever since she appeared, he smiled more. The man who was indifferent to everything in the past had a trace of focus in his eyes. His eyes that were as calm as still water began to shine, closely following Gao Zhuqing's every move, like a person who had been blind for many years, suddenly found a trace of light and wanted to firmly grasp it. He was really good to Gao Zhuqing, obedient and doting, using all his tenderness on her alone. At that time, she had already lost all hope, thinking that they would get married, and she could only bury this love deep in her heart forever. However, that terrible rainy night changed everything. After that night, Gao Zhuqing treated him as an enemy, avoiding him. No matter how he begged her, it was useless. The two tormented each other for a long time, and Gao Zhuqing escaped to Flozan City, taking his heart with her. After that, for a long time, he was unable to recover, drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day. When he was drunk, he would call her name, crying and begging her to come back. 3 months later, he pulled himself together, inheriting the family business. She thought he had already gotten over it, but who knew that it was another method of self-abuse? He worked from 7 in the morning to midnight every day. Working for such a long time was no different from committing suicide. He suffered from stomach problems and was admitted to the hospital many times due to physical exhaustion. Once he was discharged, he continued to abuse himself. The cycle repeated itself. His body was almost completely drained. At times, Shui'er really hated Gao Zhuqing. She had received his love, and she was the luckiest woman in the world. But not only did she not cherish it, she even trampled on his heart, causing him so much pain that he wished he were dead. How she wished that he could look at her, even if it was just a glance. She was the woman who loved him the most in this world. For him, she was willing to give up everything. Young master, I'll apply the medicine for you now. It will hurt a little. Cher poured some medicine and carefully applied it on Gu Qinghan's arm. The medicine was very strong, and a normal person would not be able to withstand it, But Gu Qinghan did not seem to feel it at all. He continued to stare blankly ahead. Snow's eyes immediately reddened. "Young master, can you not be like this? I know you're hurting." "Pain? What do you mean pain?" Gu Qinghan gulped down a mouthful of wine and smiled bitterly. "You don't understand the feeling of pain at all. Compared to the pain of the heart, the pain of the body is nothing." "No, I know what pain is. Seeing you in pain makes my heart ache as well. It's like it's being torn apart." "Why?" His gaze fell on her, and Shuer immediately lowered her head, trembling in panic. I, you feel sorry for me?" Yes. She was so nervous that her fingers were twisted together, and her face was pale as a sheet. "Why?" Because you're the young master." "Is that so?" Gu Qinghan pinched her face, and Snow groaned in pain. Young master." In those frightened eyes, Gu Qinghan could see the love that she was trying her best to hide, afraid that it would be discovered. But it was still so strong, so intense that even if she did not speak, the emotions would still flow out of her eyes. There was no way she could hide them. "You love me." I don't dare. I'm just a maid." "You love me." Gu Qinghan's tone was firm, and he suddenly pulled Cher onto his lap roughly as he asked in a somewhat frenzied tone, Say that you love me." I love you," Cher cried pitifully. "I've always loved you, but you don't even know of my existence. You don't know that I've loved you for so many years." Gu Qinghan did not care who she was. He only cared that there was someone who loved him. Since she loved him, why couldn't Gao Zhuqing love him? Why did she have to torture him so cruelly? She was so cruel to him, even risking her life to escape from his side. She hated him. So why did he treat her as the only one and cling to her relentlessly? Look, even if she did not love him, there were other women who loved him. "Say that you love me." Gu Qinghan gripped her chin and roared. "Say it. I love you." "I love you" seemed to be the phrase that Gu Qinghan wanted to hear the most. So, when he heard it, he lost his mind. He hugged Shuer tightly and lowered his head to kiss her. As he kissed her, Shuer could sense that he must have mistaken her for someone else. His eyes were not reflecting her, but another woman. Was it Miss Gao Zhuqing? "Young master, it hurts." "Young master." Gu Qinghan ignored her cries of pain. He only needed someone to relieve his pain. Shuer was in great pain, but she felt blissful at the same time. The man that she had loved for more than 10 years wanted her. Even if he was violating her, she felt blissful because she truly, truly loved him. Even if she had to be used as a tool by him, she was willing. But at that moment, Gu Qinghan suddenly stopped. No, she wasn't Gao Zhuqing. Gao Zhuqing hated him. She wouldn't be so submissive. Gu Qinghan snapped out of his madness. "Young master." Shuer looked at him inexplicably. Why did he suddenly stop? Could it be that he despised her? "Young master, I scram." "Scram." Shuer covered her collar in shame and ran out of the room. Gu Qinghan smashed everything in the room like a madman. The floor was littered with glass shards. It was a complete mess. Gao Zhuqing's face became clearer and clearer in his mind, accusing him of his hatred. "I hate you. Being by your side is more painful than death." "Gu Qinghan, I will never forgive you." Gu Qinghan covered his ears and screamed in pain, as if he was in a nightmare. No. Zhuqing, I love you so much. Why do you hate me?" He sat on the floor. The glass shards pierced into his palm, causing a lot of blood to flow. But as if he was torturing himself, he clenched his fist tightly, causing the shards to pierce deeper. Blood flowed out from between his fingers. He thought he would be able to let her go, but he couldn't. After Qin Yuning went to jail, the happiest person was Ceylon. After so many years of pent-up anger, she finally let it all out. She already knew that Qin Yuning's business wasn't clean, but she never exposed him. She endured for so many years just for today. She wanted to make him suffer a huge setback. She wanted the entire blue sky and Qin Baiyuan to be humiliated with him, so that they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the future. Ceylon sat in a corner of the court, watching Qin Yuning being sentenced. Looking at his old face that looked like a dead dog, she felt extremely relieved. Retribution would come sooner or later. Qin Yuning, this kind of scum, can forget about having a good ending. However, she wanted to take revenge on more than one person. Anyone related to him can forget about escaping. After Ceylon left the court, the first thing she did after getting on the car was to call Tang Tang. Her mind recalled Qin Yuning's pained old face, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Send me all the photos I asked you to give to Su Zhixian last time. On the other side, Tang Tang hesitated for a moment, as if he couldn't bear to do it. Qin Yuning is already like this. You can't let her go? What kind of relationship do you have with that vixen? You want to speak up for her? I'm not speaking up for her. It's just that the Qin family is already so miserable, and they're all women. Back then when that vixen was fooling around with Qin Yuning in my bed, she didn't care about my feelings. Do I care about her life or death? I can't wait for her to lose her reputation and let everyone see her disgusting appearance. Who in Flozen City doesn't know that she's a fox? It's normal to mess around with the contractor, isn't it? But put away your useless sympathy. Do whatever I tell you to do. Otherwise, don't even think about me helping you get back, Wenshin. Do you understand? Understood. Then do it. Today, I want everyone to see those photos. Remember, don't let anyone know that I told you to do it. After the trial ended, as soon as Qin Baiyuan walked out of the court, he was surrounded by dozens of reporters. Even the security guards couldn't resist such a formation. The crowd was quite turbulent. Boss Qin, what do you think of the result of this trial? Will you continue to appeal? How will this matter affect Blue Sky? Do you know what your father did? How much money does Blue Sky have with unknown sources? What grudge does your father have with your ex-wife's mother? Did he hire a killer? CEO Qin, can you answer? CEO Qin. Although the reporters refused to let go of Qin Baiyuan like mad dogs, they were still a little afraid. Qin Baiyuan was a famous bully with a fiery temper. He had several conflicts with the reporters, and they were also afraid of being beaten up. However, Qin Baiyuan's reaction today was different from before. He kept silent with his head down. Seeing that he wasn't angry, the reporters became more unscrupulous. With such a big scandal, CEO Qin, are you too ashamed to face others? Say something. At this moment, a car crashed into the reporters. They hurriedly dodged, and before they could react, the person inside had already opened the door. Get in the car. Qin Baiyuan quickly got into the car. CEO Qin. The sports car sped away. Qin Baiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of the reporters, but he was already in a bad mood. He didn't even have the strength to be angry. His heart was too depressed now. He just wanted to get rid of these flies. The woman in the driver's seat took off her scarf and sunglasses. It's you? What? Surprised? Su Dai blinked at him. Chapter 284. Why are you here? I happened to pass by. I know your dad is in court today, so I came to have a look. You're lying. You were there too? Yeah. No matter what, we're friends. I'm here to check on the situation and see if you need any help. I don't need your help. Qin Baiyuan turned his head to the side coldly. Su Dai knew he was in a bad mood, so she didn't mind his impoliteness. But she didn't expect Qin Baiyuan to say, Blue Sky's reputation in Flozen City is terrible. Don't get involved with me. I don't want to drag you down. We're all friends. Drag me down? Am I the kind of person who would betray justice? A true friend should be by your side when you're in trouble. Qin Baiyuan smiled bitterly. What kind of friends are we? Do I still have friends now? As soon as he got into trouble, his relatives and business friends all hid from him. He finally understood that this society was indifferent to human relationships. He knew what it meant to be cold after a person left. Therefore, he was not surprised, but he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Do you still plan to appeal? No. Oh, then don't think too much. Your dad still needs you to take care of him. And Blue Sky, you'll face a big crisis soon. You have to be mentally prepared. But you're not fighting alone. You can ask me for help when you need it. Don't look down on women. I'm the daughter of Rongshin. I have a lot to say in Rongshin. I'll help if I can. I won't ask you for help, but thank you for your kindness. I'll remember it. Don't say that. I'm more used to the arrogant you in the past. That was before. I've been through so many things. Many people and things have changed. I'm no longer the Chin Bayuan of the past. Don't be so sentimental, okay? Who hasn't encountered one or two major setbacks in their life? Most importantly, even if you fall to the bottom, you have to climb back up. As long as you're not dead, there's nothing you can't get through. Yeah, a reporter is following us. Sit tight. I'll speed up. Su Dai's eyes narrowed. She stepped hard on the accelerator and sped up the car, starting a chase. Chin Bayuan couldn't help but look at him in a new light. I thought you were a road killer. I didn't expect you to be a racer. That's because you look down on women in your bones. Let me tell you, the women around me are not worse than men at all. On the contrary, they are much better than men. When I was studying in England, there were always reporters following me. My technique is also practiced. Not bad, right? Not bad, Su Dai smiled. It's too difficult to get your approval. The sports car continued to accelerate, and after more than an hour of chasing, they finally got rid of the reporter's car. The domestic reporters are more difficult to deal with than the foreign ones. They refuse to let go even after following us for more than a dozen streets. But it feels so good. I haven't driven so fast in a long time. Usually, when a girl encountered such a situation, they would either panic or jump up and down in anger. However, Su Dai was quite open-minded and treated it as a game. This was the first time he felt respect for a woman. Where do you want to go next? I don't know. I just want to get drunk. Sure, I have an apartment nearby that has a lot of wine collection. How about going there? Don't get the wrong idea. We're civilized people, just drinking and not having sex. You're the one who got the wrong idea. Chin Bayuan wasn't in the mood to joke with her. He muttered in a low voice. I'm just thinking how good it would be if I don't have to wake up and face all this when I'm drunk. Su Dai heard what he said, but she didn't say anything. In fact, at this time, no matter how much reason or encouragement she said, it would be useless. The most practical thing was to accompany him to get drunk to vent his feelings. The two went upstairs. The sky was already dark, and the lights were waning. From the balcony of Su Dai's apartment, they could see the bright lights of the city in the distance. These are the good wines that I've painstakingly collected. You're lucky today. Su Dai carried a few bottles of wine over and poured 2 glasses. The 2 glasses made a crisp sound when they touched each other. The strong wine slid down his throat. Standing on the balcony and looking at the lights in the distance, the depressed feeling that had been suppressed in his heart dissipated a little. Sometimes, when you stand high and see far, people become insignificant. You also become insignificant, and the pain also shrinks. Su Dai said softly, "Look at this city. It looks so prosperous, but how many people are really happy? Different things are happening at every window and in every family, but everyone will still insist on living. So, you're not the only one suffering. There's nothing you can't get through. The most important thing is that your faith is still there. You have to know what you're living for. A few decades of life is to taste all kinds of flavors in order to have a rich life. Compared to others, you're already much better. You don't know how many people are eager to live your life." Chin Bayuan smiled bitterly. His mood was very complicated. Maybe he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Everyone envied him. He enjoyed a lot of convenience that his family brought him, including honor and money. Now it was time for him to take responsibility. "I'm a man. Do I still need your comfort? Tsk, look at your male chauvinism again. As long as you're made of flesh and blood, you have emotions and times when you're sad. This kind of thing doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. This habit of yours is not good. I'll have to slowly correct you in the future." Saying the word future, Su Dai was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, Chin Bayuan didn't seem to be listening to her, so he didn't care about it. Su Dai quietly blushed. She was glad that she drank and could use this as a cover. She was indeed a very warm-hearted person. She was the kind of person who would do anything for her friends. But, as Chin Bayuan said, the two of them weren't even friends at all. She always paid attention to his matters. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Could this be love? Su Dai shivered. Impossible. How could she fall in love with such an arrogant and despotic rich kid? She used to hate this type of man the most. She looked down on them. But Sometimes, standing by his side, she didn't know why her heart would race a little and she would feel nervous. Just like now, her eyes couldn't stop looking at him. There was a little burning feeling in her heart. It was as if there was a fire burning in her. It also felt like there was a little rabbit jumping around. It felt very strange. Maybe it was because he was handsome. Her feelings for him were just the most simple rise and fall of hormones. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at handsome men. Even if there were a lot of outstanding men around her, Qin Baiyuan still belonged to the kind of extremely stunning appearance. She didn't know what to say. Her throat was itchy. She simply didn't look at him. She looked at the distant lights of the city. She just felt that it was also good to stand together quietly. What plans do you have next? What plans can I have? Like you said, no matter how hard life is, don't you still have to live on? You're still so young. You can't live under the shadow of the previous generation and the shadow of the failure of your marriage. Your life is still so long. This is just a turning point. And a turning point means a new beginning. Perhaps that will be a very beautiful period of life. The premise is that you can walk out of the shadow and walk the path well. Qin Baiyuan shrugged. I don't know. I'm not in a mood to think about that for now. I can only take it one step at a time. I'll think about it after I solve the crisis in Blue Sky. It's still the same. I'll help you. Don't be afraid. I didn't expect that the person who would help me unconditionally at this time would be you. That's why I say life is really wonderful. As long as you keep moving forward, you will always meet different people. There will be many wonderful encounters that you can't imagine. Maybe the one who can save you is waiting for you up ahead. My destined goddess has appeared. Unfortunately, I didn't know about it and missed her. But Sure Shu Jing isn't the only woman in the world. But to me, she is the one and only. As long as she is there, I can't see anyone else. This sentence was like a needle pricking Su Dai's heart. For no reason, a faint sour feeling spread. This was the first time she had tasted this sour feeling. It was completely unfamiliar to her, so she was a little afraid and didn't know how to describe this feeling. Was she jealous? No, she didn't even like Qin Baiyuan. So how could she be jealous? She was thinking too much. Ring, ring, ring. His phone suddenly rang. As soon as Qin Baiyuan picked up, he heard Yin Jingqi crying. Something big happened. Sure Shu Jing was discharged from the hospital. As soon as she entered the house, she found that the house was filled with colorful balloons and pink flags. On the wall, there were red balloons that spelled out the words Happy Home. This surprised her, because Si Wenshen was never the kind of man who liked to create small surprises and romance. She covered her mouth in surprise. When did you set this up? Before I picked you up from the hospital. Si Wenshen hugged her waist from behind and kissed her fragrant neck. Baby, do you like it? Of course I like it. Sure Shu Jing nodded vigorously. Which woman doesn't like surprises? Thank you for being so attentive. You're my woman, so of course I have to be attentive to you. Besides, this is nothing. This is a grand welcome for you. In the future, except for prenatal and childbirth, we won't go to the hospital anymore, okay? I won't let you get hurt again. I seem to be going there a lot recently. I don't like it either. It's more comfortable at home. But most importantly, you're by my side as always. Thank you, Wenshen. Chapter 285. After the shower, Sure Shu Jing washed away the smell of the hospital medicine and her exhaustion. She curled up on the sofa in the living room and played with the iPad. Si Wenshan cut a plate of oranges and brought it over. Have some fruit. More? I just finished my meal. I can't eat anymore. Sure Shu Jing touched her round belly. Later, I'm on Taobao. Si Wenshan sat next to her and leaned over to take a look. What did you buy this time? Sure enough, women were deep in Taobao. She had been shopping with the iPad every day for the past few days. I haven't bought anything yet. I'll look at the shopping agents first, such as baby clothes, cradles, cars, diapers, baby bottles, etc. I'll buy them overseas. I'm more confident in their quality. Si Wenshan was speechless. You don't need to worry about those things. I'll prepare them a month in advance. Leave them to me. Men are not as meticulous as women. They'll definitely miss some things. It's better for me to do it myself. Can your silly little brain be smarter than me? Sure, Shu Jing made a face at him. When it comes to Taobao, men are really not as smart as women. I'll compare the goods, okay? Si Wen-shan wagged his finger. You're not as domineering as the CEO's wife. Those who don't know might think that I'm stingy with you. I know you have money, but you can't spend it recklessly. You can't lose the beauty of being thrifty, understand? Yes, I understand. But it's not good for your spine if you keep your head down every day. Didn't the doctor say that you should use less electronic devices during pregnancy to prevent radiation? Ah, okay, I know. You're so long-winded. Sure, Shu Jing stuck out her tongue at him and put the iPad aside. Help me get the nail clippers. My nails are too long and uncomfortable. I'll cut them for you. See, when Shan took the nail clippers from the drawer and pulled her hand to his knee. I can do this kind of small thing myself. I'm not a child anymore. I can cut them myself. You've been lowering your head today. You can't press your spine anymore. Be good and don't move. Leave it to me. Even if it was a small matter like cutting her nails, Si Wen-shan was still very focused. It was as if he was reviewing a contract worth hundreds of millions. He was very serious, afraid that the cutting would hurt her. Every time he cut a nail, he would help her polish it and scrape it twice on himself to ensure that there were no thorns. What moved Shu Jing the most was often these small details. A man who could shake the world was willing to lower his head to do these small things for a woman. This was true love. His love for her was not to say that he gave her a glorious identity or how much wealth he gave her, but at the same time he could give her everything. He was willing to spoil her like an ordinary man. Any woman would desire to be held in the palm of a man's hand, but to be pampered and loved like a little baby, she really felt very happy. After cutting his fingers, Si Wen-shan simply cut off Shu Jing's toes as well. I heard that it's easy to have edema in the later stages of pregnancy, and it's not convenient to bend when the belly is big. So from now on, I will learn to cut your toes, help you wash your feet, and massage them. It's better for me to be prepared. Shu Jing said happily. You're so good to me. Here, I'll reward you with a piece of orange. Si Wen-shan took a bite and touched her face. Hey, how can you touch my face with your hands that have touched my feet? You don't even like your own feet? You're so annoying. I'm ignoring you. Si Wen-shan was too meticulous in his work, and it took him a long time to cut his toes. Shu Jing did not have much patience, so she secretly looked at the iPad again and went to the forum page. Suddenly, a message popped up on the screen. She quickly poked it, and some erotic photos popped up, giving her a shock. The main characters in the photos were Yin Jingqi and Tang Nanli. Some of them were in the hotel, and some were on the bed. Ah, sure, Shu Jing screamed in fright. What? Did I cut you? No, look at these photos. Previously, Su Zhixian used these photos to threaten Qin Baiyuan to get married, but she has now been locked up in a mental hospital. Who sent those photos? Si Wen-shan frowned. It's very likely that this person sent the photos to Su Zhixian, and Su Zhixian was also used by him. What should we do now? Qin Yining's matter has already caused a huge blow to Qin Baiyuan. If the photos were to spread, Shu Jing's face turned pale just thinking about it. She hurriedly grabbed Si Wen-shan's hand. Help him. I know. I owe him a favor. I will return it to him. Si Wen-shan took out his phone and ordered the person on the other side. Delete all the photos of Yin Jingqi on the internet. Completely block the news and prohibit the media from exposing it. In addition, find out who sent these photos. Even if it's blocked, it's useless. There must be a lot of people who have seen it. Those who have seen it will definitely save it and spread it privately, Si Wen-shan nodded. I can only ask the media to block the news and prohibit more photos from circulating through various channels. However, it's really difficult to stop private dissemination. Qin Baiyuan must know about this as well. Shu Jing was worried. Yin Jingqi deserves it, but the Qin family is already at the heart of the storm. If such a scandal is exposed, the Qin family's reputation will be ruined. Don't worry, with me here, the Qin family won't be destroyed. Shu Jing, look at me. You believe in my ability, right? Qin Baiyuan has done you a favor. In the future, his business is my business. I will definitely take care of it until the end. I'm already thinking of ways to save Blue Sky. It will not collapse. As for Yin Jingqi's scandal, everyone will naturally forget about it after some time. Sure, Xu Jing sighed and nodded. That's the only way. However, with Yin Jingqi's identity, a scandal is enough to destroy her. Even if the media doesn't spread it, everyone knows what kind of person she is and will look down on her. In the future, she can only live in the disdain and criticism of everyone. She is an adult and should be responsible for her own actions. Since she can do it, regardless of whether she is prepared to bear it or not, she has to accept it and face it herself. As for Qin Baiyuan, he has survived Qin Yuning's matter. He will definitely be able to handle this matter. Don't worry too much. Sure, Xu Jing leaned into Si Wenqin's arms. His heart was a little heavy. Qin Baiyuan has done some terrible things in the past, and he is a bit too arrogant, but I understand him. He is not a bad person. I hope the heavens don't torture him so much. He deserves to be happy. As soon as the photo was circulated on various channels, Yin Jingqi wanted to delete it. Unfortunately, after Qin Yuning's accident, the media did not buy her account and ignored her. She could only call Qin Baiyuan and complain. Son, I know I did something wrong, but your father doesn't love me at all, nor does he care about me. Who knows the bitterness in my heart? I can only swallow it. I am wrong, but I'm also a victim. I really don't know what to do now. Those people on the internet are all scolding me. I really don't have the face to live anymore. I also don't have the face to face you. You must look down on my father. I might as well die. Qin Baiyuan's face turned green and his mind was in a mess. But he still forced himself to calm down and comfort her. Mom, calm down first. Things are not as serious as you think. Let me handle it, okay? It's fine. Yin Jingqi's voice was very loud, so Su Dai, who was next to her, heard it very clearly. She was already checking on her phone. Qin Baiyuan asked hurriedly after hanging up the phone. How is it? Is it a lot? The photos have been deleted, and all the major media outlets don't dare to report on it. I think it must be Brother C who helped. But according to what I asked, it has been circulating for half an hour. I'm afraid many people have seen it. Su Dai couldn't find it on the forum. It was her friend who sent her a photo. It was really outrageous, so much so that she didn't know what to say. Are you okay? Qin Baiyuan clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Who is it that wants to force the Qin family into a dead end? Even at this time, can't you let my mom go? Damn it. Bang! He smashed a glass of wine on the table. Su Dai's body trembled. Qin Baiyuan's face was ashen. He looked very ferocious and a little scary. Brother C has done what he should. There is no other way now. I can only hope that the people who know about this will forget about it as soon as possible. Actually, this kind of thing is common overseas. Which wealthy family doesn't have some scandals? Everyone is just watching the show. After the show, they will forget about it. No one will keep holding on to it. Just think about it, okay? Su Dai also knew that her words were dry, but this kind of thing was really not easy to comfort. You don't know anything. Qin Baiyuan's face was pale. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. You don't know anything, Qin Baiyuan? Don't be like this. It will get better. Will it? I don't know what's good and what's bad now. Maybe I'm a jinx. Stay away from me, or else you will be dragged down with me. Don't say that. Stay away from me. Qin Baiyuan flung her hand away and roared. He rushed out of the door as if he was looking for someone to fight to the death. In the dark forest, there was a cloud of black fog that kept invading her pores. She felt cold all over. Sure, Xu Jing was lost in this scary forest. He walked for a long time, but he couldn't find the exit. Wenshun, where are you? Wenshun, she called out, but there was no reply. As she walked, she suddenly heard a girl crying. Her voice was hoarse from crying. It was very pitiful. Save me, save me. The girl reached out to her for help. The man raised his head. Sure, Xu Jing was shocked. He looked like Si Wenshun, but it was not the gentle him. Instead, it was a ferocious and cold man. The girl also changed into her face and begged in despair. Save me. Save me, no. No. Sure, Xu Jing woke up from the nightmare with a start. He was covered in cold sweat. Si Wenshun immediately sat up. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Yes. I've been dreaming of a man raping a girl for the past few days. Shu Jing wiped his forehead. It was full of sweat, and his eyes were wide open because of fear. Wen Chun, I actually saw that the man was you, and the girl was me. That scared me. It's okay. It's just a nightmare. Chapter 286. It was probably because Yin Zizhuang's death had agitated her. She would often dream of that night a few years ago. If this continued, she would remember it sooner or later. He could have told her, but she had suffered too much, and he could not bear to hurt her again. He was cowardly. Subconsciously, he was still holding on to a fluke, thinking that maybe she would not remember it. But now, she was dreaming more and more frequently, and the ominous feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Baby, it's okay. I'm here. Sure, Shujing's emotions gradually calmed down, and his face was tired. I don't know what's going on with me. I always have nightmares about those messy things. This time, I actually think that the man is you. How is that possible? It's ridiculous. It's okay. Don't think too much. Go back to sleep. Sure, Shujing lay back down, but when she closed her eyes, she still felt a little afraid. She turned around and leaned into his arms, using his chest as a pillow, listening to his heartbeat to sleep. She trusted him so much and relied on him. Si Wenqin did not dare to imagine how she would face him when she found out that the person who hurt her a few years ago was him. Would she hate him? Shu Jing, I'm sorry. However, he could not say this sentence out loud and could only repeat it in his heart. The weather in December was already very cold. Fortunately, it was warmer during the day when the sun shone brightly. Yang Yizhou's body had almost recovered. These days, she often saw Si Wenqin and Shu Jing on the news. Her mood was a mess, and she thought that it was all Shu Jing's fault, ruining his reputation, and her resentment towards her deepened. When a nurse told her that Shu Jing was waiting for her in the garden downstairs, Qin Yaxiang refused and deliberately did not go. More than an hour later, she looked out of the window and saw that Shu Jing was still sitting there quietly. She frowned, but decided to go down in case Shu Jing thought that she was avoiding him. There were many children playing in the garden, and one of them, a little fatty, bumped into Shu Jing and almost knocked her down. The little fatty was frightened and kept apologizing. However, Shu Jing didn't blame him. Instead, he gently patted his head and said, "It's okay. Be careful when you play." Whenever she saw an elderly person unable to move, she would help them up and take good care of them. Yang Yizhou wanted to say that Shu Jing was hypocritical, but there was no one else around. Who was she acting for? Moreover, she was a good judge of character. She had always felt that Shu Jing was not a vile girl. She just didn't want to admit it. Because she was divorced, she believed that she was unbearable. However, does divorce really mean that one's character is bad? Not necessarily. Just like her divorce with Sibo Hong, it wasn't her fault. It was because Sibo Hong had too many women outside and didn't respect her at all. He only treated her as a tool to bear his children. As for Qin Baiyuan, he seemed to be in a similar situation. Therefore, Shu Jing's divorce was understandable. Yang Yizhou shook her head and didn't allow herself to be soft-hearted towards her. For the sake of her son, she had to show the toughest attitude and oppose it to the end. She walked over, and Shu Jing immediately called out meekly, "Auntie." Yang Yizhou raised her chin and looked very disdainful. It seemed that she didn't like her no matter how she looked at her. "Why are you looking for me? Why do you want to meet me here secretly? Sneaking around?" "I didn't. I just thought that the weather was very good and wanted you to come out to bask in the sun." "Don't be hypocritical. Now that Wenqin is not here, don't pretend to be a good person. If you have anything to say, just say it. I hate hypocritical people the most. I just happened to be free today, so I came to visit you. Nothing else. You don't come to the temple for no reason. Don't tell me that you just happen to be free. It's true. You see, I'm pregnant now, and I don't go to work. I have nothing to do every day. It's boring to stay at home. It's better to come out and relax." Yang Yizhou put on airs and let out a heavy humph through his nose. "You don't have to emphasize that you're pregnant. I won't acknowledge the one in your stomach. Regardless of whether you acknowledge it or not, he is Wenshin's child and the flesh and blood of the Sea family. Of course, I didn't come here to say this. I just feel that I didn't do well in the past. I didn't take the initiative to visit you and always made you angry. It's really my fault. Now that I'm pregnant, I can understand your feelings better. Actually, you don't hate me that much. You just think that I stole Wenshan, right? You think that he loves me too much and neglected you, so you're a little mentally unbalanced. Yang Ijo's expression changed slightly, but she still had a sour expression on her face. Don't flatter yourself. I don't care to compare myself to you. I just hate you. Sure, Shu Jing suddenly felt that Yang Ijo was a little willful, but it was the kind of childish and cute willfulness. It was said that the elderly were like children. Wasn't Yang Ijo the same? Especially since she brought up Si Wenshan alone, she must have valued her son more than anything else. She must have felt like she stole her son away. I'm very sorry that I left you with a bad impression in the past. I'm willing to change, but I must clarify something to you. Wenshan will always be your son. I won't steal him away, nor can I steal him away. Perhaps I gave you the misconception that you'll lose your son if you have me, but I'll work hard to make you feel like you're not losing a son, but gaining a daughter. I'll take care of you with Wenshan, and our future children will be filial to you. Yang Ijo was surprised to hear these words from Shi Shujing. Even though she didn't think Shi Shujing had a bad character, he definitely didn't know etiquette, didn't respect his elders, and didn't know how to conduct himself. Anyway, he wasn't as good as Tang Tang at making her happy. She could actually speak like a human. Actually, I'm very grateful to you, really. Both you and Wenshan's father are against us, but you didn't use any tricks. This is already very good. In fact, after so many things, you should be clear that Wenshan and I will never break up. If we were really going to break up, we would have broken up a long time ago. But we're still together now, and we will continue to persevere in the future. No one can break us up. I'm not saying this to pressure you. I'm just stating a fact. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. At the same time, I also want you to know that I'm not your enemy. In the future, if it's possible, I hope to be the closest person to you. You know what happened to my mother, right? Shi Shujing smiled bitterly. Yang Ijo didn't say anything. In fact, because of this matter, she also sympathized with Shi Shujing. This was probably why she came down to meet her. No matter how tough her attitude was on the outside, she was a person who was easily soft-hearted. She knew how much harm it would bring. So while she hated her, she couldn't help but sympathize with her. In the past, I was in pain every day. It was Wenshan who accompanied me and guided me bit by bit. Then I slowly got over it. After this incident, I understand the importance of family. I regret not fulfilling my responsibility as a daughter and taking good care of my mother. Now it's all too late. So, I don't want to leave behind such regrets for you. I don't know what kind of accident or misfortune will happen in the future, so the only thing I can grasp is now. I was too stubborn in the past. Because Tang Tang had a problem with you, I kept avoiding you, but I didn't find a reason for myself. If I had behaved better, maybe you wouldn't have rejected me so much. These words caused Yang Ijo's expression to change a little as he frowned. You also know that it's your fault? Yes. As a junior, I shouldn't have been angry with you. I shouldn't have considered the problem from my own point of view. I shouldn't have only cared about my own feelings. I sincerely apologize to you here, and I hope you can forgive me. Don't think that I will forgive you just by saying a few words of apology. I'm not that gullible. You also know that I hate you very much. But compared to the time when you were so impolite, you seem to be a little better today. However, it's not that easy for me to accept you. It's useless to just say it. If you're really sincere, don't talk so much nonsense. Prove it to me with your actions so that I can change my opinion of you. Shi Shujing's eyes lit up. So, you're willing to give me a chance? I didn't say that. How you act is your own business. As for whether I accept you or not, it's my business. I'm not that easy to fool. But Shi Shujing had already seen the light of hope, and he nodded vigorously. Thank you, Auntie. I will definitely prove it. Yang Ijo nodded reluctantly. To be honest, she had no other choice. She could clearly see how serious her son was about this relationship. Since she couldn't change the result, she might as well try to give Shujing a chance. After all, there was nothing more important than Wenshun in this world. The reporters couldn't make a fuss with Blue Sky and Qin Baiyuan, so they went to Shangyang. As soon as Lan left the company, she was surrounded by reporters. She was protected by 2 assistants and wore sunglasses, but her attitude was natural and unrestrained. She didn't dodge, and she had the demeanor of a strong woman, full of domineering. The reporters scrambled to ask, "Boss C, do you know that Qin Yuning was arrested for money laundering? Such a big matter, and now the entire Flozen city is in an uproar. If I say I don't know, would you believe me?" When the reporters saw that she could still joke, they became even bolder. "You and Qin Yuning haven't divorced yet. Have you visited him? Did you know about his money laundering? Will you help Blue Sky? What are your plans for the future?" Lan curled her red lips. "That's interesting. My marriage with Qin Yuning has long been in name. If you want to ask, you should ask that fox spirit Jingqi. All these years, she has been by his side. Oh, when you ask her, help me ask her what it feels like to betray someone after stealing her husband. She's really the best among women." Chapter 287. Why aren't you saying anything? Isn't Jingqi's betrayal something that everyone in Flozen City knows? Even if your reporters don't report it, everyone knows. Paper can't wrap fire. If you dare to do it, you have to take responsibility for it. If you become a whore, do you still want to maintain a clean and tidy memorial? I think the Qin family is finished. One is in jail, and the other betrayed. Really? I can't stand it anymore. I've said it before. Heaven is watching what people do. It's not that there won't be retribution. It's just that the time is not right. Qin Yuning has been famous for so many years, but in the end, didn't he end up in jail? TSK. How pitiful. You want to ask me what I think? I'm saying that people can't do bad things. Otherwise, retribution will come sooner or later. How tragic. Lan smiled proudly and sat in the limousine. Ocean Group's CEO's office. The assistant knocked on the door, walked in, and bowed respectfully. CEO. Si Wenshun sat in a large office chair, facing the window, overlooking the world under his feet. His brows were deeply furrowed, and he was slightly lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking, but his expression was somewhat dignified. The assistant knew that he was thinking, so he did not speak. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Si Wenshun turned around and looked at him with a calm gaze. "Have you found out? I've investigated. The photos on the forum were posted using a coffee shop's wireless network. The time of posting was between 7 o'clock and 7:15. This is the surveillance video of that time period." The assistant played it on the computer. Si Wenshun stared at the screen. There were more than 10 customers in the coffee shop, all using computers or mobile phones. Most of them are connected to the public network, so it's impossible to determine who it is. Si Wenshun's sharp eyes swept across everyone, and suddenly locked onto a woman wearing a cap and a red tracksuit by the window. She kept her head down, as if afraid of being recognized. The video was too blurry, so her computer screen could not be seen clearly. 10 minutes later, when the waiter served the coffee, she hurriedly looked up and hurriedly said, "Thank you." Her hand subconsciously half-closed the computer. She was a little far from the camera, so her silhouette was very blurry, but after careful identification, Si Wenshun still recognized that the person was Tang Tang. It was actually her. This was beyond Si Wenshun's expectations, but it was also within her expectations. It looked like she had done a lot of things that he didn't know about. Tang Tang had just found a new job. When she got off work, she suddenly received a call from Si Wenshun, who asked her to meet him at a cafe near the company. If it was in the past, she would have been very happy and dressed up. But now, she didn't dare to have any hope for him. Instead, she was afraid that he would take the initiative to ask her out. Could it be that he had already suspected her? Tang Tang's heart was in a mess, and she was terrified and uneasy. He got out of the car with a heavy heart. When he looked up, he realized that he was in the same cafe again. That uneasy feeling grew stronger. She turned around and wanted to leave, but Si Wenshun who was sitting by the window, had already seen her. His eyes were firmly locked on her, making her feel like she had nowhere to escape. She could only bite the bullet and walk in. "Hi." Tang Tang greeted him and lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. "You just got off work?" Si Wenshin's gaze and tone were meaningful. "Yes. I'm working at a nearby TV station as a reporter." "Oh, how's work?" The more casual his tone was, the more uneasy and guilty Tang Tang felt. His fingers were tightly clenched under the table, and his palms were sweating. "It's all right. That's it. I'm going to Turkey next month." "Oh." Si Wenshan took a sip of coffee and didn't say anything again. Tang Tang's heart was in his throat, and his body couldn't stop trembling. "You? Why are you free to look for me today?" "Nothing, it's just that I haven't seen you for a long time. So I asked you out for coffee." "Why? Are you so surprised that I'm looking for you? What are you nervous about?" "No, nothing. I'm not nervous." Tang Tang stuttered a little. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, very anxious. "I just didn't expect you to suddenly think of me." Si Wenshan smiled deeply, and that smile made Tang Tang's hair stand on end. "This cafe is not bad. Have you been here before?" No. It's my first time here." "Really? Didn't you sit in this seat the last time I came here?" Tang Tang's body trembled violently, and some coffee splashed on the table. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you going to continue to play dumb in front of me? When you posted those photos of Chi, you were sitting in this seat." Sure enough, he came for that matter. Tang Tang knew he couldn't avoid it, but he was still stubbornly resisting. "I really don't understand. 3 days ago at 7 o'clock, you posted photos of Chi on several forums, and it was separated at 7:15. See when Sean held up the phone in front of her eyes. "This is what the surveillance camera captured that day." I don't know any Chi at all. I don't know what you're talking about." This woman was wearing a cap, and I couldn't even see her face clearly. "How did you recognize me?" "We've known each other for so many years, and we know each other very well. Are you sure you want to continue to quibble? If I didn't have full confidence, I wouldn't come to you. Since I came to find you, then this matter must have been done by you." Si Wenshin's voice was loud and clear, and every word collided in Tang Tang's heart. Her face had turned pale, and she trembled uneasily, struggling to defend herself. But in the end, she was silent. "Who instructed you to do this?" "No one, it was me. I can understand that you teamed up with Jiang Biki before, but you have no reason to deal with Chi. I hate everyone related to Shi Shujing. Qin Baiyuan has been helping Shi Shujing. I hate him very much, but I can't do anything to him, so I have to deal with Chi. Really? Your reason is not tenable at all." Si Wenshin snorted. "You don't even dare to look up at me." It's not that I don't dare, I just don't have the face to see you." "But what does Chi have to do with you? I helped you take revenge on the Qin family. Shouldn't you thank me?" Si Wenshan shook his head. "When did you become full of lies and have a heart of a snake and scorpion? But I won't believe this excuse of yours. Let me ask you again, who instructed you to do this?" His eyes were as sharp as X-rays, and Tang Tang's heart was in a mess. She didn't dare to lie, and she couldn't lie. He could see all the dark and dirty corners of her heart clearly, and it made her feel so despicable and disgusting. Her heart was beating wildly, and the top of her head was sweating. Her brain was fighting fiercely, and her lips were trembling. Should she say it? Should she tell him that everything was arranged by Ceylon? Should she tell him that she suspected Ceylon? Should she tell him that Ceylon was a dangerous woman who might harm him? But she didn't have any solid evidence. Would he believe her? Moreover, if she betrayed Ceylon, she would not let her go. Si Wenshin already knew that there must be a mastermind behind her, and his eyes darkened. "Tell me, who is that person?" Ceylon's name was at the tip of Tang Tang's tongue. "Oh, what a coincidence, you two are here too." A light voice sounded above her head, scaring Tang Tang. She looked at Ceylon uneasily, and the warning in her eyes made her tremble. She didn't dare to say anything. "I was having a meeting nearby, and came over with a friend to chat. I didn't expect to meet you too." "Tang Tang, did I remember wrongly? We met in England a few years ago. Do you still remember?" Tang Tang's reaction was slow for a few seconds before she nodded slowly. Hello. What are you talking about? Wenshun, if Sir Shujing knew that you met with your ex-girlfriend, would she eat you up? After all, women are very petty when it comes to their ex-girlfriends. I was just joking, Miss Tang. Please don't mind me. I won't. I'll leave first. Goodbye. Tang Tang ran away. Ceylon narrowed her eyes. There was a kind of fox-like danger in her. She remained calm and collected. But Si Wenshan had already seen through everything, and he became agitated. Since your relationship isn't ordinary, why hide it? Pretend that you don't know her. What do you mean? I've only met Miss Tang once, and I didn't expect to meet you here. I don't think it's as simple as a coincidence. You're afraid that she will expose you, but your appearance is equivalent to exposing yourself. It wasn't that Si Wenshun didn't think that the person who wanted to kill Qin and Yin Jingqi might be Ceylon. But if Tang Tang was being used by her, then it was very likely that she had done more than this, and it might have something to do with Sir Shujing. Si Wenshun didn't want to think about it, because Ceylon was one of the people closest to him, and he couldn't bear the betrayal of the person closest to him. Ceylon looked him in the eye and chuckled. You saw through it so quickly. It's really not fun. She didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy. She was very natural and in a good mood. She asked the waiter to bring a cup of coffee. What's with that look? Are you going to criticize me? Is it wrong for me to take revenge on the person who interfered? You know very well how Qin Yuning treated me back then. You once said that you would take revenge for me, but I stopped you. I stopped you back then not because I was soft-hearted, but because I had been waiting for this day. I was waiting for this adulterous couple to lose all their reputation. Qin Yuning deserved to die when he went to prison. As for Yin Jingqi, since she betrayed him, she deserved to end up like this. I already knew that this day would come for a slut like her. I didn't force her to betray me. I only exposed those photos. What's wrong with that? I don't care if you deal with Yin Jingqi, but why did you use Tang Tang? She wouldn't work for you for no reason. What benefits did you give her? Did you arrange for her and Su Zhixian to join hands to harm Sir Shujing? Aren't you thinking too much? I only did one thing, and you pushed all the blame onto me. I'm really wronged. That's right, there's no free lunch in this world. I promise to help Tang Tang snatch you back. Sis. Chapter 288. I know you'll hate me, but that's our dad. I can't watch him get into trouble. You've been abroad most of the time, so you don't know how bad his health is. But I'm by his side every day. How can I bear to watch you anger him to death? If you're against me, just say it. Why do you have to play dirty tricks behind my back? I'm not playing dirty tricks. I just want you to leave Sir Shujing. To be honest, I'm conflicted too. I'm really happy for you when I see you and Sir Shujing being so happy together. But when I get home and see that Dad's life is worse than death because of you, Wenshun, you're still young. You can take the blow, but Dad is already so old. How many years does he have left to live? Can't you just follow his wishes and wait for him to pass away before you get together with Sir Shujing? Ceylon tried her best to persuade him. She looked like she was in a dilemma between a good sister and a good daughter. She knew that Si Wenshun was very loyal to his family. That was why she said that on purpose to get rid of the responsibility. On the contrary, if she continued to deny it, it would only increase his suspicions. Ceylon used the psychological method and continued. You don't know how difficult it is for me to be stuck between the two of you. You're both flesh and blood, and you're fighting to the death. I can only be a mediator in the middle. There are a lot of things that I can't do, but I can promise you that I've never thought of hurting Sir Shujing. I just want you to temporarily separate and give Dad a chance to breathe. If you were in my shoes, I think you'd be in the same difficult position. I really didn't play dirty tricks, and I didn't betray you. You've been with me since you were young. You know how I treat you. Why would I hurt you? Although we have the same father but different mothers, we're closer than real siblings. When I took care of you in the past, I treated you like a sister and a mother. I don't have children, so you're the closest person to me. I hope you can understand my difficulties and understand my painstaking efforts. Ceylon used the past to play the family card. Si Wenqin couldn't help but be moved. Sister, I know you're in a difficult position. Dad and I have already fallen out, and I don't want to have a falling out with you anymore. No matter what you made Tang Tang do, I won't pursue it anymore. I hope the whole thing ends here. Can you promise me that? I didn't do anything to hurt Shi Shu Jing. You're thinking too seriously. But if you insist on a promise, I can assure you. We've been siblings for so many years. Don't you trust me? Ceylon smiled smugly. She knew that Si Wenshun wouldn't pursue her responsibility. Otherwise, she wouldn't have admitted it just now. All right, let bygones be bygones. Since I said I won't pursue it anymore, let's not talk about it anymore. Don't have any grudges in your heart because of that and affect our relationship. Okay. Just remember one thing. You will always be my dearest little brother. Nothing can change that. The streetlights were low, and the light was dim. A caravan was parked on the side of the road, and the figure inside was blurry. Not long after, another car drove over. The woman got out of the car and got into the caravan. How is it? How did Wenshun? Before Tang Tang could finish his words, he was slapped. Pa! The slap was fast and vicious. She was stunned for a few seconds. She was very angry, but she didn't dare to curse. Why did you hit me? You almost betrayed me and ruined my plans. Why shouldn't I hit you? I didn't say it was you. If I didn't come, would you have betrayed me? Ceylon smiled coldly. Do you really think I don't know what you're doing? I'm watching your every move. I was forced. Wenshun pressured me. Even if I wanted to lie to him, I couldn't. It's your business that you're useless. Don't try to drag me down with you. But as soon as you appeared, didn't he know it was you? If I didn't come, you would have betrayed me. I might as well admit it. You admitted it? What did you say? Wenshun didn't ask for the details. I didn't say it either. But he said it's over and he won't pursue it. Tang Tang was skeptical. Really? I brought him up. Do you think he'll turn his gun on me? He's a person who values relationships. No matter what I do, he'll forgive me. Tang Tang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then let's stop here. You don't want him anymore. I want him, but I've done so many things in vain. You're his sister. He can forgive you, but he won't be soft-hearted towards me. He's already on his guard. If I do anything else, he'll definitely kill me. Look at your guts. What can you do? With me around, you won't die. That's not for sure, Tang Tang mumbled softly. I'm just a chess piece. If something really happens, will you care about my life? As long as you're still useful, I won't let you die. Sealand's face in the darkness was as dark as a female demon. But if you dare to be disloyal to me, I'll make you suffer more than death. Tang Tang shivered. She regretted it. She regretted that she had cooperated with Ceylon despite knowing that she was a vicious and merciless woman. In the end, she had become her chess piece and was monitored at every turn. If this continued, her mind would collapse. Wenshun, I can't afford it. I don't want it anymore. You can do whatever you want in the future. I'll quit. Quit? Hee. I gave you a chance to quit before. You rejected it. Now, you can't even quit. Why? Anyways, Wenshun already knows what I've done. He doesn't plan to pursue it. As long as I leave this place, he won't do anything to me. Even if he doesn't do anything to you, will Yin Jingqi let you go? She's 10,000 times more vicious than me. If she finds out that you exposed her lewd photos, Ceylon purposely didn't continue. It was even more dangerous. You were the one who asked me to do it. So what? What did she do to me? She can't win against me. She'll only vent her anger on you. At that time, finding a dozen men to molest you would be considered a light punishment. Tang Tang's face was pale. Every pore was filled with fear. I've done so much for you. You can't do that to me. Ceylon lit a cigarette and gestured elegantly with her thumb and middle finger. However, what she was doing was a shady business where no blood was shed. Do things for me? Don't make it sound so noble. You're doing it for yourself. I didn't ask you to do anything for me. You were the one who wanted to gamble. You were greedy. Humans are selfish. As long as there's a common interest, we can continue working together, right? You're already on my boat. Whether you want Wenshun or not, you have to listen to my arrangements. Your life is in my hands. If I want you to die, then die. Whatever I want you to do, you have to do. Tang Tang gritted her teeth. You're so ruthless. It's not the first time you know that I'm ruthless. If I wasn't ruthless, would I be where I am today? As for you, I used to treat you well. But now, you're so weak that I look down on you. Whether you're willing or not, you've already come this far. You can only move forward. There's no turning back. Do you understand? You'll kill me if you do this. It's better to gamble and die than to die a useless death, isn't it? All these years, I've never lost. If you follow me, you'll naturally have your own benefits. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll inform you if I have other arrangements. Just do as I say. Ceylon returned home in a bad mood. She couldn't be bothered to act like a filial daughter in front of Sibo Hong. Anyway, no matter how good she was to him, she would be chased out or scolded by him. She didn't want to make things difficult for herself. When she got home, she threw herself into the big office chair. She pinched her forehead. Her head was aching. After all, she was getting on in years. It was easy to get headaches when she was upset. Ring, 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 her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was a private number. She closed her eyes and pinched her forehead. Who is it? Sister Lon, it's me. Hearing this, Ceylon immediately sat up. Lawyer Chun, what's up? Boss C changed his will today. Ceylon wondered if Sibo Hong had really decided to break off relations with Si Wenchen and increase her shares. Or did he just give Shang Yang to her? However, the result surprised her. According to Boss C's new will, Shang Yang will still be taken over by Si Wenchen. All of Boss C's shares, including your previous 5%, will be given to Si Wenchen. What? Ceylon slammed the table and stood up. How could this be? I'm not sure either. Anyway, that's the situation now. Ceylon was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Then what do I have left? A house in Beverly Hills and 50 million. 50 million? Ceylon was stunned. She worked hard for Shang Yang for more than 10 years. And in the end, he only gave her 50 million? Was he trying to send a beggar away? She couldn't believe that Sibo Hong would be this biased. That strong unwillingness and imbalance completely crushed the last trace of her family. All that was left in her heart was a sharp hatred. You're heartless. I'm unjust. I'll definitely make you regret treating me like this. Ceylon was so frustrated that she couldn't sleep that night. She had never been as angry as this time. She felt like she was about to explode. The next morning, she felt like someone was stabbing her head with a needle. It was so painful that she felt like all her bones were about to fall apart. Her heart ached, but her body hurt even more. When she went downstairs for breakfast, Sibo Hong was also sitting in the dining room. He looked energetic and looked good. Ceylon's heart ached. Since she hated him and blamed him, she was so angry that she wanted to curse him. Sibo Hong drank his tea and slowly raised his head to look at her. Why are you still standing there? You're an eyesore so early in the morning. Yes, she was an eyesore. In the whole world, only Si Wenchen was the best. Everyone else was just a tool in his hands. They were all dead, had no feelings, and could be trampled on as he pleased. Ceylon's anger was about to explode out of her chest. She almost tore him apart, but she held it in. People who wanted to achieve great things had to be able to keep their composure. It wasn't the right time yet. If she made a fuss now, she would only hurt herself. So, no matter how much pain she felt in her heart, she still forced a smile. Chapter 289. Why do you look so haggard? You look like a ghost. Ceylon knew that he did not say this out of concern, but because he despised her. She forced a smile and touched her face. Huh, really? Maybe I've been working too much recently, and I'm too tired. If you're tired, then don't work anymore. The company can still operate without you. Ceylon's hand paused. What did he mean by that? She felt that there was a deeper meaning behind it. Could it be that? It couldn't be that fast, right? I'll go to the company with you later. What are you going to the company for? Si Bai Hong snorted coldly. What do you mean? The company is mine. Why can't I go? No, you haven't been to the company for more than a year, and your health hasn't been good recently. I'll go if I want to. Don't talk so much nonsense. Sibo Hong stood up, not caring if Ceylon had eaten breakfast or not. It's getting late. Let's go. Ceylon Shan laughed. All right. However, in his clenched fists, his fingernails had already turned purple. Sibo Hong returned to the company, and, as usual, he went to all the departments and then called for a meeting. The shareholders and the higher management of the departments, who were rarely seen in the company, were all present. Obviously, Sibo Hong had informed them beforehand. Ceylon knew that there must be something important to announce in today's meeting. Her strong intuition told her that it would be a heavy blow to her. Sibo Hong sat in the middle, and Ceylon sat on his right, her face tense. In the past few years, because my health hasn't been good, the company was handed over to Ceylon to manage. She did a good job, and for the company to be able to reach its current scale, it is all thanks to her. Now that my health is getting better, the company will continue to be managed by me, and Ceylon will no longer be the temporary CEO. Also, I will send her to Australia to expand a new business there. Ceylon's face turned white, and she almost stood up. This sudden decision made all the managers look at each other, very surprised. Australia had just been developed. Wasn't this the same as sending her to the border? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that Sibo Hong was trying to seize power directly. To avoid leaving behind any future troubles, he kicked Ceylon away. If it was anyone else, it would be normal. But to do this to his own daughter, wasn't it a little too cruel? No matter what, Ceylon had worked in Shenyang for more than 30 years. How could you just kick her out like that? One of the shareholders said. President Ceylon is the most familiar with the company. Right now, several projects are at a critical juncture. If we suddenly transfer her away, will it what? Do you think I'm too old to manage things? The older Sibo Hong got, the more ruthless he became. He was very intimidating. His sharp eyes swept over, and the shareholder hurriedly shook his head. That's not what I meant. The power of the company is now in my hands. Ceylon is only the temporary CEO. I never thought of handing the company to her. These few words were like ruthless slaps to Ceylon's face. Her face alternated between red and white, and she bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Does anyone else have any opinions? Even if the other shareholders had opinions in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out loud. They all lowered their heads. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. Since there's none, then the meeting is adjourned. After Sibo Hong finished speaking, he left and returned to his previous office. Before he came, he had already ordered someone to clean it up. It was very clean. Just as he brewed a pot of tea, Ceylon rushed in and slammed the door loudly. Sibo Hong's hand trembled, and some tea splashed out. He frowned unhappily. Who asked you to do as you please in the company? Ceylon looked like she was bristling with anger. How could you do this to me? How did I do this to you? Didn't I just affirm your performance? After saying a few hypocritical words, you want to kick me to Australia. Is that it? I said it. I asked you to expand the business there. You put it so nicely, but in fact, it's just a banishment. You're sending me away because you don't want to stay in Shenyang. Why are you so loud? Close the door. You have to give me an explanation. Sibo Hong's attitude was already very dissatisfied. He gave the secretary outside a look before he came in and closed the door. He could smell the thick smell of gunpowder. Shenyang is mine. I can transfer him however I want. Why do I have to give you an explanation? When a boss transfers a subordinate, do I still need an explanation? Ceylon sneered. So you're saying that I'm just one of your subordinates? In the company, you've always been my subordinate. Not just in the company, I'm the same everywhere. You don't take me seriously at all. From the beginning to the end, you've only been using me. Ceylon was so angry that her eyes were red and bloodshot. I've worked hard for the company for more than 30 years. I've exhausted all my efforts. In the end, you treat me like this. Do you still have a conscience? I've said it before. I'm going to hand the company over to Wenshin. I've never given you hope. You shouldn't have had any ideas about it. Wenshin almost angered you to death, and you still want to hand it over to him? Don't forget, when you were sick all these years, when the company was in crisis, I was the one who accompanied you. It was me. Is it because I'm a woman that I have to receive such unfair treatment? What exactly did I do wrong? Ceylon vented out all the unwillingness she had for a long time and roared fiercely as she questioned him. Yes, you're wrong because you're a woman. The C family's tradition is to never hand the company over to a woman. Furthermore, the matter between you and Qin Yuning will always be the shame of the Xi family. If we hand the company over to you, Shanyang will be pointed at and humiliated because of you. What kind of pedantic thinking is this? If you say that I don't have the ability, then I have nothing to say. But whether I have the ability or not, everyone can see for themselves. I humiliated Shanyang? Don't tell me that your failed marriages are glorious. Shut up. Sibo Hong slammed the table. You don't have the right to talk to me like that. I don't have the right? Hee. Let me tell you, I'm the one with the most right. Without me, would Shanyang be where he is today? Si Wenchan doesn't care about Shanyang at all, but you forced him to give it to him. As for me, I've risked my life for Shanyang for so many years, but you've only treated me as a tool. You're the most selfish person in the world. I wanted to say these words for a long time, but I've been holding it in, wanting to use my strength to change your mind. Only today did I realize that I was wrong. Your selfishness is in your bones. Even if I exhausted my heart and soul for Shanyang, you wouldn't even look at me. Don't think that I don't know that you changed your will and gave everything to Si Wenchan. And I don't even have a single share. You reap what you sow. I warned you not to have any ideas about Shanyang, but these past few years, you've been gathering your own forces, including those shareholders just now. They're all your people. However, your wings aren't strong enough yet. After all, Shanyang is still in my hands. I've worked for the company for more than 30 years. Why can't I build my own power? Even if I become Shangyang's CEO today, there's nothing wrong with it. It's your wolf's ambition. I only let you temporarily take over for 2 years, and you really think that you're a CEO? Do you really think that I don't know anything about the little tricks you've been playing behind my back all these years? Actually, I've been keeping a close eye on you for a long time. You say that I'm selfish, but I've been giving you a chance to stop on your own, but I didn't expect that your ambition would get bigger and bigger. How can I not frustrate your spirit? After this, I think you've seen it clearly. There's no place for you in Shangyang in the future. Go to Australia. Ceylon kept smiling with tears flowing down her face. Do you think I'll be kicked away by you just like that? What can you do even if you're not willing? This is my territory, and all the power is in my hands. Wherever I tell you to go, you have to go. Also, I won't die for the time being, so don't even think about my will. If you're still stubborn, don't even mention 50 million. I won't give you a single cent. 50 million? You still have the face to say 50 million. What do you take me for? Is my 30 years of youth only worth 50 million? Do you know how much money I've earned for Shanyang? All right. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Sibo Hong waved his hand impatiently. You've said what you wanted to say, and I've heard enough. Go back and pack your things. You'll leave in 2 days. I'm not leaving. You treat me like this, and you still want me to continue working for you? Dream on. Ceylon wiped away her tears. Her tears had dried up, and only endless hatred was left. Since she had already fallen out with him, she might as well do it completely. She had already come this far, so what was there for her to be afraid of? You dare to go against my decision? Why not? Since you don't treat me as your daughter, then I don't need to care about the father-daughter relationship. Let me tell you, I'll definitely make you regret what you've done to me today. Before he got off work, Si Wenchan received a call from Shi Shujing, saying that he had an important guest at night and asked him to go home early for dinner. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Yang Yizhou sitting on the sofa and quickly walked over. Mom, why are you here? Where's Shi Shujing? Yang Yizhou frowned unhappily. Listen to your tone. It's as if I'll do something to her. What else can I do to her? You've misunderstood. I didn't misunderstand. That's what you meant. In any case, after having her, I've become a vicious character. I'm an evil old lady, and I won't let anyone see me. You know that's not what I meant. Winch on your back. Shi Shujing came out of the kitchen, wearing a Winnie the Pooh apron, and obediently helped him take off his suit jacket. I just washed the rice and put it into the rice cooker. I thought you'd be a little late. How many times have I told you not to enter the kitchen? Yang Yizhou was unhappy when she heard that. What do you mean? Don't tell me that you still have to cook for her when you come home after working so hard? Shi Shujing hurriedly gave him a look. Si Wenchan said, No, she's the one who cooks. I won't let her cook. You're pregnant, and you're still cooking? What if she knocks something? Don't you want the child anymore? Chapter 290. Now that Yang Yijo was willing to come, Si Wenshin probably understood what was going on. This was definitely a big surprise for him. Yang Yijo had always been a knot in his heart. He had been having a headache about how to ease their relationship. He didn't expect to see this scene as soon as he got home. He was really happy. Wenshin, why don't you chat with Annie first? I'm going to cook. Mom, I'm so happy that you can come. The corners of Si Wenshin's eyes were filled with joy, and even the corners of his mouth were raised. The two of them had been competing for so long, and every time they met, they would not get along. Yang Yijo had not seen him smile like this for a long time. She suddenly felt that any compromise she made was worth it. She only had this one precious son. Didn't she do so many things just to make him happy? However, Yang Yijo was also very arrogant and refused to admit it directly. Didn't you force me? If I don't come to see you, you won't come to the hospital either. I don't want to die without seeing you. How could that be? I'm afraid you won't be happy to see me. I'm not happy, but I'm even more unhappy not seeing you. You're a typical case of having a wife and not having a mother. How can I feel good about this? I'm really not. I've always been thinking about you. TSK, you're good at talking, but your actions are another matter entirely. Yang Yijo's words were still unforgiving, but it was obvious that her attitude was not as tough as before. Mom, thank you for giving Shi Shujing a chance. If you ask me whether I'm willing or not, I'm definitely not willing. I have no choice. You've been fighting against your father for so long. I know you've been under a lot of pressure. I don't want to pressure you anymore. Moreover, Shi Shujing was right about one thing. If you were going to separate, you would have separated a long time ago. You wouldn't have persisted until now. I really have no other way. Son, I do everything for you. You know that. Okay, thank you, Mom. Shi Shujing was in a good mood. He even hummed a tune while washing the tomatoes. Si Wenshin kissed her from behind, and she pouted coquettishly. Hey, your mom is still outside. I, Shujing, am really amazing. You even conquered my mother. You are really my good wife. Uh-huh. You only know how powerful I am now. However, your mother isn't giving me face. She's giving you face. No matter whose face I'm giving, you're the best. That's true. Actually, when I went to the hospital to see her that day, my heart was also in a mess. I was prepared to come back the next day with my tail between my legs and fight again the next day. To make it even more exaggerated, I had already prepared for the 8-year war, but she only made me wait for an hour. Moreover, she didn't say anything nasty. She's really a good person. She's just stubborn, but her heart is soft. Yes, otherwise how could she be my mother? Si Wenshin was so proud that he stole another kiss on her face. My wife is the best. What else do you want to do? Let me do it. No, hurry up and get out. Don't steal my chance to perform. You almost dragged me down just now. You're really a pig-like teammate. Didn't I make it up for you immediately? You bought so many vegetables. Can you do it alone? I have to. This is the first time I'm officially meeting my mother-in-law. I must perform well. Hurry up and get out, or she will think it's you again. Don't steal my credit. Okay, then I'll go out and wait for dinner. Baby, you can do it. Do you have to kiss me even when you're cooking? Yang Yijo was already standing at the entrance of the kitchen. Cooking is a woman's job. Men shouldn't enter the kitchen. Besides, you were lazy when I asked you to go into the kitchen to get a plate. Sure enough, you treat your girlfriend differently than your mother. Si Wenshin felt wronged. Yang Yijo was driven out of the kitchen by him, but she stayed. I'll help you. Shi Shujing quickly said no. Go and rest. I'll do it. What? Are you afraid that I don't know how to cook and will mess things up for you? I'm not afraid that you will mess things up, but do you really know how to cook? Yang Yijo was unhappy when she heard that. Are you looking down on me? Don't you know how to cook? You're underestimating me. It's true that I haven't cooked for many years, but I used to be good at cooking, especially Cantonese cuisine. I know you like Cantonese cuisine, so I studied it. My cooking skills are not bad, and the vegetables I bought today are all vegetarian. You can trust me. You don't want me to cook, but I'll do it anyway. I don't want Wenshin to think that I'm bullying a pregnant woman and call me an evil mother-in-law. In the kitchen, Shi Shujing washed the vegetables while Yang Yizhou cut them. Both of them were busy, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Shi Shujing glanced at Yang Yizhou and couldn't help but think of Yin Zizhuang. In the past, my mother and I used to cook together, but we were too busy and didn't have much time to go home, let alone cook with her. I think she must be very disappointed in her heart, but she never said it out loud. She likes to hide everything in her heart. As a daughter, I'm really not good at it. But now that you're here, you've given me a chance to make up for it. Let me fulfill my filial duties as a daughter, and I won't have so many regrets. Yang Yizhou was a little moved when she heard that. After all, she sympathized with Shi Shujing and felt that she was quite pitiful. She had suffered a lot, and it wasn't easy for her. However, she still said stubbornly, "Are you playing the family card? It's useless against me. I'm just here for a meal. Don't think that I'll accept you just because of that. I know, I'm just expressing my feelings. No matter what, I'm still very grateful to you. I'm doing this for my son, not for you. We both love Wenshun. Whether it's for him or for me, I'm grateful to you all the same." Yang Yizhou felt that Shi Shujing was quite good with her words. To her, the most important thing was Shi Shujing's love for Wenshun. Having one more person to take care of him and make him happy was the most gratifying thing for her as a mother. She felt that if this went on, she would be pulled over to Shi Shujing. She pouted. "If you're cooking, then do it properly. Why are you talking so much? Can you concentrate? Are the vegetables done washing? I'm going to cut them up. You're so dilly-dallying. When will we be able to eat?" Shi Shujing smiled. She finally knew where Si Wenshun's arrogance came from. The two women cooked together, and in less than an hour, a table full of dishes was ready. Pigeon soup, shredded sweet potatoes, stir-fried lotus root, braised pork ribs, meatballs. Si Wenshun was drooling when he saw the dishes. The meal cooked by the two most important women in his life was already the most delicious meal in Si Wenshun's life. Just looking at it without eating, it was already the most delicious meal in his life. He sniffed hard and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "It smells so good, and he cooks personally. Of course, the taste is amazing. I'm just a helper. Mom, you're really good at hiding. When I was in the UK, you were too lazy to make breakfast, but now you know how to cook, and your cooking skills are so good." Si Wenshun gave a thumbs up. "Amazing. Didn't we have servants before? Why do I need to cook personally? You know I'm lazy and hate the smell of oil. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll cook for you, lest you complain that I haven't cooked for you." "Thank you, Mom." As Si Wenshun spoke, he winked at Shi Shujing and mouthed the following words. "Thank you, honey." Yang Yizhou scooped 3 bowls of soup, pushed them in front of Shi Shujing, and pretended to say it casually. "Pregnant women should drink more soup so that the baby's skin will be tender." Shi Shujing was flattered. "Thank you, Auntie." I don't care about you. I'm just talking about my experience. I used to hate soup. While I was pregnant with Wenshun, I forced myself to drink a bowl every day. Otherwise, how could he be so handsome? Didn't I inherit my handsomeness from you? Of course, but it's also because of the soup. Also, eat more walnuts to nourish your brain. Look at how smart Wenshun is. Yes, you can't find a man like Wenshun among billions of people. It's all because you taught him well, Auntie. Yang Yizhou liked to hear this and raised her eyebrows proudly. "Isn't it? It's all because of me. He was naughty when he was young, but I didn't hit him. I reasoned with him, so he's a gentleman now. Is Wenshun naughty? Why is he naughty? We had a cat at home, and he loved to ride on it. It scared the cat so much that it would run around the house when it saw him." "Oh, he's quite pretentious, wearing my high heels." Puffed. Si Wenshun almost spat out the soup in his mouth. Don't slander me. How is it useless? He even likes to use my lipstick. At that time, I was worried that this son of mine was so good-looking. Could he be gay? Later, he didn't have a girlfriend, so I decided that he was gay. I thought that if he was really gay, then I had to respect him, right? I didn't expect his sexual orientation to be normal. Shi Shujing was already cramping up from laughing. It's so classic. My lipstick, do you want to put on?" As Yang Yizhou spoke, he also smiled. Originally, the atmosphere was a little stiff, but at this moment, It was completely harmonious, like the most intimate family. Such harmony was rare and precious for Yang Yijo. It had completely healed her painful feelings during this period of time. Looking at Shi Shujing, she felt that he was not as annoying as before. Perhaps accepting her was not such a difficult thing to do. Tang Tang was busy with work after work. Coupled with his own mood, he rarely had time to visit Yang Yijo in the hospital. It was a day off, so he wanted to pick up Yang Yijo from the hospital. It was only when he reached the hospital that he found out that Yang Yijo had been discharged from the hospital for a few days, but she had not contacted him. When she arrived at the hotel where Yang Yijo was staying, she saw Si Wenshun sending her back, so she hid in the car and did not go out. But to her surprise, Shi Shujing actually came out of the car and was chatting and laughing with Yang Yijo. Tang Tang could not believe his eyes. Did Yang Yijo compromise so quickly? She gripped the steering wheel with hatred and stared at Shi Shujing with eyes that were about to spit fire. Perhaps the hatred was too strong. Shi Shujing seemed to feel something and looked back. Tang hurriedly hid. It's so inconvenient to stay in a hotel. Are you really not considering moving in with us? You've said it all the way here. I've heard it all the way here. I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. Yang Yijo shook her head. I'm so comfortable staying in a hotel. I don't want to be your third wheel. Shi Shujing also persuaded with a smile. Chapter 291. It might be fine in the beginning, but there will be friction after a long time. Since you're going to have a family, we shouldn't live too close. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. All right, go back now. I'll go upstairs myself. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Si Wenshun didn't say anything more. Then rest early and come over when you are free. Shi Shujing is at home. I still want to eat your cooking. Okay. Yang Yijo watched them get in the car and left. She went upstairs and was about to take a shower when the doorbell rang. Andy. Tang suppressed his displeasure and squeezed out a gentle smile. But if you looked closely, you could still see that her smile was very stiff. Tang, why are you here? I went to the hospital to pick you up. I didn't expect you to come out already. I'm really sorry. I'm too busy with my new job. I went abroad for a few days and just came back today. It's okay. You have been with me for a long time. I still feel bad about it. How can I delay your work? Come in and have a seat. Yang Yijo was polite to her, but Tang felt bad. That meant that she was deliberately alienating her and treating her as an outsider. Do you want tea? No need. I just came to see you. Oh, did you just come back? Where did you go? Yang Yijo was stunned. Oh, I just strolled around. I didn't go anywhere. Really? Why didn't you ask me to accompany you? Aren't you busy? I don't want to delay your work. Still lying? Tang's face was already a little cramped. Do you not want to disturb me? Or do you have someone else to accompany you? I just saw Wenshun send you back downstairs. Shi Shujing is also there. Yang Yijo felt a little guilty to Tang and explained dryly. I just went to their house for a meal. It's nothing. Don't you hate Shi Shujing? Why did you go to her house for a meal? A few days ago, she came to the hospital to find me and talked to me a lot. So you fell for her sweet words? Tang's words were sharp, and his tone was angry, which made Yang Yijo a little uncomfortable. However, when she thought of how much Tang had done for her, she still held back her temper. She did say a lot, but it wasn't flowery words. Tang was even angrier. You know very well what kind of person she is. She destroyed Wenshun's reputation and kept bewitching him. Even someone as smart as Wenshun was fooled by her, let alone you. Are you saying I'm stupid? That's not what I meant. I mean, Shi Shujing is too good at lying, and you're so easily soft-hearted. I'm afraid you've been deceived by her. Hearing this, Yang Yijo's temper started to rise. I will judge for myself what kind of person she is. I don't need you to teach me. Have you forgotten how much you hated her before? She stole Wenshun away. For her, Wenshun didn't even care about your life. What do you mean by stealing? Wenshun is my son. No one can take him away from me. Tang never expected that Yang Yijo's attitude would suddenly change 180 degrees after she was away for a few days. Although Yang Ijo was too weak to change anything, at least she was still a card in her hand. If she didn't have this card, then she would really have lost everything. I still don't like Shi Shujing very much, but I don't want to break up with Wenxian because of her. You've seen how his father pressured him before. Is it useful? Wenxian has been under so much pressure. My heart aches when I think about it. How can I bear to pressure him again? So you compromise just like that? It's not a compromise. I just learned to think from another perspective. Don't always think that you've lost a son. Think about having a daughter. This was simply the funniest joke that Tang Tang had ever heard. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think Shi Shujing will treat you well? She's so selfish that she can't wait to completely dominate Wenxian. She's just acting now. When you accept her, she will show her true colors. By then, it'll be too late for you to stop her. Yang Ijo's brows knitted even tighter. I really don't like what you said today. I feel like a fool listening to it. I don't have the ability to judge right from wrong. I've lived for more than 20 years than you. I know how to judge people better than you. I don't need you to teach me. To be honest, after interacting with Shi Shujing peacefully today, I feel that she's not bad. I've thought too badly of her previously. I should give her a chance. What about me? I've done so much for you. Now that your attitude towards her has changed, you want to kick me away? I know you've done a lot, and I feel sorry for you. But didn't I try my best to help you in the past? Feelings can't be forced. I can't do anything about it. It's better for you to get over it yourself. Thinking of how he had worked so hard only to get the words, "get over it," in return, Tang Tang's heart turned cold. This period of time was not going well for him. Now that he's been deserted by everyone, he even wanted to die. Yang Ijo couldn't bear to see him like this. Sigh, I know it's unfair to you, but what can I do? A melon that's forcefully picked won't be sweet. Wenxian already has no feelings for you. Just give up. You're still young and have other choices. Why do you have to hang yourself on one tree? Enough. Tang Tang suddenly stood up. His eyes were bulging and his face was so ferocious that Yang Ijo was shocked. Put away that fake face of yours. You've been using me all along. Now that you want to be a good mother, you have to kneel down and lick Shi Shujing's boots? But I won't. Do you know how badly your son has hurt me? My life has been ruined by him. She roared fiercely. Her voice was sharp and ear-piercing. What do you mean? You were the one who abandoned him first. I had no choice. He was the one who had a change of heart. Now that I've been ruined by him, you're adding insult to injury. Your family is really ruthless, but I won't let you bully me like this. Just wait and see. Tang Tang rushed out the door and slammed it. Bang! Yang Ijo's body also shook. After a long time, she couldn't help but shake her head. She felt that she had misjudged Tang Tang. Yes, she was sorry. But no matter what, she shouldn't talk to an elder like this. She said that Shi Shujing was pretending. In fact, it was her who had been pretending all along. With such a conflict, her true nature was completely exposed. Luckily, she didn't treat her as her daughter-in-law. Otherwise, what would happen in the future? With this comparison, Yang Ijo's heart was more inclined towards Shi Shujing. Tang Tang rushed out of the room. She walked so fast that she knocked down a waiter and shouted angrily, "Don't you have eyes?" The waiter was so frightened that he didn't dare to make a sound. He could only blame his bad luck. Ring, ring, ring. It was Sealand's call. Hello. Why are you so angry? Who made you angry? Isn't it Shi Shujing? Yang Ijo actually accepted her. Oh, so what? Anyway, that woman is a good-for-nothing. Why do you care if she accepts her or not? I can't stand her using me like this. People are selfish. She only cares about her own interests. Why would she consider you? Don't be naive. It's fine. I'll help you vent your anger. How? You go and look for Stony Moon. Shi Shujing's sister? What's the use of looking for her? Do you think I'll do something meaningless? I naturally have my reasons for this arrangement. You just need to do as I say. The elevator door closed. Tang Tang narrowed her eyes with hatred. Originally, she had given up on Si Wenxian in order to protect herself. But now, it was the hatred between her and Shi Shujing. She wanted to take revenge on her. Shi Shujing, I'm irreconcilable with you. After dispelling the previous hatred, Shi Shujing and Yang Ijo became closer. Occasionally, Yang Ijo would take the initiative to call or visit Shi Shujing's home. More and more, Shi Shujing felt that Yang Izhou was a good mother-in-law. Many people were like this. When they were not familiar with each other, they would feel that they were very mean and difficult to get along with. But once they understood each other, they would completely change their views. Anyway, she felt very satisfied and happy now. The child was already 5 months old. Shi Shujing's belly was a little bulging. It could be seen through the thick clothes. Her movements were gradually becoming less agile, but she still insisted on doing yoga. When the weather was good, she would walk in a nearby park and breathe oxygen. The sky was blue and clear. The weather was a little cold, but it was still very warm as she was bathed in the sun. Shi Shujing was a little fatter. Her small face was round and exuded the light of motherhood. She walked slowly along the gravel road while listening to the phone. Is the meeting going at 10 o'clock today? Huh? Miss me? It's okay. I just feel that you're working too hard. My heart aches for you. How long has it been? You still refuse to admit that you miss me? My wife is so shy. Naughty. Then I'll ask Sister Na to cook more for you for supper. My wife is so considerate. Of course. My husband is so good. Of course I have to love him. I'll go to the meeting first. And focus on your work and don't miss me too much. After hanging up the phone, Shi Shujing's mouth was full of uncontrollable smile. She really enjoyed her current life. Quiet, satisfied, simple, and warm. She lowered her head and touched her lower abdomen slowly. Baby, you have to be healthy. She raised her head and suddenly saw Stony Moon standing in front of her. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Seeing Stony Moon, who had lost a lot of weight and looked a little haggard, Shi Shujing's first reaction was to escape. She turned around and left, but Stony Moon blocked her way. Shi Shujing vigilantly took a step back. What do you want to do? There are a lot of people here. Don't do anything. Look at your timid appearance. What? Are you scared? Shi Shujing was indeed scared. A woman who lost everything was the scariest. For example, she and Stony Moon were the kind of woman who loved each other terribly and could do anything. That's true. You have so many enemies. You must be afraid every day. You can only blame yourself for doing so many shameful things. So many people are looking for you for revenge, and all of them want you dead. What do you want to do? Don't worry. I won't do anything to your child. Stony Moon's smile was very light, but there was a kind of indescribable danger in it. His eyes flashed with reckless madness. Chapter 292. After 7 years of marriage, in the end, she had nothing. But what about her, Shi Shujing? Not only did she hook up with Mr. C, but she was also pregnant. It really made one jealous. Shi Yue had thought of perishing together with her more than once, but that would be letting her off too easily. She wanted to torture Shi Shujing's spirit ruthlessly, torturing her to the point that she wished she was dead. This was the reason why she came today. No matter what, we are sisters. Isn't it normal for me to come and see you? You're not that kind. Moreover, we are not sisters. Isn't that so? When we were young, you always follow behind me and call me sister. Now that you have Mr. C and have grown up, you're turning your back on me? But I'm a person who remembers old friendships. You don't treat me as a sister, but I treat you as a younger sister now. Shi Jue sat down and patted the seat beside her. Relax. I said I won't do anything to you, so I won't do anything to you. Don't be too nervous. I'll leave after a few words with you. I have nothing to say to you. You have nothing to say, but I have a lot to say. Stony Moon twitched the corner of her mouth. Even under the sunlight, her face was still gloomy, as if she had crawled out from hell, making one's hair stand on end. I'm divorced with Tao Qian. Her cold tone was mixed with sadness and despair, as if her backbone had been taken away and all her hopes turned to dust. Even though she looked so miserable, Shi Shujing didn't have the slightest bit of pity for her. Instead, she felt relieved for Tao Qian. Otherwise, he would have to continue pestering her for a few more years, which was a kind of torture for him. That's good. It's a relief for both of you. Ha! You say it so lightly, it's really easy for you to say it. Don't forget, my painful marriage is all thanks to you. It was obviously caused by you. What does it have to do with me? How is it unrelated? You're the one who snatched Tao Ichian away. Stony Moon complained hatefully. Before you appeared, we were always fine. It was you who snatched his love from me. I didn't snatch him. Yes, my relationship with him is better, but you should reflect on yourself. How did you treat him? You love him, but the way you love him has always been arrogant. You still treat him as dad's subordinate. No one will like someone who always orders them around. But I love him. I clearly had a better choice, but I still chose him. Then the way you love is wrong. You don't know how to respect him. Even after you got married, you didn't treat him as a husband. You still treated him as a subordinate of the Xian family. It's also because he has a good temper that he can tolerate you. If it were someone else, they would have divorced long ago. No, I'm very good to him, but he doesn't appreciate it because his heart has been completely hooked by you because he's fallen in love with you. He only treats me as a little sister, and I only treat him as an older brother. When Stony Moon heard this, he was so furious that he almost burst into flames. Do you know what I hate most about you guys? I hate it the most when you use the name of brother and sister to be so intimate. You guys are really disgusting. No matter what you say, I have a clear conscience. For the past 7 years, your relationship has been terrible. It's just that you single-handedly insisted on it, but that won't last long. I've already seen the results. Since you've let him go, and you've also let yourself go, then let's go. You really know how to make sarcastic remarks. What? You think you're great and happy, so you start to pretend to be a saint? You say that my relationship is terrible, but how strong do you think your relationship is? Let me tell you, you're much dirtier than me. Long before Qin Baiyuan, you've already been played with by other men, and you even had a miscarriage. Do you think a piece of trash like you is good enough for Mr. C? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. A few years ago, I drugged you and sent you to a man's bed. Later, you got pregnant, and then you were caught to have an abortion. Sure, Xu Jing felt that Stony Moon's mental state was no longer normal. He was talking to a lunatic. If you're so good at making up stories, why don't you write novels? Or do you have delusions? I can swear that every word I said is the truth. Qin Baiyuan also knows about this. Otherwise, why would he suddenly hate you so much and always call you a piece of trash? Why do you think Tao Ichian and I divorced? That's because Mr. C found out about this and told Tao Ichian about it. That's why he suddenly asked for a divorce. It's all your fault. The hatred in Stony Moon's eyes was so sharp, and every strand was as sharp as a blade. Sure, Xu Jing couldn't avoid it, and she started to panic. Don't talk nonsense again. I don't believe a word of what you said. Then you can ask Qin Baiyuan or Tao Ichian. See if what I said is true. Sure, Xu Jing, you've already been raped a few years ago, and you even had a miscarriage. Even if Mr. C doesn't despise you, don't you despise yourself? Do you think a person like you is good enough for him? The girl in the dream begged in despair. Could it be that it wasn't a dream? It was all real? Impossible. I don't believe it. If it was real, I would not know. That's because you went downstairs and lost your memory. I don't know if you really lost your memory, or if you're good at acting. In short, a piece of trash like you married Qin Baiyuan with a clear conscience, and now you've seduced Mr. C, and he doesn't even despise you. You're really amazing. A few men are fascinated by you. Mr. C came to me and warned me severely, but I'm already divorced. I have nothing to lose, and I'm not afraid of him. At most, I'll end up like Su Zhixian. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Sure, Xu Jing's little face was pale, and she shook her head desperately. Stony Moon saw that she had already believed it, and felt very happy, and continued to provoke her. Why? Do you hate me very much? But let me tell you, you have no right to hate me. It was your mother who was a mistress and destroyed my family first. And you stole my man. It's you two shameless women who destroyed my family. My revenge on you is considered light. You think you're the victim, but in fact, you two are the culprits, the two most despicable people. Stop it. Sure, Xu Jing couldn't stand it and roared. I won't believe a word you say. You don't believe it? Oh, you're running away, aren't you? But it's no use running away. You're just a piece of trash who's been played by others. Shut up. Don't say any more. Shu Jing pushed her away fiercely and ran away. Stony Moon looked at her back as she ran away, and every pore of his was indescribably happy. No matter what price she had to pay, she would destroy Shu Jing. She ruined her marriage and her lover. Tang Tang hid in the dark and heard the two people's conversation clearly. She was completely stunned. That day, Ceylon had arranged for her to provoke Stony Moon. She only said that Stony Moon knew something that would make Shu Jing suffer, but she didn't know it was so serious. Shu Jing had been raped, and Si Wenxin knew about it. Why would he rather have a defective product than her? Did he really love Shu Jing so much that he could tolerate all of her unbearable past? But Tang Tang felt more fear. She didn't think that the truth would be like this. This time, it would probably be a big deal. Once Si Wenxin found out the truth, he would definitely not let her off. Her throat was choked by an invisible hand, and she was about to suffocate. Shu Jing was in a daze the entire way. She kept hypnotizing herself that Stony Moon was only making up lies to hurt her. But those nightmares were so clear, as if they had really happened. It was an inescapable trap, and she had nowhere to run. She cried as she walked. She sat down on the road and couldn't see or hear anything around her. It was as if she had fallen into another icy abyss, and her mind was in a daze. After a long time, she took out her phone with trembling hands and called Tao Yiqian's number. After many struggles, she finally dialed it. Do. She was so nervous that she couldn't breathe. It was as if she was on the edge of a cliff and could fall at any time. No one picked up the phone. Shu Jing heaved a sigh of relief. But less than 2 minutes later, the screen lit up. Tao Yiqian had returned her call. She was at a loss again. Because she was afraid of hearing the devastating truth, she didn't dare to pick it up. But just as the screen was about to dim, she picked it up in a panic. Hello. I was in a meeting and couldn't pick up the phone. Why did you suddenly call me? What's the matter? Tao Yiqian's voice was so gentle that Shu Jing felt a lump in her throat. Why aren't you talking? Did he bully you? On the crowded street, Shu Jing's tears fell. Shu Jing, she had to face it eventually. It was useless to escape. She wiped away the tears in her eyes and choked with sobs. I want to ask you something. Please answer me honestly. The brightly lit world turned black and white, and all sounds disappeared automatically. Si Wenxin returned home after a busy day. The living room was dark without the lights on. Honey, I'm back. He called out as usual, but Shu Jing didn't welcome him warmly. He walked into the room and found Shu Jing sitting on the balcony of the room, staring at the river in a daze. Her body was thin, as if she could be blown away by the night wind at any time. Honey, I'm back. Si Wenxin hugged her from behind and found that her body was cold. Why are you wearing so little? What if you catch a cold? Come into the room and take a hot shower. Shu Jing didn't move at all. What's wrong? What happened? Si Wenxin asked worriedly. He had already arranged for people to keep a close eye on Sibo Hong. There shouldn't be any movement. Shu Jing? Shu Jing's face had turned pale from the cold river wind, and Tao Yiqian's voice still echoed in her ears. She felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, surrounded by cold water. It was above her head, making her feel despair. Shu Jing, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, okay? Say something. Si Wenxin squatted in front of her and held her face. Shu Jing? After a long time, her eyes finally focused. She seemed to be looking at him, but it seemed like she wasn't. Her eyes were empty. You're back. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had been crying. Chapter 293. Nothing. I'm just a little cold. Shu Jing hurriedly avoided his gaze. She felt that she was very dirty and did not deserve to bear such a nervous gaze from him. She did not deserve his concern. Did he already know that she was dirty a long time ago? However, he had always pretended that he did not know and still cared for her. That made her even more ashamed to face him. Something must have happened. Tell me. Really nothing? You must be hungry? I made dinner. I'll heat it up for you. With that said, she hurriedly pushed his hand away. Si Wen-chan could not even catch her, and she had already fled to the kitchen. I made a lot of dishes today. I bought your favorite flour nail and stir-fried it spicy. You'll definitely like it. Go and rest. It'll be ready soon. She was flustered and accidentally scalded her finger. It was so painful that she cried out. Si Wen-chan hurriedly grabbed her hand. The tip of her index finger was already red from the heat. What's wrong with you today? Tell me. Don't make me worry, okay? Nothing. I'm really a little uncomfortable. Don't worry too much. Sure, Shujing looked like she was at a loss. She kept hypnotizing herself. As long as she pretended that nothing had happened, everything could go back to the past. She did not want to mention it again. That was too scary. Si Wen-chan held her shoulders. Don't do this anymore. Tell me, Shujing, tell me. I don't want to say. Don't force me, okay? Please. Don't force me. What exactly happened? I don't want to say. I don't want to. Sure, Shujing struggled with all her might and roared angrily. I don't want to. Why do you have to force me? She vented her anger by yelling and finally lowered her head in disappointment. I'm so dirty. I'm not worthy of you. Her words had already confirmed Si Wen-chan's guess. That matter had been bothering him like a time bomb. He knew that it would definitely explode. That day had finally arrived. I was raped. I even had a miscarriage. Why didn't you tell me? She covered her face and cried bitterly. Why did you pretend that nothing happened? Shujing, I'm really dirty. Please don't be nice to me. I love you. No matter what you've been through, you're the woman I love the most. In my heart, you're the purest. Don't say that again, I beg you. That will only make me feel that I'm not worthy of you. Si Wen-chan closed his eyes. You're not dirty. I'm the one who's wrong. The man that night was me. Sure, Shujing was shocked. For a moment, he couldn't believe this shocking fact. What did you say? How could it be you? You lied to me. I didn't lie to you. I recognized you the first time I saw you. That night, you left a very deep impression on me. I admit that when I met you again, my thoughts were very dirty. I just wanted to satisfy my body's desires again. But gradually, I fell in love with you. The more I love you, the more I dare not say it, because I am afraid of losing you. I knew this day would come sooner or later, but I still lacked the courage. After that night, I didn't see you again, until your mother told me that you were pregnant with my child and that my father forced you to have an abortion. I was even more afraid to tell you. I thought that since you've already forgotten, then you might as well forget it completely. I don't want you to be hurt a second time. Sure, Shujing's entire face was as pale as a piece of paper. It's you. It's always been you. You knew it long ago, but you lied to me for so long. Do you know that you're very selfish? She pounced over and grabbed his clothes, pulling them forcefully as she accused him. Do you know that what you're doing is very cruel? You have no right to hide it from me. A few years ago, you almost ruined my life. Do you still want to ruin me now? I didn't. You know how much I love you now, but it's because I love you too much that I didn't dare to say it. Because I'm afraid that you'll hate me. Shujing, in the past, none of us could have predicted this day. None of us can choose such a fate. Since it's in the past, let it be in the past, okay? I'll always be with you until you slowly forget. Forget? Sure, Shujing smiled bitterly. How can I forget such a dirty past? Stony Moon Luoyao, you raped me. Do I have to treat it as fate between us? I really can't do it. She had a terrible headache now and didn't know what to do. She couldn't give up this relationship, but if they continued to be together, she was afraid that it would leave a shadow in the future. Shujing, along the way, we've experienced so many hardships, breaking up and reuniting. Now, we can also get through this test together. Even if you don't think for us, you have to think for the child. Can you bear to hurt him? Child. At the thought of the child, sure Shujing felt a lump in his throat. This was already their second child. The first child was lost just like that. She didn't even have any impression of him. Sure, Shujing couldn't help but feel sad. I'm sorry, I can't forget. At least I can't do it now. Let me calm down alone. Shujing, I beg you. All right, I'll go. You stay at home. I don't want to stay here. I want to go out. With her current mental state, how could Si Wen-chan let her leave alone? Where are you going? I'll send you there. No, don't worry about me. I'll take care of myself. I just can't face you in that past now. Don't follow me, okay? Sure. Jing walked into the elevator. Si Wenshun held the elevator door with one hand and begged her with his eyes. However, she pried his fingers away one by one and disappeared from his sight with tears in her eyes. Si Wenshun's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe, but he immediately made a phone call. She's going downstairs now. Follow her. Don't let her leave your sight for even a moment. You must ensure her safety. In the bar, the music was loud and the lights were bright. Men and women were dancing on the dance floor. Qin Baiyuan sat at the bar and drank glass after glass of wine. Some women around him kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, but he turned a blind eye to them and only cared about drinking. A tall leopard print woman walked over and put her arm on his shoulder. She stuck her chest to him and kept rubbing against his back. How lonely is it to drink alone? Let me accompany you. His nose was filled with the strong smell of perfume, causing Qin Baiyuan to sneeze. He ignored her and drank a glass of wine. I know you're in a bad mood, so I came to accompany you. Let's have some fun. After we're done, we'll be in a good mood. Qin Baiyuan's lips twitched coldly. His smile was very ruthless. How do we play? The leopard print woman thought that he was interested in her and blew into his ear. You can play however you want. You're really cheap, but I'm not interested in people like you at all. Qin Baiyuan's face darkened, and he spat out a word. Get lost. What? You're scolding me? Dressing like this to seduce men, isn't it? However, this young master doesn't like your bus. I think it's dirty. The leopard print woman was so angry that her face turned green. Why do you have to look down on people? Blue Sky is about to go bankrupt, and you're still pretending to be a rich second generation. Your father is in prison, and your mother has an affair. Your whole family is not good people. Go eat sh*t. The leopard print woman walked away while cursing. Qin Baiyuan smiled bitterly. That's right. He was not a good person either. He was a scourge. Those who were with him would all be unlucky. It was better for him to live and die on his own. In any case, it might not be interesting anymore. Handsome, aren't you going to buy me a drink? Su Dai sat beside him. The colorful lights swept over his face, making him look like a seductive fairy. Her makeup was not very thick, but the facial features of a mixed-race person were deep to begin with. With a little makeup, it was already very glamorous and very sexy. Why are you here? Qin Baiyuan frowned. You seem to like to pester me. Do you want to sleep with me too? I don't want to. I'm just afraid that you'll drink yourself to death because you're my friend. What friend? I don't have any friends. Let me tell you, I'm very evil. Anyone who is with me will be unlucky. You better stay away from me. Is that so? Instead of leaving, Su Dai took a step closer. As for me, I don't believe it. I want to know how evil you are. The two of them stared at each other for 2 seconds. Qin Baiyuan wrapped his arms around Su Dai's waist and pulled her into his arms. His deep eyes emitted a demonic glow under the lights, as if they were imprinted on Su Dai's soul. Her whole body was sore and soft. Her brain was not listening to her, and her legs were trembling, as if they could fall at any time. She had never experienced this feeling before. It was very stimulating and exciting. It was as if a switch in her body had been turned on. Goosebumps appeared on the places he touched, and her whole body felt hot. Qin Baiyuan had a devilish smile on his face. He stared at her lips and slowly pressed his lips against hers. His hot breath became hotter and hotter. It was so hot that Su Dai felt as though she was about to burst into flames. She knew that she should avoid it, but she felt weak and weak. Moreover, a voice echoed in her ears, telling her not to avoid it. She was like a person who had been thirsty in the desert for a long time. She longed for his moisturization, as if she was waiting for this kiss. They moved closer and closer. Their lips were about to touch. Su Dai's heart was in her throat. The music was so loud that she could hear her own heartbeat. Thump, thump. It was denser and louder than a drum, and it was about to jump out of her chest. The thunder-like feeling of her heart was suffocating her. It was as if all the tense moments in her life added up were not even 1/10 of what she was feeling right now. She closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled nervously. However, at this moment, Qin Baiyuan suddenly stopped. He stopped on her lips and chuckled. His breath was filled with the fragrance of wine. What? Are you disappointed? She swallowed her saliva. I'm right. You really like me. But I'm a disaster. Those who are with me will not have a good ending. I don't want to hurt you anymore, so it's best that you stay away from me. After saying that, he let go of her waist. Su Dai felt a stabbing pain in her heart. There was an inexplicable sense of loss. Chapter 294. It's best if you don't like me. I'm just afraid that you will. My heart is already dead. I won't fall in love with anyone. Don't have any hope for a dead person. Qin Baiyuan continued to drink as he spoke. Su Dai didn't know what to say, so she just drank with him silently. When he was so drunk that he was lying on the bar counter, she helped him up and staggered out. Qin Baiyuan looked thin, but his body was full of muscles. He was very heavy, and Su Dai had a hard time carrying him. Qin Baiyuan, can you use more strength? You're so heavy. I want to vomit. Qin Baiyuan pushed her away as he spoke. He leaned against the pole and vomited. He hadn't eaten for a few days, so all he vomited was water. The people around him covered their noses and took a detour. Su Dai held his waist and massaged his back as she panted. Are you okay? You'll feel better if you vomit. Go on, vomit. Qin Baiyuan vomited for a long time. His whole body seemed to be hollowed out. He staggered and fell to the ground. He frowned in discomfort, with tears and snot all over his face. After vomiting, he seemed to sober up a little. He lowered his head and sat there, looking very dispirited. Why am I so miserable? Why? I know you're not living well, but there are many people in this world who are worse off than you. I promise you're definitely not the worst one. Think big, and you'll be much more open-minded. Believe me, there's no obstacle in this world that can't be overcome. The key is that you don't give up first. If you do, you'll really be finished. Su Dai didn't care if he was drunk enough to listen to her words, but she still comforted him and talked a lot. Let's go later. She was suddenly pulled into his arms. Even though he was drunk, his strength was still so strong. She bumped into his strong chest, and there was a moment of dizziness in her head. His strong arms hugged her tightly, almost suffocating her. However, she felt more strongly that she couldn't resist his strength. Her body melted, and so did her voice. Qin Baiyuan, who knows how bitter my heart is? Who can I tell? Everyone was looking at the Qin family as a joke. Everyone was waiting for me to die. But I can't die. My dad and my mom have to rely on me. I have to live for them. You are a good son. The heavens will definitely treat you well. Believe me, the darkness will pass and light will come. I don't know if there will be light after the darkness. I just want to have someone who belongs to me by my side. I'm willing to accompany you. Su Dai blurted out. But you can't give me what I need. Qin Baiyuan smiled bitterly. I will never have that feeling again. The two of them hugged for a long time before Su Dai helped Qin Baiyuan into the car. She foresaw that they would be drinking today, so she brought the driver along. Miss, where are we going now? She glanced at Qin Baiyuan. He had a terrible headache. He pinched the space between his eyebrows. Whatever. Hilton Hotel. The car started. Qin Baiyuan kept his eyes closed in discomfort. Su Dai asked, Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Do you want to buy some hangover medicine? No need. The blue light stung Qin Baiyuan's eyelids. He opened his eyes uncomfortably and suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was her. Stop the car. He shouted hurriedly. He rushed out of the car before it came to a complete stop. Shu Jing. He grabbed her hand. Shu Jing was wandering aimlessly on the street when he suddenly saw Qin Baiyuan's red face. He was stunned. It's so late. Why are you walking alone? Where's Si Wenshun? Shu Jing's eyes were instantly filled with tears. Did he bully you? Damn it. I'll avenge you. He staggered as soon as he turned around and almost fell. However, his eyes were burning with anger. Sai, be careful. Su Dai quickly helped him up and nodded at Shu Jing to greet her. Let go of me. I'm going to find Si Wenshun. Qin Baiyuan, don't be like this. He didn't bully me. I'm the one who feels bad. You're crying because he didn't bully you? Don't cover for him anymore. It must be him. I'm going to get even with him. Stop it. Su Dai grabbed him and refused to let go. Look at you now. Can you even walk in front of him? It's not like you don't know how good Brother C is to Shi Shujing. How could he bear to bully her? Maybe there's some misunderstanding between them. You're an outsider. Don't interfere. Then why are you crying? I can't tell you now. Miss Su, please send him off. I'll leave first. Don't go. Qin Baiyuan shook off Su Dai and grabbed her hand. How can I let you walk on the street alone like this? It's so dangerous out there. What if you meet someone who's going to hurt you? Since you don't want to go home, come with me first. I don't want to. You still don't believe me? Sure, Shujing, I know you're feeling bad. You must need someone to talk to. You can tell me. You trust me, don't you? Sure, Shujing bit her lip and nodded. Her heart was in a mess. Qin Baiyuan was her family. She really had a lot to say to him. How about this? I'll send you back first, okay? Su Dai asked. Qin Baiyuan didn't even look at her. He helped Shujing into the car. Su Dai felt like she had completely become the background. She couldn't even be considered as a background. She was completely invisible. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The driver who had been following behind Shujing called Si Wenshun to report the situation. CEO, do you still want to follow them? Yes. Follow them and make sure they're safe. Si Wenshun stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. He replied in a low voice. It was better to have Qin Baiyuan with her. He could enlighten her. Otherwise, she would have more thoughts if she was alone. Qin Baiyuan brought Shujing back to the apartment. Miss Su isn't coming up. What is she doing here? She will only disturb our conversation. I think she cares about you. It's not good for you to let her go back like this. There's nothing bad about it. I'm not very familiar with her. Qin Baiyuan poured a cup of hot water and handed it to her. It's cold. Hurry up and cover it. Sure, Shujing sighed. Qin Baiyuan was a smart man. But when it came to love, he was always slow. As an outsider, she could see clearly that Su Dai liked him, but he didn't feel anything at all. She was really worried that he would only understand Su Dai's kindness after losing her. I see that you can't even walk steadily. You must have drunk a lot. I'm fine. In fact, Qin Baiyuan's head was hurting so much that it was about to explode. But when he looked at her, he could calm down a little, and his heart was not so painful. Go take a shower first. After that, we can talk slowly. There are 2 bathrooms here. I'm going to take a shower too. Okay. After washing up, Shujing wore Qin Baiyuan's clothes and blanketed the sofa in a daze. Qin Baiyuan came out while drying his hair. He was dressed very neatly. Is the heater enough? Do you want to turn it on a higher temperature? No, it'll be hot if it's any higher. Okay. Qin Baiyuan sat on the sofa opposite her and looked at her for a long time. Do you want to talk to me? Maybe you don't want to talk now. Go to bed early. Shujing buried his chin in the blanket. It seemed that it would be warmer. He looked at the patterns on the sofa and said calmly, I just learned something, and you have known it for a long time. A few years ago, I was pregnant once, and I had a miscarriage, right? Qin Baiyuan wanted to take the teacup, but his hand suddenly froze in midair, and his whole body trembled. He never thought that she would tell him this. Actually, it's nothing surprising. You will know what you should know eventually. Did you change your attitude towards me because of this? Sure, Shujing always thought that Qin Baiyuan hated her because of the forced marriage. Now that she thought about it, he actually mentioned the child several times when he was angry, but she didn't understand, so she didn't care. Who told you that? Stony Moon. That year I was drugged by her. What? Qin Baiyuan was surprised. After the accident, Stony Moon told him that Shujing went to a bar and got pregnant accidentally, so he didn't know who the father of the child was. At that time, he believed in her unwaveringly, so his good impression of Shujing was greatly reduced, and he thought that she was a very casual girl. After that, she insisted on marrying him. He thought that she was a broken shoe that had been played by someone and asked him to take over. He had always suspected that her so-called amnesia was just an act. After they got married, Qin Yuning didn't allow him to mention that in front of Shujing, so he didn't say it. However, there must have been a big knot in his heart, and even touching her was dirty. He didn't expect that a few years later, he would find out that she had been drugged by Stony Moon. The truth was often shocking, and Qin Baiyuan couldn't accept it for a long time. However, Stony Moon had always hated Shi Shujing. When people are driven by hatred, they could do all kinds of terrible things. I can't believe that she is so vicious. That's right. I don't want to believe it either. Our relationship has always been bad, but I always feel that we have the same blood flowing in our bones. Even if she doesn't acknowledge me, it's not to the extent of, the heavens are playing tricks on people to actually make me lose my memory and forget about this matter. It's fine if I forget about it, but I just have to remember it. The heavens really love to play tricks on people. Qin Baiyuan didn't want to think about how much that matter had hurt her. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. That man, it's Wenshun, Shi Shujing replied. Qin Baiyuan didn't know what to say. He knew it was me from the beginning, but he kept it from me. He said that because he cared too much about me, he didn't dare to tell me. What kind of bullshit excuse is that? Qin Baiyuan said that, but he asked himself, if it was him, would he have the courage to say it? Perhaps he would also choose to hide it. Chapter 295. So, I don't know how to face him. I know he loves me very much, but no one can stand being deceived. I don't blame him, really. Maybe I just don't like to be played by fate like this. Too many things have happened recently. Just when I thought the storm was over and a sunny day was coming, I encountered such a situation again. So I'm thinking if I'm destined to have a difficult life and have to go on like this endlessly. Is it true that this ordeal will never end? I'm really tired. I just want a simple happiness, that's all. I understand, but life is so ***ed up. Don't you have to bite the bullet and go on? You have to think that at least you're better than me. Look, my dad is in jail, my mom betrayed me, blue sky is in a storm, and the whole world is waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Am I not living like a heartless person? You're still a little weaker than me. Although Qin Baiyuan said it in a joking tone, Shi Shujing knew how bitter he was in his heart. I'm sorry. I was too busy complaining to you and didn't care about you. I'm so selfish. It's okay, I'm a man. What can I get through? At most, if Blue Sky closes down, I'll be a male prostitute to support my family. Shi Shujing was speechless. I'm serious. Look at how handsome I am. I'll definitely become the most handsome male prostitute. My products will be sold both at home and abroad. It won't be a problem to make tens of millions a year. You're so talkative. However, after being teased by him, Shi Shujing's mood improved a lot. You're not fighting alone. You still have me. You've done so much for me. If there's anything I need, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Shi Shujing said solemnly. Qin Baiyuan said, thank you. In fact, he knew in his heart that he needed her the most. However, that was already impossible. Now, what he hoped most was that she would be happy. If he still had 1% of his good luck, he hoped to give it all to her, even if it could only increase her happiness a little. His gaze landed on her abdomen. It was already slightly bulging, and a small life was being nurtured inside. Her face was so gentle, and her whole body exuded a motherly gentleness. There was a radiance that he had never seen before, and he was infatuated with it. Qin Baiyuan couldn't help but think, if she was pregnant with his child, if they were still a complete family, how good would that be? No matter how miserable his current situation was, he still felt that he was lucky to have her by his side. He still had the courage to persevere. He fantasized, and couldn't help but smile. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Nothing. Qin Baiyuan came back to his senses. He was afraid that she would see through his expectations, so he blushed slightly. It's getting late. Go to sleep. You're pregnant. You need to pay attention to your sleep. I know. Thank you for taking me in. Aren't we family? Why are you treating me like an outsider? Yes. To Shi Shujing, family was the best relationship between them, and it made her feel warm. Shi Shu Jing slept in the master bedroom, and Qin Baiyuan slept in the guest room. He looked at the wall under the dim moonlight, thinking that she was next door, and he felt very at ease. It had been a long time since he had this kind of moment of peace in his heart. He probably wouldn't have this kind of time again in the future, right? But to him, it was already a comfort. He slowly closed his eyes. That night, Qin Baiyuan slept very soundly and didn't even dream. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. Usually, when he woke up, his head would hurt and be in a mess. But at this moment, he was extremely awake and his whole body was quite carefree. Thinking that Shi Shu Jing was next door, the corners of his mouth curled up again. He had to prepare breakfast for her. Unexpectedly, when he left the room, Shi Shu Jing had already served breakfast on the table and smiled at him in the warm sunlight. "Morning, did I wake you up?" "No." Qin Baiyuan was dazzled by the gentle smile on her face. He felt that he would never see a more charming smile in his life. He looked at her deeply, wanting to firmly imprint such a smile in his mind and never forget it for the rest of his life. "Have breakfast." "Okay." Happiness came too suddenly, and Qin Baiyuan suddenly didn't know what to do. When he sat down, he looked a little awkward. "I should be the one to prepare breakfast for you, but you, a pregnant woman, have to take care of me instead. You made breakfast? Can I eat it? Are you trying to make me have diarrhea?" Shi Shu Jing winked playfully. "Qin Baiyuan, don't look down on me, okay? There aren't many ingredients in your fridge, so I just made some fruit salad and fried an egg. You can eat whatever you want." "Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll go down and buy it later." "No, I don't plan to stay here for long. It's too much trouble for you. If you think it's awkward for me to stay here, I'll leave this place for you. I'll move somewhere else. You can stay here with peace of mind as long as you want. But I have to go back eventually. I'm not breaking up with Wenshun. I just want to find a place to calm down. When I think it through, I'll go back. It won't take long." "Okay." Qin Baiyuan was a little disappointed. "You usually eat takeout at the company. It's not nutritious. You need to eat more fruits. I see that you've been overworked and haggard recently. You need to eat more nutrition. Only when you're full will you have the strength to fight against fate. Has Si Wenshun ever despised you?" "Despise me for what?" "Despise you for being so long-winded. Do you usually talk so much when you're with him?" Shi Shu Jing was speechless for a few seconds. "I care about you, and you despise me for being long-winded? I'm joking." Qin Baiyuan thought to himself that if he could get the same treatment as Si Wenshun, how good would that be? She used to care about him very much, but he let her down. "Oh yes, there's one thing. I know it might not be appropriate for me to say it, but I can't help it. Tell me, who are you and who are you? Su Dai is a very good girl, don't you think?" Qin Baiyuan took a bite of the salad and thought that the taste was really not that good. It was like eating grass, but he liked it when she made it herself. He replied casually, "Yeah, she's also very good to you, don't you think?" "Yes, she's very good." "Then what do you think of her?" "Nothing much. She's just very loyal and a good friend. You're actually not very close to her. She doesn't need to be loyal to you. She treats you well because she likes you. Don't tell me you can't tell." "Really?" "Of course. If she didn't like you, would she be so kind to you? The way she looked at you just now showed that she really cares about you." Oh, that's it? What else can it be? Do I have to be moved to marry her just because she treats me well? Blue Sky is in such a situation now. If you two are really together, she can help you." Qin Baiyuan frowned. "Are you asking me to sell myself to her?" "I didn't mean that. Of course, that's secondary. I really think that she's a good girl and treats you very well. You should cherish her. There are so many women in this world who treat me well. Do I have to marry every single one of them? But they're doing it for your money, while Su Dai simply likes you. So what? She likes me, but it doesn't mean that I have to reciprocate her feelings. I'm very grateful to her, but I don't have feelings for her. You've always been slow in understanding relationships. You didn't like me in the beginning, but later on, didn't you slowly cultivate Shi Shu Jing?" Qin Baiyuan called her name seriously. "You're a special case for me. Do you understand? Other women can't compare to you. Not because I can cultivate feelings for every one of them, but because it's you, I'm not saying this to give you pressure, nor is it because I still have hope. It's just that objectively speaking, you do have a special meaning to me. Besides, I'm not in a mood to talk about relationships with blue sky. But if there's one more person by your side, you'll have more power. Qin Baiyuan shook his head. I don't want to hold her up. I feel that this kind of thing, if you say it's not, and you can't force it. Is there really no hope at all? Qin Baiyuan shook his head. Not in the past, not in the present, and not in the future. Maybe in the future, I'll fall in love with another woman, but it will never be Su Dai. Sure, Xu Jing was a little disappointed. What a pity. You always like to worry about others. Are you addicted to being a matchmaker? Or are you afraid that I'll pester you? So you want to quickly push me to her? To solve a problem for you. I didn't mean that. I just think that you two are quite compatible. She's a good girl, but unfortunately, you're as blind as a bat. Is there anyone who talks like that? I'm as blind as a bat if I don't like her. Sure, Xu Jing smiled helplessly. Forget it. Anyway, I'm just saying, it's not up to me to decide whether it works out or not. It's good that you know that. Don't mention this kind of thing in the future. I don't like to hear it. Got it. Drink more milk. After breakfast, Qin Baiyuan asked, do you want to go to the supermarket to buy more? No need. It's getting late. You should hurry to the company. What will you do if you're alone? Starve to death? Am I that weak? I'll go down and buy some later. Hurry to work. Don't worry about me. Qin Baiyuan nodded. Then I'll go. But when he went downstairs, he was still worried about her. He bought a lot of things and asked the shop assistant to send them upstairs before he went to work. Sure, Xu Jing curled up on the sofa and read for a while. Then he took out the quilts for 2 rooms to dry. The sun was just right. It was warm and very comfortable when it shone on her. She squinted her eyes in the sun. She felt that the yin qi in her body was being exposed by the sun. She felt more energetic. Looking at the world shining with sunshine, she felt that everything was still very beautiful. Even if there was a storm the previous night, the sun would still dispel all the haze when it came out. It seemed that as long as she faced the direction of the sun, she would be full of hope. Chapter 296. Their first child was gone, and she could only accept the reality. In order not to let the regret continue, she should take good care of their second baby. Her hand gently touched her upper abdomen, thinking of the crystallization of their love inside. Growing up day by day, she felt at ease and felt that no matter how difficult it was, it could be overcome. Sure, Xu Jing stayed in the apartment for 2 days, but Qin Baiyuan did not come back. He probably felt that their identity was awkward, and he did not want Si Wenshan to misunderstand anything. It was good for her to be alone in peace and quiet. In the evening, she took a walk on the commercial street by the river. Looking at all kinds of chocolates in the window, she walked into the shop and bought a box of chocolates. As soon as she came out, she saw Si Wenshan standing under the street lamp, wearing a long black windbreaker, tall and handsome. At that moment, she almost melted in the tenderness in his eyes. They had not seen each other for a few days, but she felt as if a lifetime had passed. Only then did she realize that she missed him very much, and her heart was about to break. The two stood there quietly for a long time before Si Wenshan walked up to her. There seemed to be thousands of words stuck in her throat, but in the end, she only said one sentence. Are you all right? Sure, Xu Jing nodded. I'm fine, and so is the baby. I miss you very much. Have you missed me these past few days? Si Wenshan looked into her eyes persistently, eagerly waiting for her answer. During the 4 days when they were apart, he had to make dozens of phone calls to his assistant every day to make sure she was safe and ask her what she was doing. Most of the time, he was at the company because he was afraid to go home and face the empty house alone. He would feel uncomfortable and couldn't help but want to find her, afraid that he would put pressure on her. However, after only 4 days, he could not stand it anymore, and the crazy missing almost overwhelmed him. He kept guessing what she was doing, and his imagination ran wild, scaring himself, afraid that she would not forgive him and leave with the baby. Xu Jing, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? What do you mean by forgive? I never blamed you. It was not your fault. Si Wenqin's eyes lit up. Then are you willing to go back with me? Give me 2 more days. I still need some time. Of course, Sure Shujing missed him very much. But when he really came to find her, she suddenly felt that she wasn't ready. She didn't know what exactly she was resisting, but she probably wasn't mentally prepared. She was afraid that she would overthink things if she went back to that house before she could sort out her feelings. Can you go back with me first? If you need some space, I can move out. That family can't be without you. Wenchen, I can't do it now. Why? You still can't forgive me. Can you? Do you still not want to face me? Si Wenchen was anxious. I know you still blame me, right? Don't force me, okay? It's not easy for me to calm down. Give me some more time, but I can't live without you. Shujing, do you know how I spent the past 4 days? Every minute and every second was incomparably torturous for me. I thought about you. I didn't stop thinking about you for even a second. If this goes on, I'm going to go crazy. His anxious words messed up Sure Shujing's heart. She wanted to escape the passionate feelings. I'll go first. I'll go home when I've thought it through. Shujing, don't go. Let go of me. Don't force me. She pushed and shoved. Shujing, I can't let you leave me. At this moment, the shed above their heads suddenly fell down. At that moment, Si Wenchen used his body to protect Sure Shujing, completely protecting her in the crook of his arm. Sure Shujing only heard something collapse. Rumble, rumble. It was very noisy, followed by the screams of passers-by. Oh my God, someone was hit at the hospital. Sure Shujing paced back and forth anxiously in the corridor. As soon as the doctor came out, she immediately grabbed him and asked, "How is he?" He was hit in the head by a steel bar. He has a slight concussion and his right hand is fractured. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. He'll be fine when his arm recovers. Is he really okay? The doctor shook his head. Only then did Sure Shujing heave a sigh of relief. She had been in fear for half an hour and was almost scared out of her wits. She was not injured, but his entire arm was covered in blood. She was really afraid. Can I go in and see him? Yes, but don't talk for too long. He needs to rest. Okay, thank you, doctor. Sure Shujing walked quickly into the ward. Si Wenchen was sitting at the head of the bed. One of his hands was wrapped in bandages, and there were a few abrasions on his face. He looked quite miserable, but when he saw her coming, his eyes immediately lit up. Shujing, sit down and don't move. How's your head? Are you still dizzy? Does your arm hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't worry. Such a small injury is nothing to a man. Why is there blood on your arm? Are you hurt? I'm not hurt. It's your blood. When the shed collapsed, you protected me. How could I be hurt? That's good. You fool, you could have dodged it. Why did you block it for me? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Silly girl. How could I let my woman get hurt? The accident happened too suddenly. My mind was blank. The only thought in my mind was that even if I had to risk my life, I would protect you. Sure Shujing knew that at the moment of the disaster, his action of protecting her was an instinctive reaction. He had already put her safety before his own. To him, she was the most important person. Any woman would be moved by such a deep love. I'm sorry. If I agreed to go back with you earlier, the accident wouldn't have happened. I really deserve to die. You're so good to me. How could I have the heart to quarrel with you? I'm sorry. I'll go home with you. I won't quarrel with you anymore. Did you do it because you felt guilty? No. Sure Shujing shook her head desperately. I don't blame you at all. I just want to go home when I completely calm down. But you see me as more important than your own life. What reason do I have to leave you? These few days, I've thought it through very clearly. The past, whether it's good or bad, is in the past. The most important thing is that we're together now and in love. The misfortune of our first child must not happen a second time. After going through so many hardships, we should be together and guard this hard-won happiness. Shujing, Si Wenchen was touched by her words. As long as you don't blame me, I'm willing to be hit no matter how many times. She smiled through her tears. Are you stupid? How can you say such things? I'm stupid. That's because of you. For you, I'm willing to be stupid. You only know how to torture me. These few days, I've been tormented. Promise me, no matter what happens in the future, don't leave me. Even if there's a conflict, don't run away from home. Okay? I didn't run away from home. I just go to your ex-husband's house for a few days. Si-Won-shun had a jealous expression on his face. Although I know there's nothing between the two of you, I feel very uncomfortable at the thought of you living in his house. I'm very jealous. He's not at home. I'm the only one living there. Why are you jealous? The two of you really love each other. One moment, you feel at ease leaving me to him, and the next moment, you're jealous of him and want to kill him. In my opinion, the two of you are a good match. That won't do, he said domineeringly. You're petty. I'm petty. What's wrong with that? What else could Shujing do when faced with such a domineering man? He was angry and amused. Okay. It's all my fault. I promise I'll never run away from home again. Okay? It's useless to run away from home. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape from me. You'll always be my woman. You only belong to me. Got it. Good. Si-Won-shun was satisfied and pulled her into his arms. He hugged her too hard and hurt himself. He let out a muffled groan. However, this was the only way he could truly feel her existence and feel that she belonged to him. Only then could he feel at ease. What's wrong? Did you touch my wound? It's okay. My hand hurts, but my heart is sweet. He deeply inhaled the fragrance of her hair and said passionately, Oh my God, I miss you so much. When you're not around, I don't even know how I got through it. At night, I hugged your pillow, smelled your fragrance, and pretended that you were still by my side. But when I thought that you were no longer here, I felt even more disappointed. Shujing, I won't lie to you anymore. Well, I won't lose my temper and quarrel with you anymore. Every relationship wasn't smooth sailing. Only when we tolerate each other can we reach the end of happiness. The knot in her heart from a few years ago was completely untied from Shujing's heart at this moment. She also heaved a sigh of relief. There was still a long way to go. Thinking about it made her feel tired. But every step in the past had never been easy. Didn't she persist step by step until now? The longer she persisted, the more she understood the value of this relationship. Now, even if they encountered great difficulties, it was impossible to separate them again. Their tightly clasped hands had been firmly clasped together and could never be separated. During the week when Si-Won-shun was hospitalized, Shujing took care of his daily necessities. In her words, he was a super troublesome giant baby. In the evening, when Shujing returned to the ward, Si-Won-shun was anxiously looking for her. Where have you been? His nervous expression made her nervous too. I want to buy porridge for you. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Do you want to call a doctor? I didn't see you when I woke up. I was worried that you had left. Didn't you say that you would always stay with me? How could you leave me alone in the ward? Si-Won-shun's tone was quite sad, like a child, which made Shujing feel funny. Please, I sat by the bed with you for 2 hours, okay? Who knows how long you were going to sleep? It's already past 5 o'clock. If I don't go down now, I won't have your favorite yam porridge anymore. At that time, you will make trouble for me again. Who made trouble for you? You still deny it? Who was the one who didn't have yam porridge yesterday and rolled on the bed? I'm just short of crying. Si-Won-shun refused to admit it. Chapter 297. Other people are getting more mature as they live, but you're getting younger and younger. You're getting more and more childish. Not only do I have to take care of the baby in my stomach, but I also have to take care of you. Do you think it's easy for me? Sure, Shujing shook her head, feeling tired for herself. Why? You're angry now, aren't you? You don't want to take care of me anymore, right? Men will only show their childish side in front of the woman they love. Do you understand? Yes. Anyway, you're in the right. I can't argue with you. Si-Won-shun pinched her nose. You say you can't argue with me, but you're the one who has me under your thumb. For a lifetime. Since I'm giving you food for a lifetime, you should give me food too. Okay? As he spoke, he hugged her and wanted to kiss her. Hey, stop it. Eat the porridge. I don't want porridge. I want to eat you. Si-Won-shun's eyes suddenly became passionate and sexy. Shujing soon melted in his eyes, and was swallowed by his kiss. She unconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck and responded to his kiss. The kiss lasted for a long time before Si Wenshan let go of her lips reluctantly and bit her red and swollen lips as a punishment. "Hey, are you a puppy? How can you bite me? You're so charming. I can't get enough of you. Mushy. You like me mushy, right? Huh?" Shu Jing pursed her lips. She couldn't deny this, but she didn't want him to succeed. "Hurry up and eat the porridge. It's getting cold. Okay, you feed me. I'll feed you one mouthful. By the way, it's been a week. When can the plaster be removed? It's almost time. Didn't the doctor say it can be removed in a week at most?" Si Wenshan tried to move a few times. "Not yet. It hurts. I can't exert any strength. You're acting, right? When you hugged me just now, I saw that you were quite strong. You're imagining things. Aren't you going to feed me porridge? I'm waiting. You're already a grown-up, and you still need someone to feed you. Don't you feel ashamed? Even the nurses laughed at you last time. His right hand is in a cast, but doesn't he still have his left hand? Why are you so long-winded? Do you really dislike me? If something happens to me, and I'm paralyzed on the bed, will you find me troublesome after taking care of me for a few days? Pooh. You're just a child's babbling." Si Wenshan laughed. His neat white teeth were as bright as the sun. It was very infectious. Sure, Shu Jing couldn't help but laugh too. Both of them shared the same bowl of porridge. Si Wenshan took a mouthful, and Shu Jing took a mouthful. "Why didn't I eat the yam? You ate them all?" "No." Shu Jing felt wronged. "I've already given you the yam. I didn't eat it. You must have eaten it. If you don't believe me, let me kiss you and see if your mouth tastes like yam." This excuse was pretty good. She didn't feel like he was taking advantage of her at all. As they ate, Si Wenshan suddenly said, "I've sent Stony Moon and her daughter to Canada. They won't be able to step into Flozin City for the rest of their lives." Shu Jing grunted in acknowledgement. "You won't blame me, right?" "Of course not. I know that you're already being merciful with this kind of punishment." "Yes. If not for the fact that you're sisters, she would have to spend the rest of her life in prison." "Shu Jing, I won't forgive anyone who has hurt you, and I won't let anyone have the chance to hurt you. You've suffered enough when you're with me. No one can hurt you anymore." "Yes, I believe you." Si Wenshan touched her head. "Thank you for trusting me. You're my man and the father of my child. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Wenshan, you're my one and only. Don't ever leave me and our child. Okay? Okay. Since I'm holding your hand, I'll never let go until I die." After the porridge was finished, Si Wenshan suddenly said that there was a hard lump in the pillow, and it hurt him. "How can there be something in the pillow? It can't be, right?" "Yes, there is. It's a very hard lump. Check it." Shu Jing took out the pillow and patted it twice. A velvet jewelry box fell out from it. She was stunned. Open it." Shu Jing suddenly had a strong premonition, and her mood also became nervous. Thump, thump. Her heart was beating fast. She held her breath and opened the box. There was a diamond ring lying quietly inside. It was a simple style, and the diamond was shining. At that moment, a strong feeling went straight to her heart. It was a sense of destiny, as if she had been waiting for such a ring to be put on her finger in her life. She covered her mouth and looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect this moment to happen at this moment in the hospital. Si Wenshan knelt on one knee in front of her. He looked at her with deep love in his eyes, as if she was his whole world. "I know that this may not be the most suitable time and place, but Shu Jing, I really love you. My desire to marry you is stronger than ever. I don't care about the time and place. I only care about you. Before I met you, I never thought about marriage, but now, if I get married, I will never think about anyone else except for the bride. After going through so many ups and downs, the marks left on us by the trials and tribulations have brought our hearts closer together. Actually, I've thought of countless proposals, but at this moment, my mind is blank. I just want to tell you that I love you very, very much, and I love our child very, very much. Shu Jing, marry me, and let me take care of you for the rest of your life. Okay?" This sincere confession had already made Shu Jing cry. She didn't know whether she was more touched or excited. None of that was important. The most important thing was that she was willing. She nodded desperately and choked with sobs. I'm willing. I'm willing to marry you. Xu Jing, I love you. The two of them hugged each other tightly. This moment was not easy for them. Even Si Wenshun couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. After a long time, he gently wiped away her tears. You're crying like a little kitten. Who? Who knew that you would suddenly propose? Sure, Xu Jing felt embarrassed and stuck out her tongue. How long have you hidden this ring? I don't even know. I bought it for a long time, but I haven't found the right time. These days, I've been hiding in the pillow, worried that the nurse would change the pillow when I'm not around, and I'm so tired. You're so childish. You think I'm childish, but you still agreed to my proposal? I just feel sorry for you. Really? Then why don't you take pity on me and marry me today? Today? Yes. I've hidden our household register in the pillow. Let's go and get our marriage certificate now. How about that? Sure, Xu Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you too anxious? Your arm is still in a cast, and it's so ugly to take a photo. I'm kidding. It's already healed. Si Wenshun removed the cast in a few moves and proudly moved his arm and fingers in front of her. You lied to me, damn it. Otherwise, why would you feed me? I hate you. Sure, Xu Jing swung her fist at him, but Si Wenshun caught her hand. Come on, wife. Let's get our marriage certificate. It had been raining heavily in Quicksand City for the past few days, but today was a sunny day, and the air was exceptionally fresh. The road was smooth and unimpeded, which was a good omen. The closer they got to the Civil Affairs Bureau, the faster Xu Jing's heart beat. In fact, this moment would come sooner or later, but she really didn't think it would be so soon, and she was not prepared at all. However, there were always some impulsive moments in life, and this kind of impulse was exciting and full of hope for them. Si Wenshun drove with one hand and held Xu Jing's trembling fingers with the other. Wife, you're sweating. I'm so nervous. I feel like I can't breathe. Then why don't we go back? And in 2 days when you're ready, no? Right now. I want to marry you right now. Sure, Xu Jing said hurriedly, and she blushed again. What I mean is, we're already here. Let's not change the date. You really want to marry me? Yeah, I really want to marry you. Don't you really want to marry me? Of course. If I can't marry you, I'd rather be a bachelor for the rest of my life. You're talking about me. You're sweating too, and I feel like someone is more nervous than me. Calm down. My wife is here, and she won't run away. You can't run away even if you want to. The two entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, and everything went according to the procedure. Both of their minds were blank. After getting their marriage certificate, Xu Jing looked at the two festive red booklets, and her head was still dizzy. In the photo, both of their smiles were a little awkward and reserved. It was the first time Xu Jing saw Si Wenshun's dull expression, and the nervousness was so cute. She asked blankly, So we're married? Yes, we're married. Si Wenshun was completely awake at this moment, and her whole heart was firmly occupied by satisfaction and joy. From now on, you're my legal spouse. Xu Jing, I've finally married you. Ceylon was unwilling to be driven to Australia, and she called for a board meeting. Other than her, there were a total of 5 shareholders present, and she spent a lot of money in private to get in touch with them. When Sibo Hong entered the door, Ceylon smiled confidently. Today, she would definitely save the situation. Dad, Sibo Hong was quite calm. After sitting down, he leisurely looked around. What do you mean? You're no longer in the company. What right do you have to call for a board meeting? I don't have a right. Today's meeting was requested by several directors to oppose your wrong decision. Ceylon stood up. Since more than 10 years ago, you've retired behind the scenes because of your health problems. For more than 10 years, I've been in charge of the company. You think you're in control of the overall situation, but what you see is just some dead data. Only I know the specific problems of the company. In the past 10 years, under my leadership, the company's profits have increased by 10%. It can be said that Shangyang's current empire was fought for by me. Aren't you too cruel to deprive me of my achievements like this? Chapter 298. I don't want money. What I want is the position of Xiangyang's president. You are so old that you don't have the energy to manage Xiangyang. You just want to leave it to Si Wenxin. But what right do you have to take away my achievements? Do you think I will just give it to others? Everyone in the company knows that Xiangyang can have such a scale now. Because of me, they have already tacitly agreed that I am the president. Sibo Hong sneered indifferently. So what do you want now? The company has a rule that the president can be decided by the board of directors. It's not just what you say. It also depends on what the 5 shareholders say. Xiangyang is the country of our Si family. How can it be decided by outsiders? Lan smiled and shook her head. You are still so stubborn. Who do you think you are? The emperor of Xiangyang? Now, it is about the capable who can take over. It is not about you giving orders alone. It is difficult to convince the public like this. So you want them to vote. That's right. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You are embarrassing yourself and embarrassing the Si family. It is you who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You will pay the price for your stubbornness. Okay. Don't you want to vote? Then hurry up and start. I don't have so much time to waste with you. Lan hooked up the corner of her mouth. Uncles, all of you have seen the painstaking efforts I have put into Xiangyang over the years. Whether I have the ability or not, all of you are very clear. The future of Xiangyang is now in your hands. I believe that uncles will make the right choice. Please raise your hand if you support me to be the president. Lan was full of confidence. She thought that even if there were not 5 votes, there would be at least 4 votes. However, none of the 5 shareholders raised their hands. She frowned in disbelief. You guys, yesterday they clearly agreed, but today they rebelled collectively. It seemed that they were just acting. It was Sibo Hong who manipulated them behind scenes. For a moment, she fell into a helpless predicament. You want to fight with me? You are really too inexperienced. Do you think that after being the acting president for more than 10 years, Xiangyang is in your pocket? Naive. Remember, the master of Xiangyang will always be me, Sibo Hong. If I want to give it to you, I will naturally give it to you. I don't want to give it to you, so don't even think about touching Xiangyang. Is there any use in bribing them? In the past, they followed me to conquer the country. So how could they be bribed by a little girl like you? You want to steal my Xiangyang? That's just a pipe dream. Lan was utterly defeated, and her expression changed drastically. Dad, it's my fault. I shouldn't have thought about Xiangyang. I just did such a wrong thing because I was unwilling. Please forgive me, Dad. I don't want the position of president. Please let me continue to work for Xiangyang. Dad. She knelt down and hugged Sibo Hong's thigh, begging, but he pushed her hand away. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know what was good for you. You actually dared to provoke me again. Xiangyang, there is no longer a place for you. Pack your things and leave Flozen City. There was only one light in the room, and it was eerie. The door did not open. Sealan's back was facing the door. In the darkness, her face became increasingly gloomy and terrifying. No one knew what kind of plot she was hatching. Her entire body emitted a cold and gloomy aura. Cough, 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 cough. The sound of coughing could be heard. Sibo Hong passed by the door and stopped. Have you packed your things? What time is your flight tomorrow? Lan did not move. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? If you don't want to pack, then just go there and buy more. Why do you have to do this to me? Lan slowly stood up. Because of the light in her hair, her 2 eyes seemed to be deeply sunken, like a devil. Seeing her like this, Sibo Hong felt very uncomfortable. How did I do this to you? It's because you don't like daughters that I've never received your love since I was born. I've been living in fear every day. Ever since I was young, I've always strived to do my best. I want you to be proud of me. I want you to change your mind. However, no matter how much effort I put in, I can't compare to Wenxin doing nothing. The reason is because I'm my daughter. Dad, I'm also your child. Why are you so unfair to me? There's no why. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not being a man. But I'm no worse than a man. For so many years, I've done my best for Xiangyang. You've seen it with your own eyes, haven't you? You're not doing it for Xiangyang. You're doing it for yourself. I've warned you many times not to have any ideas about Xiangyang, but your ambition is getting bigger and bigger. It's you who forced me to take measures. I'm ambitious because I've done too much for Shangyang. Moreover, my ability matches my ambition. If it were you, would you be willing to give away the fruits of your hard work for so many years? Don't talk so much nonsense. I've already made up my mind. Nothing you say can change it. Must you be so cruel to me? You're the one who forced me. Ceylon completely gave up. Fine. Since it's like this, don't blame me for being cruel. Ceylon snapped her fingers. Her bodyguards rushed out and surrounded Sibo Hong. What do you want? I want you to give Shangyang to me. I want you to change your will. How dare you do this to me? Sibo Hong expected that she would resist, but he didn't expect her to be so ambitious as to force him to this extent. I'm your father. You only know now that you're my father? But I don't have a heartless father like you. From a moment you wanted to kick me out of the house, I've already severed our relationship as father and daughter. You're heartless, so don't blame me for being heartless. Sibo Hong was heartbroken. No matter how I calculated, I never thought that I would be treated like this by my own daughter. I've worked so hard for so many years, but in the end, I've cultivated a vicious wolf with wild ambitions. Don't talk about how great you are. You've never done anything for me. Everything I have is from my own hard work. What wild ambition. I just want to take back what belongs to me. Is that wrong? What's wrong is that you're too biased. If you were a little more fair to me, it wouldn't be like this. I'll ask you one last time. The position of CEO, are you going to give it to me or not? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Fine, I like to see how long your old bones can last. Let's see if your body is hard or your mouth is hard. Lock him up until he changes his mind. Yes, how dare you? How dare you touch me? Sibo Hong struggled with all his might for a few times. He was out of breath and couldn't move anymore. Look at you. You're already so old. Why are you still so stubborn? Ceylon sneered and mocked. Don't you think you're already a waste? You're useless? You've done so many things for Wenshin. But will your baby be grateful for what you've done? He doesn't want Shangyang at all. He even turned against you for a woman. Is it really worth it for you to treat him so well? For so many years, the only one who's been filial to you is me. If you give Shangyang to me, I'll continue to be filial to you in the future. You're already so old. Isn't it better to retire and enjoy the rest of your life? Why fight with me? Sibo Hong turned his head to the side and panted heavily. Looks like you won't change your mind, but it doesn't matter. I have time to waste with you. I'm just afraid you can't afford it. You can't lock me up for a few days. Wenshin will definitely come to save me. Ha! You're still dreaming? Right now, he only has Shu Jing in his heart. Why would he care about your life or death? By the time he remembers you, maybe you'll already be a skeleton. All right, by the way, I'll tell you a piece of good news. He married Shu Jing today. Look at you. You're fighting with me because of him. He didn't even tell you that he's getting married. He even married the woman you hate the most. With this comparison, doesn't it seem like I'm a filial daughter? Filial? You're an ungrateful wretch. Speaking of ungrateful wretches, I don't dare to compare with him. He's the real ungrateful wretch. I lost because I'm a daughter, but I won't just sit and wait for death. In the end, you'll definitely agree to my conditions. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Ceylon gave a look. The bodyguard dragged Sibo Hong into the room. Ceylon didn't feel a trace of guilt in her heart for treating Sibo Hong like this. On the contrary, there was a crazy revenge. She should have done this a long time ago. She wasted a few years of her youth. In this world, there was no one she could trust and rely on. Even her own father couldn't. The only person she could trust was herself. Since she had put in so much effort, Sibo Hong still refused to give her what she wanted. Then, she could only rely on herself to snatch it. Shangyang's empire would eventually fall into her hands. No one could stop her. Ceylon sat in the living room. She was still monitoring Shangyang's situation through the company's spies. Although Sibo Hong had ordered her not to step into Shangyang, she still thought that she was the CEO of Shangyang. Mississippi, the bodyguard walked in and looked at her with a troubled expression. Has that old thing eaten yet? The bodyguard shook his head. It's been 3 days. He still hasn't eaten? Not only hasn't he eaten, he hasn't even drunk a drop of water. If this goes on, I'm afraid the master can't hold on anymore. How about, or what? Do you think he'll let me go if I let him go now? What are you afraid of? The old man is very tough. He won't die so easily. Of course, Ceylon couldn't let Sibo Hong die. If he died, the will would take effect. At that time, she wouldn't get a single cent prepare a bowl of porridge. I'll go see him in person. Half an hour later, Ceylon opened the door with the porridge. She didn't need to be careful to prevent him from running away. Sibo Hong was dying of old age and had no energy left to struggle. Sibo Hong curled up on the sofa and hugged himself. He was thin, and now he was shockingly thin. He looked haggard, reminding people of a dying beast. No matter how fierce he was when he was young, he was miserable and useless when he was old. Any prey could easily kill him. Chapter 299. Dad. She half squatted in front of him. Sibo Hong seemed to be in a semi-conscious state. She pushed him a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and looked a little scary. Ceylon breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't respond just now, so she thought he was dead. Dad, how are you? Sibo Hong coughed twice. His voice was heavy and weak, as if he would pass out in the next second. Cough, 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 cough. You haven't eaten for 2 days. Drink some porridge. You go. I don't want to see you. Ceylon pretended to be worried. How can you be like this? Your body can't take it anymore. Drink some porridge first, okay? You go. Dad, why are you being so stubborn? Do you think I want to do this? You don't know how much my heart aches seeing you like this. We are father and daughter. Blood is thicker than water. There's no need to make things like this. Although you don't treat me well, you're still my father. Do you really not remember how I have taken care of you for so many years? I also want to be a filial daughter, but you have to give me a chance. If you don't eat or drink, your body will suffer, and I will also suffer. Pretending? You just want to trick me. Make me give Shangyang to you. But I would rather die than Dad. Get out. Ceylon's face darkened. She felt that there was no need to continue acting and slammed the bowl of porridge on the coffee table. You old thing. You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Do you think I can't do anything like this? Shangyang, even if I can't have him, your precious son can forget about having him. There's no point in fighting me like this. What do you want? Hee. You don't treat me as your daughter, but your son treats me as his sister. I can make him give up Shangyang's inheritance with just a word. You dare? I dare to lock you up. What else do I not dare to do? Let me tell you, if I can't have him, then he can forget about having him. If you want to continue wasting time, then continue wasting time. If you die, then no one can stop me. Eat or leave. Ceylon knocked over the bowl of porridge and turned to leave. You unfilial daughter, unfilial daughter. Sibo Hong was so angry that he couldn't breathe, and his eyes almost rolled back. Ceylon returned to her room, removed her makeup, and purposely made herself look haggard. Then, she arranged to meet up with Si Wunshin. When he arrived at the restaurant, he was shocked by her haggard appearance. Sis, what's wrong? Ceylon just lowered her head and smiled bitterly without saying a word. Is it Dad? Don't worry, Dad's body is fine. Then why do you look so haggard? It looks like you haven't rested for days. What happened? Ceylon's eyes reddened in an instant. Si Wunshin had asked her, but she had refused to answer. He was very anxious. Ever since he was young, he had never seen Ceylon cry. When he asked her, she wouldn't say anything, so he didn't know what had happened. Sister, what's the matter? Tell me. I'll deal with it for you. You can't solve it. Ceylon shook her head, and tears streamed down her face as if she had suffered a great grievance. It's my hard life. My husband treats me like this, and now, Dad, I just have no one to love me. I deserve to be alone for the rest of my life. What's wrong with Dad? Dad changed his will and gave you Shangyang and all the shares. He didn't leave anything for me. He even drove me to Australia and didn't let me step into Shangyang again. How could this be? Dad can't treat you like this. Why not? You know how biased he's been all along. He only has you as his son in his heart. He has never had me. In his eyes, I'm no different from an ordinary employee. After using me, he kicks me away. I'm so miserable. Dad is a bit unfair to you, but it's not to the extent, Si Wenxin frowned. He knew how much unfair treatment Ceylon had received at home over the years, so he treated her better and wanted to make it up to her. He thinks I have ambition and want to be the president of Shangyang. He's afraid that I'll endanger your inheritance, so he wants to drive me away. Wenxin, in all honesty, I've never wanted to be the president of Shangyang. I put in so much effort for you. I know that you've done too much for Shangyang. The position of the president should have belonged to you. I've never thought about getting it back. Dad is too stubborn to treat you like this. Isn't Dad doing everything for you? All these years, you know very well whether my sister has treated you well or not. I really can't stand it anymore, so I came to you for help. How do you want me to help you? Seeing him fall in her trap step by step, Ceylon was secretly proud, but she still pretended to be very pitiful. I don't want Shangyang, but what Dad did this time really made my heart cold. If he wants you to inherit Shangyang, it definitely won't be my turn, so I can only... You want me to give up Shangyang's inheritance? Ceylon didn't make a sound, looking as if she was embarrassed to say it. I know it's very unfair to you, but my heart is really too uncomfortable. For me, the important thing is not Shangyang. I just want Dad to understand that you don't want Shangyang, and he can't treat me like this. Okay, Si Wenxin agreed without hesitation. All these years, I haven't done anything for you. If this can make it up to you, I agree. Furthermore, I've never thought about Shangyang. In my heart, he has always belonged to you. The greatest happiness in my life is having a younger brother like you. Wenxin, sister thanks you. Ceylon expressed her gratitude on the surface, but a cunning and cold glint flashed across her eyes without batting an eyelid. How about this? You sign this agreement to give up your inheritance, then I can talk to Dad. Si Wenxin didn't think that Ceylon would actually ask him to sign an agreement, but in order to reassure her, he still nodded. Okay. He picked up the pen and was about to sign his name. You can't sign it. Wenxin, don't fall for her trap. Tang Tang suddenly rushed out. Ceylon's expression changed, and she suddenly stood up. What are you doing here? Wenxin, you can't sign it. Tang Tang rushed over and snatched Si Wenxin's pen, throwing it to the side. She's lying to you. Everything is her scheme. What are you talking about? She was the one who told me to sow discord between you and Shi Shujing, including making Stony Moon look for Shi Shujing. She was also the one who told me to do it. She used my mentality of wanting to snatch you back and manipulated me in the dark, destroying the relationship between you and Shi Shujing. Si Wenxin was furious. How could my sister do that? At first, I thought she did it for your own good. She didn't want you to anger your father. But later I found out that her goal was to make you and your father enemies, so that she could become the CEO of Shangyang. When you were being suppressed by Shangyang, she was the one who bought the shares of Ocean Group like crazy, just to put you to death. And your father, he wouldn't be so ruthless. It's all her fault. Ceylon was a little anxious. Miss Tang, you need evidence to speak. Although I am against you and Wenxin being together, you can't frame me like this. I frame you? You have been using me. I was afraid that you would harm Wenxin, so I wanted to quit. It was you who threatened me in all kinds of ways. Not only did you scheme against Wenxin, but now even your father is locked up by you. Everything you have done is for Shangyang. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Whether it is true or not, we will know when we go home. Si Wenxin couldn't believe his ears. Sister, is what she said true? Of course not. How can you suspect me for an outsider? I can swear. Every word I said is true. Can you? God is watching. You treat your family like this for your own interests. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Shut up. Wenxin, believe me, she was the one who came to me and made me do so many bad things, including your mother's car accident. I was also the one who caused your mother's car accident. At the same time, I arranged for Shi Shujing's accident to make your mother hate Shi Shujing. She is more vicious than a scorpion. She can do anything. Si Wenxin didn't want to believe what he had heard. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. Wenxin, don't listen to her nonsense. She is the one who drove a wedge between us. I didn't. Wenshun, believe me, you can't sign this agreement. Wenshun, when he opened his eyes again, Si Wenshun's eyes were indifferent, dead silent. He looked at Ceylon. His cold eyes made her shiver unconsciously. Wenshun, you don't believe her, do you? You are my sister. How can you do this to me? He slammed his fist on the table. I trusted you so much. I didn't think that you have been harming me. Wenshun, you don't really believe her, do you? Don't you know how I have treated you all these years? Our relationship is closer than real siblings. How could I harm my own brother? It is because you have been good to me that I am so disappointed. I can endure thousands of arrows piercing my heart, but I can't accept that the person who stabbed me in the heart was the person closest to me. There was a hint of pain in Si Wenshun's cold eyes. For the past 30 years, you have been good to me. Have you been lying to me, using me? Have you been doing it for Shangyang? In your heart, has there ever been a moment when you have treated me as your own brother? Facing Si Wenshun's questioning, Ceylon knew that it was useless for her to argue. She didn't want to pretend in front of him anymore. After pretending for more than 30 years, she was really tired. At this moment, she finally took off her mask and smiled coldly. She gritted her teeth and said, "No, not even for a moment. Because my mother gave birth to me, my father despised her and chased her out of the house. After that, he married your mother and gave birth to you. Just because you're my son, my position in the family is even lower. Do you think that I would treat a bastard born by someone else as my brother? The moment you were born, when I held you, I wanted to strangle you to death. But that would be too easy on you. I let you live because I wanted to torture you in the future. But I was the one who was tortured first. After you were born, my father didn't treat me as a person. When you were sick, he was so anxious that he couldn't sleep for a few days and kept watch by your bedside. Do you remember? That time, when you had a fever of 38 degrees, I was taking care of you. But at that time, I had a fever of 40 degrees. Dad knew, but he didn't care and asked me to stay with you. Chapter 300. I didn't know he would do that. Well, I'll pretend that you don't know, but the disasters I suffered were all caused by you. Later, when I grew up, he no longer beat me, but let me work for Shangyang. At that time, I didn't want Shangyang at all. I tried to do the best in everything, worked hard, just to get a compliment from him. Look, I was so stupid and pathetic at that time. But later, I found out that I couldn't get what I wanted. Because in his heart, he only had you as his son, and I was just fighting for you. Do you know how much hatred and unwillingness I had in my heart? Why should I work for the person I hate the most? I want to live for myself. But in the end, I still lost, and he kicked me out of the position of acting president. He said that I was ambitious, but I just wanted to get back what belonged to me. Was I wrong? Si Wenshun didn't expect that the brother and sister would eventually become enemies because of this. I said, I never wanted Shangyang. But even if it's something you don't want, he won't give it to me. Just because I'm a woman, I don't deserve it. The more I hate him, the more I hate you. I want to retaliate against you crazily, and I want you to die. In front of you, I played the role of a good sister for more than 30 years. I'm very tired, and I can finally say all the hidden words in my heart. Sister, I know you have suffered a lot. I will pretend that the past never happened. Let's start over. Impossible. Even if you are willing to let me go, the old man will not let me go. It's better to end it quickly. Ceylon suddenly took out a gun from her bag and pointed it at Si Wenshun. Tang Tang screamed in fear. Ah, the old man is so cruel to me. Isn't it all for you? If you die, let's see who else can he give Shangyang to. Ceylon pulled the trigger. Wenshun, don't. At the last moment, Tang Tang rushed up and hugged Si Wenshun, using his back to block the bullet for him. What are you doing? Stop. The waiter ran over, and Ceylon hurriedly ran away. Tang Tang's body slumped down from his body, and Si Wenshun quickly supported her. Call an ambulance. Blood flowed all over his hand. Tang Tang, hold on. Look at me. Open your eyes and look at me. Wenshun, it's good that you're fine. I'm sorry. I I did so many wrong things. I don't deserve to love you. Please forgive me. Okay? Please forgive me. Tang Tang shed tears of regret. I was really wrong. Try to hold on, and I'll forgive you. Do you hear me? If you give up like this, I will never forgive you. Si Wen-shun picked her up and rushed downstairs. Si Wen-shun stayed in the hospital for 3 days after Sibo Hong was hospitalized. Although the father and son did not talk much, the relationship between them had gradually eased up. The nurse was taking Sibo Hong's temperature when Si Wen-shun walked in with a bouquet of lilies in his hands. The nurse was stunned when she saw him, then quickly lowered her head with a red face. How's the situation? Well, everything is normal, much better than 2 days ago. Thank you, you can go ahead. Okay. Before leaving, the nurse could not help but sneak a glance at him. Sibo Hong pulled down his sleeves, and Si Wen-shun immediately covered him with a quilt. The weather is cold. Do you want an extra quilt? No need. I'm in good health. I'm not afraid of the cold. He always liked to put up a strong front. Si Wen-shun could not help but think of Sibo Hong's dying look that day, and his heart ached when he thought of it. Sibo Hong was much older than he thought, and he was really unfilial to him in the past. In the future, he would definitely be filial to him. She found him? Yes. Where is she now? She's already in Australia, and she won't come back. Sibo Hong sighed. I didn't expect that I raised such an ungrateful wolf, and almost killed myself. Sister just couldn't get over it. When she gets there, she'll slowly figure it out. She only has Shangyang in her heart. It would be strange if she could figure it out. This time, I won't settle the score with her. Just pretend that I don't have a daughter. Don't mention her. I get angry when I mention her. Ahem. I heard that you're married to Shu Jing. Don't think that I'll compromise. So what if I'm married? Just get a divorce. Dad, since we're married, I've never thought about getting a divorce. Shu Jing and I are going to be together for the rest of our lives. You just got married. It's too early to talk about a lifetime. In the future, who knows who you'll meet? Maybe there'll be someone better, and you'll regret it. I've never thought that Shu Jing is the best, but I love her. I only love her. Stupid. Stubborn. How can a man only love one woman? You're too idealistic. Are you sure your body can argue with me about this? Dad, I'm not begging you to accept Shu Jing immediately. My only request is that you give her a chance. Just treat it as giving me a chance. We've been fighting for long enough, and you've seen the results. Neither of us has benefited. After all this, I have to reflect on myself for not being filial to you in the past. I really don't have enough time to spend with you. In the future, I'll spend more time with my family. Shu Jing is already 5 months pregnant, and she'll be giving birth in a few months. When that time comes, our family of 4 will definitely be very happy. These sweet words are useless to me. I haven't even accepted her, let alone the one in her stomach. Sibo Hong rolled his eyes. Even if it's our C families, what's the use if it's a daughter? Whether it's a daughter or a son, I like it the same. I hope it's a daughter more. A daughter is a father's sweet little jacket. What sweet little jacket? Now, I'll show you a living example. A daughter is the most unreliable. That's because the way you treated my sister was wrong. You've been unfair to her from the start. I can understand the resentment in her heart that accumulated over time. If I had a daughter, I would definitely dote on her like a treasure. What's the use of a daughter? Can a daughter inherit the C family business? I don't need her to inherit the company. I just need her to be safe and healthy, to be carefree for the rest of her life, and to have someone who loves her. Sibo Hong shook his head. Ever since you met that woman, you've become more and more useless. A man's ambition is his career, while a woman can only stay at home and take care of a child. Do you understand? Times have changed now. You're too stubborn. Fine. I'm not going to argue with you. Is the child in her stomach a boy or a girl? Sibo Hong already had the intention to compromise. If it was a boy, he could consider accepting the child. As for Shu Jing, he would just be a puppet. It didn't matter if she was one more. I don't know yet. I'll find out when she's born. Can't we see the gender now? If it's a daughter, then earlier. Si Wen-shun frowned. I said it's the same for a son and a daughter. I prefer a daughter. Fine. I'm not going to argue with you. We'll talk when she's born. So you're saying that you've accepted Shu Jing? I didn't say that, but she's 5 months old now. Can I still force her to have an abortion? What if something happens to her? Won't you fight me? I've already lost a daughter. I don't want to lose a son. You know I'm very tired now. I don't want to care about anything. I just want to live a few peaceful days. During this period of time, I won't fight with you. We'll talk about it after the child is born. Although Sibo Hong didn't give in completely, he had already made a big concession. Si Wenxin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Dad. Don't thank me. I didn't do it willingly. It's just that I'm old and useless. I don't have the strength to fight with you anymore. Moreover, the older I get, the more I cherish family. You're my only family now. If I die in the future, someone has to send me off. Don't say that. You'll live to a ripe old age. I used to think that I was very strong. However, after this incident, I finally realized that I'm old and I have no choice but to accept my old age. However, everyone will grow old one day. Who can escape birth, old age, sickness, and death? I just hope that I'll be old and have less trouble. In the future, when I let go, I'll be satisfied with you and my grandson by my side. In the company of Si Wenxin, Sibo Hong quietly closed his eyes. His heart hadn't been so peaceful for a long time. Tang Tang's back was injured, and he had a cast on it. It was difficult for him to move his upper body. He couldn't even reach the teacup on the table. Don't move. Let me do it. You? Tang Tang frowned when he saw Shu Jing. His eyes were full of resistance, and his tone was very rude. What are you doing here? To see you. Shu Jing handed the teacup to her, but Tang Tang didn't take it. Are you here to see how miserable I am? No. I'm here to thank you. Thank you for saving him. I saved him, not you. Why should you thank me on his behalf? Do you know how ironic it sounds to me? I don't care what you think. In short, I'll be very grateful to anyone who saved Wenxin. Shu Jing touched his stomach, and his eyes were very gentle. Tang Tangyun hated this gentleness of hers, because gentleness represented contentment and happiness. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel sad for herself. She didn't regret taking the bullet for Si Wenxin. She just hoped that the man who took the bullet for her also loved her. Unfortunately, even if she died for him, he couldn't fall in love with her. At that time, he thought that he might as well just die. If she died, at least she could leave a place in his heart and make Shu Jing jealous. I didn't expect that I would lose to you. Love is never a competition. If you think of it as a competition, then you've lost from the beginning. In fact, you don't lose to me in anything. You're prettier, more capable, and braver than me. I envy you a lot of times. Are you mocking me? I'm better than you in everything, but I lose to you in love? Chapter 301. Yes, I know, but I'm not willing to lose to an ordinary woman like you. In your eyes, I'm very ordinary, but in Wenxin's eyes, I'm the one and only. If you think that I can get his love without doing anything, then you're wrong. I've also done a lot for him and changed a lot for him. Along the way, we've gone through a lot of hardships. Until now, I've suffered a lot and suffered a lot. Those are things that you may not be able to imagine. So, it's not that I don't have any merits. It's just that you have your own perspective and you can't see it. No matter what you say, I still think that you're not worthy of him. It doesn't matter what you think. The most important thing is that Wenxin believes that I'm his one and only. Tang Tang was silent. Indeed, she had lost miserably on this point. So what if she had tried her best? If Si Wenxin didn't love her, then he didn't love her. All of a sudden, she became very desperate. You don't have to be so sad. Actually, not everyone you love can accompany you to the end. There are many people who are just passers-by. They will only accompany you for a short period of time before you meet the one you are destined to be with. Just like I used to think that Qin Baiyuan was my life, but later, when I met Wenxin, I realized that I was really stupid to be so stubborn. If I only have Qin Baiyuan in my heart, then when I miss him, how regretful I will be. So, Believe me, you will definitely meet someone who really understands you and loves you. At that time, when you look back, you will feel that you're so stupid now. If I say this, you may think that I'm hypocritical, but I'm just saying this to you as a person who has been stupid for love before. You cannot believe it now, but in the future, when you meet that person, you will definitely believe what I say. Living with evil thoughts in your heart, you will always be afraid, and you will be very tired. So, isn't it better to let yourself live a little easier? During this period, I'm also very tired. It's only now that I'm really relieved. Let yourself go. You deserve better. Maybe not better, but definitely more suitable for you. Tang Tang hated Shi Shujing, but he couldn't deny that what Shi Shujing said made sense. Actually, who didn't know that getting caught in one's own trap would never end well? She had done everything she could, including things that went against her conscience. Being driven by hatred to live was indeed very tiring. He was no longer as carefree as when he was a war reporter. Sometimes, when she looked at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but ask, who was this scary woman? Was he still the loving Tang Tang from before? He had become so scary that even she hated him. Trapped in a hopeless relationship, it was easy for a woman to become narrow-minded. Therefore, she should return to the battlefield to see that smoke-filled world, to see the other side of this world. Perhaps it was cruel, but she could report it and let the world see that there were still some people who were suffering. That was her duty-bound mission. Once I've recovered, I'll return to England and the battlefield to continue being a reporter. Yes, that's very suitable for you. You've always been an ambitious girl, and this is what I admire the most about you. Don't let a relationship destroy you. I don't want to listen to you talk about these principles. That's my passion, and it has nothing to do with you. Shi Shujing, even if I give up on Wenshun, I will never forgive you for stealing him. You think that now, but maybe you won't think that way in a different environment. Wenshun will also become less important. No matter what, I hope that everything will go well for you in the future, and I hope that you can meet the person who treats you sincerely. Outside the window, the sun was shining, and everything was beautiful. Tang Tang couldn't help but think that after the harsh winter, her spring would also come, and she would start a new life. Shi Shujing left the hospital and saw Qin Baiyuan getting out of the car. Why are you here? You left the scarf behind last time, so I came to return it to you. He handed the paper bag to her. It's very cold today, put it on. Thank you. It's just a scarf. There's no need to specially send it over. Qin Baiyuan knew that he just wanted to see her more. Now that all the suffering was over, he no longer had a reason to protect her. In the future, there might be very few opportunities for them to meet. Therefore, he always wanted to see her more, wanted to say goodbye to her properly. Congratulations, the day has finally come. Yes, it's not easy. Shi Shujing shrugged and narrowed her eyes, her face beaming with a smile. But at least I persevered. Perseverance will definitely be rewarded, as long as I believe in this relationship. Yes, you're a strong girl. Shi Shujing wagged his finger playfully. I'm not a girl now. I'm a strong mommy now. Yes, I heard that Blue Sky situation is slowly improving. Yes, Ocean Group has helped a lot behind the scenes. Thanks Si Wenshin for me. It should be as thanking you. I can't repay what you've done for me in this lifetime. There's no need to thank me. You're treating me like an outsider. My biggest wish now is for you to be happy and well. Although I'm an ex-husband, I'm also your family. If he bullies you, you can look for me. I'll teach him a lesson for you. I don't think there'll be such a chance. Hey, can you give me some face? All right. If I'm bullied, you must help me vent my anger. Okay, leave it to me. Qin Baiyuan looked at the happy smile on her face and knew that he should let go completely. Although he was still reluctant, he knew that he had to cut it off. Can I hug you? Shi Shujing nodded. Qin Baiyuan held her in his arms, his movements very gentle. This hug was without any desire, just a warm hug between family members, so warm that it made Shi Shujing feel at ease. Thank you, Qin Baiyuan. I wish you happiness. You must be happy. I will, you too. After the two of them let go, Shi Shujing saw Si Wenshan waiting for her by the car. There was no displeasure on his face. He smiled, his face full of tolerance and doting. Her man was tall and straight, with the most domineering face in the world and the most gentle heart in the world, the most love. The moment they looked at each other, the tide of happiness almost gushed out from the tip of Shi Shujing's heart. Qin Baiyuan silently watched Shi Shujing walk to him. He lowered his head, kissed her forehead, tightened her coat for her, and pinched her face, his eyes full of love. Just as she said, maybe he would never have the chance to stand up for her in this life. This was for the best. He hoped that she would be happy forever and not suffer any grievances. Their figures were bathed in the sunlight, gradually walking away, and finally disappeared from his sight. Qin Baiyuan lowered his head and smiled. Goodbye, Shi Shujing. On the tree-lined path, the tall man held his petite wife in his arms and walked slowly. It's Christmas in 2 days, Shi Shujing said. Yes, a year has passed so fast. Yes, although it's fast, I've gained something. Do you still remember when we first met? I mean this year. The first time I met you, you saved me. At that time, I never thought that this man would become my husband, the person who would accompany me for the rest of my life. I didn't expect it either, but life is so wonderful. You never know what will happen in the next moment. Will the person you meet be your lifelong partner? Yes. So, this is the best thing in life. I'm looking forward to it. Are you going to start the wedding now? Shi Shujing shook his head. I'm so fat, I don't look good in a wedding dress. Let's wait until the baby is born and I lose weight. Okay, I'll give you a grand wedding and let the whole world know that you, Shi Shujing, are the wife of Si Wenchen. I want to keep a low profile, but after hearing what you said, my vanity was aroused. Then let's make it as grand as possible. I also want to hear other women scold me. What's so great about me? I'm just a little beautiful, have a good figure, and have a rich husband who loves her. I'm so happy just thinking about it. Si Wenchen pinched her nose. I didn't know you were so vain. Isn't it because you spoil me? Who told you to spoil me so much? Why? Do you regret it? Of course not. I'll use my life to spoil you. Spoil you until you become unruly and arrogant. In the future, if someone asks you why, you can say it's because your husband spoils you. Shi Shujing's words were sweeter than honey. Honey, I love you so much. I love you too, wife. He lowered his head and covered her lips. Under the warm sunlight, he kissed her. Their kisses intertwined with each other. 5 years later, in the middle of summer, in the Si family's courtyard house, the sun shone through the gaps between the green leaves and swayed on the ground. The cicadas stretched out their throats and called out, "Cicada, cicada." It was a hot afternoon, but it was also an afternoon full of life. The green in the courtyard made people feel so beautiful. On the grass, a 5-year-old boy was blowing bubbles. He was wearing a pair of denim overalls and a cap. His face was pink, but his nose was very straight. He looked like a handsome little prince. With just a glance, one would be attracted by those clear black and white eyes. Sibo Hong sat on a chair at the side and watched his precious grandson play with a smile. He played with him for half an hour. Although he was tired, he was very happy and in high spirits. 5 years ago, when Shi Shujing gave birth, he had been guarding outside the ward. In the end, it turned out to be a boy, and he was overjoyed. Watching his little grandson grow up day by day and become more and more adorable day by day, he had never been more satisfied. He didn't want to care about the scheming in the business world. He just wanted to accompany his cute little grandson all day long. In order to see him every day, he asked Si Wenchen and his wife to move into the Si family home. Out of love for his little grandson, he slowly accepted Shi Shujing. Si Wenchen watched for a while at the door, then waved for Si Chan to come over. "Daddy, play bubbles with Chun Chun. Daddy, there's something more fun." "What is it?" His big black eyes were full of anticipation. "This year's latest game console, do you like it? Thought you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.